Chapter 638. Yi Chun. Letting out his soul power, Xia Hozuan could sense that it was indeed Yi Chun who had broken the wall. Sensing his killing intent, Xia Hozuan was even angrier than before. According to the rumors in the martial world, Yi Chun was the martial genius who had the highest chance of making it to the top. Once he made it to the top, one of the top 5 young warriors would have to step down. It was an unwritten rule, which was based on the ancient times. Once there was a top young warrior in the Central Sky Martial region, the other 4 regions would each have a top young warrior, making it exactly 5. Since then, it had been passed down from generation to generation. In his eyes, there was no chance for Yi Chun to make it to the top, at least not before the top 5 young warriors were over 40 years old. Right now, Yi Chun dared to show killing intent toward him, which meant that he was looking down on him. It was not something that could be tolerated. Boom. Rocks flew everywhere, and a huge crack appeared on the hard wall. It was like the mouth of a demon, connecting to hell. The sword chi shot out, and a human figure materialized, appearing right in front of Murong Qingcheng. The second Yi Chun appeared, Murong Qingcheng's body went soft. Her black bat wings shrunk, and went back into her body before landing on the ground. Reaching out his hand to hold Murong Qingcheng, Yi Chun said with a light voice, "Using your demon power essence again?" "Yeah, I was planning to use my sky demon finger to wound him badly. But his void-shattering finger was very fast. It blocked out my sky demon finger power, and cancelled out half of its power. The finger power from the sky demon finger was extremely fast. Otherwise, it would not be a martial art that was inherited from the demon's bloodline. But Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger contained the space profound, which when trained to the extreme, would be able to ignore the distance between dimensions. Naturally, it would not be slower than the sky demon finger, and might even be faster. If it were not for the void-shattering finger, that finger attack would have definitely made Xia Hozuan's wound even worse." Nodding, Yi Chun looked at Xia Hozuan coldly. "All right, although it is a bit early, I do not mind. Let's have a battle right here. Let's have a showdown? You?" Yi Chun being able to break through the wall had indeed surprised Xia Hozuan a lot, but it was not enough for him to think that Yi Chun could be on the same level as him. "What? Is it funny? I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave safely today. You'll have to see some blood." Yi Chun's expression was indifferent. "Don't joke around. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Xia Hozuan was so angry that he started laughing instead. He looked very arrogant, not taking Yi Chun seriously at all. Soon after, his tone changed, and he said in an awe-inspiring manner, "A joke is a joke, but right now, I have indeed been angered by you. I will not beat you to death, but I will break all the bones in your body, and see exactly how hard your bones are, and whether they are as hard as your mouth. As for how hard it is, you'll know once you try it. The prerequisite is whether you have the strength to do so." Yi Chun held the hilt of the Thunder Disaster Sword, his sword aura ready to be unleashed. "Cut the bullshit. Today, I will show you just how big the gap between you and me is." Shoo. A gold light flashed once as Xia Hozuan shot out toward Yi Chun. Outside of his body, strings of gold strings appeared, spreading out and cutting into the walls of the tunnel, leaving cracks on them. "The gap is not up to you to decide. I will wake you up." Leaning his body forward, Yi Chun's whole body shot out close to the ground. His right hand held the Thunder Disaster Sword tightly, and a section of the sword was already exposed in the air. Su King Finger. The distance between the two shortened rapidly. When it was less than 20 meters, Xia Hozuan's gold robe danced in the air as he pointed out a finger at Yi Chun's forehead. As he did so, a king-level shadow appeared behind him, which also pointed out a finger attack. Chin. Taking out the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chun shook his right hand. The lightning-like sword body shook twice in the air, and a cross-shaped sword light clashed with his opponent's finger power. Shoo. That powerful finger power shattered instantly under Yi Chun's precise cut. Of course, that cross-shaped sword light had used up all of its power as well, so it disappeared instantly. Breaking the power with tricks? But I would like to see how you are going to break it next. His body flew out in a slanted manner. Xia Hozuan flicked out all 10 of his fingers, bringing out countless afterimages. Then beams of falling star finger power shot out. That bright starlight spread out, dyeing the whole tunnel with a different color. It was so beautiful and dangerous. Bending his knees, Yichen jumped backward. Before his feet even touched the ground, his left hand's 5 fingers had also brought out countless afterimages. That light-like lotus heart sword chi attacked toward his opponent's falling star finger power. Pooh! Pooh! The lotus heart sword chi was shattered one after another. Xia Hozuan's falling star finger power contained the powerful starlight profound after all, which was extremely powerful and fast. However, the lotus heart sword chi was not a profound martial art after all. Even with the help of the sword intent, it was still not as powerful as the falling star finger power. But it did not matter if one lotus heart sword chi was not as powerful as one falling star finger power. 2 or 3 of them would be enough to compete with his opponent. Right then, Yichen's left hand's 5 fingers had already disappeared. That endless beam of sword chi shot out, trying to cancel out the falling star finger power. How could he shoot out so much at once? Xia Hozuan could not help but change his expression. His falling star finger power was already fast enough, but his opponent's sword chi was even faster and more numerous. It seemed like he did not even need to store up his power at all. Not bad. Yichen's lotus heart sword chi indeed did not need to store up its power, since it was already stored in his dantian. That massive green lotus was like a sword chi factory. Its efficiency was unbelievably high. Before one round of sword chi had even been shot out, there would already be new lotus heart sword chi. Comet finger. Changing his finger art, Xia Hozuan performed an even more concentrated and powerful comet finger. That finger power was like a massive comet, with a huge attacking range. Yichen and the space around him were all within the attacking range, which was extremely hot. Gold pattern. Break. As his feet landed on the ground, Yichen pushed his legs and shot out. The thunder disaster sword in his hand sliced across the air, and that beautiful gold pattern spread out, cutting that finger power in half immediately. The gold pattern did not stop there as it continued to spread out toward Xia Hozuan. Even time seemed to have slowed down. How could his power have improved so fast? Xia Hozuan was shocked. He knew about Lan Xiecheng's power, which was nothing to worry about at all. He did not think that Yichen would be able to beat him within 10 attacks. Even if he were twice as powerful, it would not make any difference. But he did not expect that Yichen's power had not only increased by 1 time, but by a couple of times. Draw the sky. His finger power was pushed out as Xia Hozuan's index finger drew a circle in front of him. A layer of space pattern blocked out the gold pattern. Swoosh. The destructive power of the gold pattern was not normal. The space pattern had just been formed when it was attacked immediately. It was cut in half from the middle, and the crack was smooth and soft as if it had been polished with great care. There was not a single bit of roughness or unevenness. Break. Casually pointing out his finger to shatter the gold pattern that had used up all of its power, Xia Hozuan's expression was extremely dark. Alright, you do have some power. But it is too early to be happy. This next attack will kill you within 1 second. Xia Hozuan took a deep breath. The Zhenyuan inside his body was like a flood that had just been opened. It started to boil, one wave higher than the other. The tip of his right index finger shone with a dim starlight. The starlight was very reserved, and a light halo spread out like a candle flame. Star nuclear finger. Before, when Xia Hozuan and Murong Qingqing were battling, that star nuclear finger was only a casual attack that he had performed casually. After all, Murong Qingqing was not by Wuxue, and would not let him use all of his power easily. But this finger attack of his contained all of his power. The horrifying star nuclear gravity appeared out of nowhere, as if there were countless strings that had wrapped around Yichen and pulled him over. Don't you know that I am a sword artist? A sneer flashed past Yichen's face as he ignored the star nuclear gravity that was working on his body and Zhenyuan, waving out a sword attack. As Yichen waved out that sword attack, part of the Zhenyuan inside his body had been dragged out, forming a blue light ball 3 feet in front of his index finger. However, part of his Zhenyuan had also been forcefully poured into the thunder disaster sword, condensing into sword chi and shooting out. With a swooshing sound, the blue light ball that contained the gravitational force of the star core looked like a leaking balloon, letting out beams of sword chi. How is this possible? My star nuclear finger attack was broken so easily. Yi Chen's performance before was indeed out of Xia Hozuan's expectation, but it was not enough to change his expression. But as soon as his star nuclear finger attack was broken, his expression finally changed. What he did not know was that Yi Chen's sword intent was even more powerful than Lu Xiaoyu, who was one of the top 5 young warriors. Lu Xiaoyu should not be afraid of Xia Hozuan's star nuclear finger attack, so Yi Chen would not need to worry about it at all. The reason why the sword intent could increase one's attacking power was because it could make the sword chi more condensed. If others' sword chi was like metal, then Yi Chen's would be like diamond. Therefore, no matter how powerful the star nuclear gravity was, it would not be able to do anything to such a condensed sword chi. It had been punctured instantly, turning into a leaking balloon. Of course, it was not like the star nuclear gravity did not work at all. At least, when Yi Chen pushed his Zhen Yuan, a lot of it had been dragged over, forming a blue light ball. And it was still because of Yi Chen's sword intent protection. Otherwise, that sword attack would be even more powerful, and it would be hard on Xia Hozuan. All in all, Xia Hozuan's star nuclear finger attack could not handle Yi Chen's sword chi at all, and it could not turn the sword chi into pure energy. As the star nuclear gravity was broken, Xia Hozuan backed out quickly, removing part of the sword chi from his body. The expression on his face could not get any uglier. In the distance, Morong Qingqing saw that Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan were fighting on par with each other, and she could not help but be moved. She had only guessed that Yi Chen's power had grown to an unfathomable level, and she was afraid that he might already have the power of one of the top young warriors. But thinking was just thinking, and seeing it in reality was still quite shocking. She had already prepared herself. Once Yi Chen fell into a slight disadvantage, she would join hands with Yi Chen to wound Xia Hozuan and force him to back out, even if it would worsen her wounds to an irreversible degree. But it was obvious that Yi Chen's power had truly reached a level that people could only look up to. Xia Hozuan was one of the top 5 young warriors after all. Although Yi Chen was powerful, it was still not enough to make him feel helpless. A cold light flashed through his eyes as Xia Hozuan stomped his foot on the ground. That rich gold light spilled out, approaching Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Boom, 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 boom. The two clashed with each other all of a sudden, turning it into a close combat. Void-shattering finger. Tilting his body, Xia Hozuan suddenly pointed out his finger, which was indeed his most powerful void-shattering finger. Even Bai Wuxue would have to use all of his power to block it. In such a close combat situation, even normal attacks would have to be adjusted to their highest reaction speed. Otherwise, they would not be able to handle it, not to mention the void-shattering finger that contained the profound of space. Boom. The gold finger power landed right on Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan layer. A cold look flashed through Xia Hozuan's face. In the past half a year, his void-shattering finger had improved a lot, and it was already 90% complete. Its destructive power was way more powerful than when he was battling with Bai Wuxue. He did not believe that Yi Chen would be able to handle it. Spiritual sword. Yi Chen did not care about his protective Zhen Yuan being hit by the void-shattering finger at all, as he waved out a sword attack. That gentle sword wind instantly reached Xia Hozuan. Chapter 639. Boom. Zhu. Two completely different sounds exploded as Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan were blown back out at the same time. The powerful blast wave spread out, shattering the entire tunnel, and causing dust to spread everywhere. A bit of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, as Yi Chen was shocked. Even his protective Zhen Yuan layer with the amplification of the armor could not block out his opponent's void-shattering finger art. Not only that, the remaining finger power had even gone through the armor and reached his body. After being blocked out by the dragon bone defense layer, it had affected his internal organs, causing him to be slightly wounded. If I did not have the armor, this finger attack would have at least made my wounds a couple of times worse. I might even have been badly wounded. Yi Chen had finally realized how powerful Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art was. Even Bai Wuxue had to use all of his power to block it out. On the other hand, Xia Hozuan's wounds were even more severe than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's sword attack was unbelievably fast. Because of its extreme speed, it had cut open the space pattern, and his protective Zhenyuan layer before landing heavily on the top-rank armor. That tiny sword qi had traveled through the armor and wounded his internal organs and meridians. With the accumulation of the sword intent, it had even created invisible sword qi inside his body, cutting through his flesh and internal organs like small knives. Wah! Puking out a huge amount of blood, Xia Houzuan looked extremely messed up. He did not have that confidence and calmness that he had before. Although his aggressive aura was still there, it had become a bit crazy after his confidence had been damaged. Staring at Yi Chun with a murderous look, Xia Houzuan's body shook as he growled with a low voice. "Get the fuck out of here." Like a flash flood, a huge amount of gold light shot out of Xia Houzuan's body. One could only hear a continuous sizzling sound as tiny cut marks appeared on the walls of the tunnel. It was caused by the sword qi inside Xia Houzuan's body being blown out by the Zhenyuan. There was no way Yi Chun would give Xia Houzuan any chance to breathe. So he waved his long sword, and that gentle sword wind attacked towards Xia Houzuan again. Bastard! Bright sparks shot out of his chest as Xia Houzuan felt like his chest was about to be shattered. Both of his feet left the ground as he was blown away like an arrow. Eventually, he landed heavily on the wall in the corner, leaving a shallow human-shaped mark on it. Bits of powder started to fall down from the ceiling. Gold ripple. Like a shadow, Yi Chun followed right behind Xia Houzuan. He performed another ace attack, and that beautiful gold pattern spread out like the waves in the lake. It looked slow, but it was actually spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Creak. The sound of his armor twisting was heard as Xia Houzuan started to bleed from all over his body. Even his skin started to drip with blood, dyeing his whole body red. "You forced me to do this." Blood Emperor killing finger. Just like thousands of streams returning to their roots, all of the blood on Xia Houzuan's body quickly gathered at the tip of his index finger. The skin on his fingertip cracked open, and a red light with a destructive aura shot out. The power hidden in that blood had been sucked out completely as well. This finger was an extremely powerful secret art. It would deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. Shoo! That red light-like finger power was as fast as a flash of light, attacking right in front of Yi Chun within a second. Break. Performing his spirit sword attack, Yi Chun's sword attack landed on that red finger power. Ting. Something shocking happened. That indestructible thunder disaster sword suddenly bent like a fully drawn bow. In the next second, an extremely aggressive power traveled through the sword body and attacked onto Yi Chun's palm, corroding his dragon bone defense layer. Such an aggressive secret art. A stream of blood dripped down from the corner of Yi Chun's mouth like a snake. Shoo! Using that power, Yi Chun bounced back and landed on the ground. He could not help but take a couple of steps back, each step leaving a shallow footprint on the ground. "Yi Chun!" Morong Qingcheng called out softly. Yi Chun waved his hand. "I am fine." After saying that, he stared at Xia Houzuan and thought to himself, "It seems like I have still underestimated the top 5 young warriors. Even if they were forced into a desperate situation, they would still have an ace attack that could turn the situation around. Although using blood as a medium might be a bit too expensive, but in a life and death situation, who would care about that? So the other top 4 young warriors might also have some ace attacks that they would not use easily. He did not wound him badly. Xia Houzuan's skin had dried up quite a bit as he stared at Yi Chun with a shocked expression. This Blood Emperor killing finger attack was a secret art created by the previous Blood Emperor thousands of years ago. Once performed, 1/5 of the blood in the body would be evaporated, and the hidden energy would be extracted, forming an indestructible and corrosive finger power. Although 1/5 of the blood was quite shocking, Xia Houzuan had actually only lost 1/10 of it. It was not because he had some trick that could lower the requirement, but because that last sword attack of Yi Chun had shaken out all of the blood in his body. Once the blood left the body, it would not lose its energy for a while, which made it perfect for performing the Blood Emperor killing finger attack. It is that armor. A semi-extreme rank armor. Xia Houzuan's eyes moved around and soon landed on Yi Chun's protective Zhenyuan. A normal protective Zhenyuan would only be a layer of eggshell qi shield, and only a semi-extreme rank armor would be able to leave different patterns on it. Seeing this, he finally understood why Yi Chun's defense was this powerful. With a semi-extreme rank armor, his defense would at least double. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said with a hoarse voice. So it is because of that semi-extreme rank armor. Without it, you would not be able to last until now. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. To be honest, as one of the top 5 young warriors, you indeed have the power, but your character is not good at all. After losing, you would always find excuses. If you are such a sore loser, then don't walk out of the door. If you think that relying on your weapon is not an honorable win, then you can just take off that top rank armor on your body and throw away those gloves on your hands. It would be best if you do not use your secret arts, because the others might not have them. Relying on them would not be an honorable win either. Xia Hozuan, do you dare to do that? You. Xia Hozuan was speechless as his face turned blue. What a sharp tongue. But I, Xia Hozuan, have not lost yet. Let's see who can last longer. The wounds on his body had gotten worse. Xia Hozuan had lost almost 70% of his battling power, and that last Blood Emperor killing finger attack had made his wounds even worse. His skin had dried up, and if it were not for the fact that Sea of Souls realm warriors had extremely strong vitality, he might not even have the power to stand up. Ooh. Taking out a golden pellet from his storage ring, Xia Hozuan swallowed it without hesitation. Ah. His qi is increasing. Yi Chen frowned as he sensed that Xia Hozuan's qi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. Soon it had reached its peak, and had even surpassed it. He was even more powerful than before, and even more aggressive as if he was possessed by a god. Could it be a semi-extreme rank pellet? Yi Chen guessed as he held the handle of his Thunder Disaster sword tightly. That light wound had already been healed by his undying body, and it would not affect his battling power at all. Boom. That aggressive qi spread out, and the space outside of Xia Hozuan's body twisted slightly, turning into a golden color. He lifted up his eyes and looked at Yi Chen arrogantly. You have the semi-extreme rank armor, and I have the Blood Emperor Battle Spirit pellet. The victory will belong to me, Xia Hozuan. The Blood Emperor Battle Spirit pellet was not the semi-extreme rank pellet that Yi Chen had guessed. Instead, it was an extreme rank pellet that had lost part of its medicinal effect. Its value would not be lower than a semi-extreme rank armor. In terms of short-term effects, it would be even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank armor, since the pellet was a consumable item. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A red qi flow appeared on the surface of Xia Hozuan's body. The qi flow condensed together, eventually forming a blood-colored energy armor that covered his entire body. On top of the armor, golden strings spread out, covering his whole body, making him look like a killing machine. Boom. Stepping on the wall behind him, Xia Hozuan turned into a beam of blood-colored lightning, shooting right at Yi Chen as he threw out a finger attack. Yi Chen lifted up his Thunder Disaster sword and started to battle with Xia Hozuan. What a great pellet! Not only did it double his defense, but it also healed all of his wounds, increasing his battling power. Yi Chen was shocked. He had started to wonder if the pellet was a semi-extreme rank pellet. The legendary semi-extreme rank pellets should not have such powerful effects, being able to heal serious internal wounds in a short period of time, and increase one's defense. The two continued to battle in the tunnel, fighting in close combat. Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art was unstoppable in close combat, since it was way too fast. On the other hand, Yi Chen's spiritual sword was not weaker than Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art either. It was also fast, causing the two to be hit by each other from time to time. At this point in the battle, the two did not have any other thoughts except to beat each other completely. If there was a chance, they would kill each other. I would like to see how long you can last. With the protection of the blood-colored energy armor, Xia Hozuan only attacked without defending. He did not even need to use his ace attacks like Finger the Sky or Draw. Instead, he kept performing his Star Nuclear Finger and Void Shattering Finger, as well as his Falling Star Finger and Comet Finger, trying to burn out all of Yi Chen's Zhenyuan. Don't worry, it will not be me. The sword qi was blocked out by the blood-colored energy armor. Besides the initial shock, Yi Chen gradually calmed down. Each of his sword attacks landed on the same spot, trying to break through the surface. He did not believe that this blood-colored energy armor would be able to last forever. Pooh. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen did not seem to have heard it as he continued to battle with Xia Houzuan. With his undying body, he did not have to worry about it at all. Gradually, Xia Houzuan realized that something was wrong. Although he had only managed to wound Yi Chen a little bit each time, it would eventually turn into a serious injury. But looking at Yi Chen's battling condition, it was obvious that he was not affected at all. Instead, he seemed to be getting more and more powerful as the battle went on. Although he had the blood-colored energy armor, which could block out most of the power, he would still be shaken to death if it went on like this. The Blood Emperor Battle Spirit Pellet could only heal him completely, and the blood that he had lost would not be replenished immediately. It would take some time. Blood Emperor Killing Finger. Xia Houzuan looked extremely evil as he used up a quarter of his blood and pointed at Yi Chen's forehead. Thunder Devour. The two swords crossed as Yi Chen threw out a thunderball. It was slowly turning silver, which was a sign of his thunder profound improving. Chapter 640. Different elemental martial arts had a natural counter to each other. The Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack was a method to activate the blood energy, which represented the blood element itself. The blood element was related to the water element, and would always be countered by the fire or thunder element. Therefore, although the power of the Thunder Devour was not as powerful as the gold pattern and the spiritual sword, since it was a thunder element, its effect might be even more powerful. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as a circle of white smoke spread out in all directions, hitting onto the walls and making a sizzling sound like boiling water being poured onto the ground. It was obviously a gas similar to water vapor. In the center of the explosion, the blood-colored finger power was unstoppable. Although the silver thunderball had evaporated a part of the finger power, it had still been destroyed within one attack. The gap seems to be a bit too big. Even if the thunder element could counter the blood element, if the gap is too big, it would still be shattered. Yi Chen was not surprised by this result, since he did not expect the Thunder Devour to be able to block out the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack. If it did, then it would be a surprise, since this kind of secret art that consumed blood was not just a normal kind of power. Even mid-rank profound sense martial arts would not be able to compete with it. Therefore, his goal was only to cancel out the power of the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack. With the Thunder Devour, the following finger power would not be able to break through his defense. Just as he expected, the dimmed blood-colored finger power had broken through the thunder ball and landed heavily on the protective Zhenyuan layer. Once it had broken through, the color of the finger power dimmed even more. Eventually, it landed on the armor itself, but it did not have much power left, so it was easily cancelled out. No. I cannot perform the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack anymore. Xia Houzuan's face was extremely pale. Performing the Blood Emperor Killing Finger attack twice had used up 2/5 of his blood. Even if he was a Sea of Souls realm warrior, losing 2/5 of his blood would still not be a good thing. His body had never been this tired before, and his mind was a bit blurry as well. It was a sign that he had lost a lot of chi and blood. If it were not for the Blood Emperor Battle Spirit Pellet, he would not be able to fight anymore. Void Shattering Finger. Completely giving up on defense, Xia Houzuan threw out another Void Shattering Finger attack while fighting against Yi Chen. It landed on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan layer. Gold Pattern. Yi Chen had also given up on defense. The gold pattern spread out along the tip of his sword, attacking that blood-colored energy armor continuously. Puff. Creak. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood energy armor on Xia Houzuan's body started to twist and crack. Spiritual Sword Triple Slash. Right then, Yi Chen took a step forward. The Thunder Disaster sword in his hand swept across, sliced out, and stabbed out. 3 sword attacks landed on the injured spot of the blood energy armor. Although these 3 sword attacks were not as fast as the pure spirit sword attack, they were not that much slower. Xia Houzuan did not have the time to react at all, so he had to take on the combined power of the 3 sword attacks. Ka. Finally, a crack appeared on the blood energy armor, and that tiny sword chi poured in through the crack, damaging Xia Houzuan's body. Go. Xia Houzuan's scalp went numb. Every time, Yi Chen's wounds were obviously more serious than his, but he seemed to be fine. Although he did not know what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves, He did not want to continue like this, since the power of the pellet was limited. Once it ran out, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With the power of that attack, Xiaohozuan's body twisted in the air, turning into a beam of blood-colored light and shooting out. He said, "Yi-chun, the next time we meet, I will make you pay back twice as much." Being defeated by Yi-chun was a shame that he would never be able to wash away. Right then, the wounds on his body were no longer important, as his mind was being tortured. He could not imagine what kind of embarrassing situation it would be when people found out that he had been defeated by Yi-chun. He could already see countless people laughing at him, mocking him, thinking that he did not deserve to be one of the top 5 young warriors. Yi-chun, biting his lips, Xiaohozuan's face was full of hatred. That extreme unwillingness made Xiaohozuan run even faster. He knew that as long as there was life, there would always be hope. So fast. 5 beams of sword light appeared outside of his body as Yi-chun followed right behind Xiaohozuan. It was not that he had not thought about asking the dream-eating wolf to come out and help him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In a one-on-one battle of martial geniuses, he did not want to use the dream-eating wolf to beat his opponent, since it would be pointless. Plus, the dream-eating wolf's power to create dreams was not limitless. It would be fine for people like Lin Tian, but for martial geniuses like Bai Minghui and De Guju, it would be a bit more difficult. And for the top 5 young warriors, the effect would be almost negligible. Zhu. A void-shattering finger power shot out from the sky, and Yi-chun waved his sword to block it out. His body was blown backward, increasing the distance between him and Xiaohozuan. Without continuing to chase, Yi-chun put his sword back into its scabbard. There should only be one Blood Emperor Battle Spirit pellet. This time, he has used up one of his ace attacks, so it should be enough. But this pellet is indeed powerful. It has not only completely healed Xiaohozuan's wounds, but it has also formed an indestructible blood energy armor outside of his body. Yi-chun could not be clearer about the power of the spirit sword. Using the spirit sword as the base, the 3 consecutive attacks could only leave a crack on the blood energy armor. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this armor's defense was. It was definitely more powerful than a semi-extreme rank defensive item. Looking at where Xiaohozuan had disappeared, Yi-chun went back the way he came. Thousands of meters away in the maze tunnel, Xiaohozuan stopped his body with a pale face. Phew. Phew. Damn. I have lost to him. Xiaohozuan still could not believe that he had lost to Yi-chun. It was the biggest blow to him. No, there are still 7 months until the next master-level warrior ranking. During this period of time, I have to try my best to increase my power. Otherwise, what Xiaohozuan wanted to say was that he might not be able to keep his status as one of the top 5 young warriors. Once his status was taken away, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world, and he would become a stepping stone for Yi-chun. He would not allow that to happen. 7 months. It is enough. Xiaohozuan was desperate to increase his power. Before, his status as one of the top 5 young warriors had made him relax a little. Right now it was too late for regrets. Within these 7 months, he had to get a semi-extreme rank defensive item, since he only had 1 Blood Emperor pellet. Besides that, he would have to increase his profound sense martial arts to the next level as well, especially his void-shattering finger art. Chapter 641. The 90% completed void-shattering finger art and the completed void-shattering finger art are worlds apart. The power would be at least twice as powerful. As long as I can train this void-shattering finger art to completion, even Bai Wuxiue and the rest would lose to me. It is just a mere Yi-chun. With that thought in mind, Xiaohozuan felt a lot more relaxed. Before, he had lost his cool because he had not expected to lose to Yi-chun. Therefore, he could not wait to beat Yi-chun, making Yi-chun his number 1 enemy. But now he felt that it was a bit funny. Yi-chun indeed needed to be beaten, but his number 1 enemy was still not him, but Bai Wuxiue and the rest. Returning to Murong Qingqing's side, Yi-chun said regretfully, "He got away. As long as we are fine." Murong Qingqing's face was very pale, looking like a fragile piece of porcelain. Seeing Yi-chun, she let out a breath. Xiaohozuan was way too powerful, and he had so many ace attacks. Although Yi-chun could beat him, but if he was pushed into a corner, Perhaps he would die together with Yi Chen. How are you now? Yi Chen grabbed Morong Qingqing's hand. Her hand was so soft and smooth that it looked like there were no bones in it. It was just that before, it always had some warmth, but now it felt cold. Pushing his soul power in, Yi Chen realized that Morong Qingqing's meridians were messed up, and some of them were even broken. Morong Qingqing took out one of her hands and used a handkerchief to wipe away the blood on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. You do not need to worry about me. Although the demon power essence is very powerful, it comes from the same source as my demon power after all. It will not cause any irreversible internal injuries, and I should be able to recover after some time. You, on the other hand, have been hit by Xia Hozuan's void-shattering finger art so many times. Yi Chen laughed. I forgot to tell you, but I have already trained the undying body, so this kind of injury will be healed soon. Undying body? Morong Qingqing was flabbergasted. She knew that Yi Chen had obtained the undying body secret art, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen had already successfully cultivated it. It should be known that the undying body secret art was a domain that only life and death kings could touch upon. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to cultivate, second only to life and death realm. Being able to cultivate the undying body in advance will certainly be helpful in entering life and death realm. Have you made any progress? Some time ago, Yi Chen had already handed over the undying body secret art to Morong Qingqing, hoping that she could cultivate the undying body in advance, just like him. In that case, she would be much safer in a duel, and it might even help her in attacking life and death realm in the future. Morong Qingqing shook her head. Perhaps it's because I'm not suited for this undying body secret art. Demon race and human race are not the same race after all. So the method of cultivating the undying body should be different as well. That's true. Yi Chen felt that it was a pity. Morong Qingqing could sense Yi Chen's care, so she tightened her grip on his hand and leaned her head on his shoulder. The combination of the two seemed to be a bit sudden, but only they knew that it was a natural result. It was as if there was a red string that had brought them together. Inside the tunnel, the blue flame line flashed at a high speed. Once it realized that there was someone in front of it, the blue flame line suddenly dropped down and condensed into a human figure. It was Yan Fengfeng. You too. Yan Fengfeng revealed a faint smile. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing separated from each other, but their hands were still holding each other's. Sister Yan, did you get any treasures? Yan Fengfeng shrugged. Treasures are not that easy to get. But I did not have much hope, since I had already gotten a semi-extreme rank armor out there. You two, on the other hand, are quite comfortable hiding here and kissing each other? Did I disturb you? Yi Chen said helplessly. We are not that free. We had just beaten away Xia Hozuan, and Morong was wounded badly as well. Beat away Xia Hozuan? It was only then that Yan Fengfeng realized that the tunnel looked like it had been hit by a meteor. There were holes everywhere, and Morong Qingqing's face was extremely pale as well. It was indeed the aftermath of a huge battle. She was shocked at Yi Chen's battling power. She knew quite a bit about his power. Although she had not suffered much inside the valley, but Yi Chen had not used all of his power either. If he had used all of his power, she would not have been able to escape in one piece. But since Yi Chen was able to beat away Xia Hozuan, he had obviously wounded him a little. Otherwise, with his prideful attitude, he would not have been able to leave in such a bad shape. The palace will only exist for 3 days. Then, I will not disturb you anymore. Inside the maze tunnel, it would not be a good thing to have too many people. If they ran into a great weapon, they would not be able to handle it, since there would not be 3 of them. Being able to get one would already be very lucky. Alright, you be careful. Yi Chen nodded. After separating from Yan Fengfeng, Yi Chen did not rush to look for treasures. In fact, after getting the armor, he had nothing else to ask for. 3 days passed quickly, and everyone was transported out of the palace. Soon, the massive palace disappeared from everyone's sight. From everyone's regretful expression, it was easy to tell that most of them had come out empty-handed. Only a small portion of them had gotten some weapons. As for whether they were demi-extreme rank weapons or not, it would be hard to tell. After all, no one would purposely reveal that they had gotten a demi-extreme rank weapon, just to show off. After all, it would be like telling everyone that they were a piece of fat meat. Ha! Xia Hozuan glanced at Yi Chun with a cold look before turning into a beam of gold light and shooting into the distance, which confused everyone else. Among the top 5 young warriors, Bai Wuxue and Lu Xiaoyu seemed to be thinking about something. They had glanced at Xia Hozuan just then, and although he was not wounded, his chi had weakened a lot, which was very unusual. What was even more unusual was that Xia Hozuan seemed to be very hostile toward Yi Chun. Taking back his sight, Bai Wuxue said with a light voice, "Our position as the top 5 young warriors is starting to get unstable. I have a very strong feeling about this." Lu Xiaoyu touched his sword handle and said coldly, "The position is given by oneself, and no one can take it away from you. Since when did you, Bai Wuxue, start to say such depressing things?" Bai Wuxue chuckled but did not say anything. On the other side, Yi Chun did not care about Xia Hozuan's sneer before he left. For him, this kind of hostility was meaningless. What he wanted to do was to beat him every time he came, to make him give up completely. Although it was cruel, there was no other way. If he did not want to lose, then he would have to make him lose. "Let's go." Yi Chun said goodbye to Yan Fengfeng before flying toward the east with Murong Qingcheng. In the next half a month, besides Xia Hozuan who had left the 4th level world first, the rest of them were all trying their best to find weapons. This kind of opportunity did not come often, and it would only happen once a year. If they wanted to use it once, they would have to wait for 4 years. Boom, 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 boom. Inside the massive basin, Yi Chun was battling with a treasure chi life form. It was only 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall, and its body was like a perfect diamond, without a single flaw. As it moved, that rich treasure chi turned into a sky-tearing light column, attacking toward Yi Chun. Thunder Devour. Yi Chun waved his hand, and a silver lightning appeared on his Thunder Disaster Sword. It was bound together and did not spread out, instead seeming to form into a ball shape. After battling with Xia Hozuan, Yi Chun had a vague understanding of the Thunder Profound, and he started to use one sword to perform the Thunder Devour. But obviously, one sword would not be as good as 2 swords, which could easily perform the Thunder Devour, but one sword would have a hard time. Within 10 times, he had only managed to form half a Thunder Ball once. But what surprised Yi Chun was that even though he had only formed half a Thunder Ball, its power was already equivalent to the Thunder Devour performed with 2 swords. It was not hard to imagine that once he performed the perfect Thunder Devour with 1 sword, its power would be way beyond that of 2 swords. With a height of 1 meter and 70 centimeters, the treasure chi life form was very powerful. It might not be any weaker than Xia Hozuan, who had used all of his ace attacks. It would be perfect for training. Of course, only Yi Chun would dare to use this life form as a training target. If it were anyone else, even the top 5 young warriors, they would not dare to do so, because they did not have an immortal body. After a long battle, they would eventually get wounded, and the wounds would accumulate into serious wounds. If the serious wounds accumulated, then death would be the only outcome for them. On the other hand, the treasure chi life form would not die unless it was mortally wounded, since it could train all of the natural chi in the world to repair itself. On the other side, Murong Qingqing sat on a huge rock with her legs crossed. She was adjusting her breathing while watching Yi Chun train. She was not surprised at all that he was doing. She only smiled gently, because she knew that her boyfriend was very powerful. His potential seemed to be endless. He was obviously a human, but he was like a monster. In the near future, he might become the Sword King, or the #1 Sword Emperor. Perhaps, the Sword Emperor was not even his ultimate goal. As for her before, she did not have much ambition. But after spending some time with Yi Chun, she understood that it would be impossible to have no ambition. It would not be long before Yi Chun would leave her far behind and reach another level. Therefore, if she wanted to be with him, she would have to follow his footsteps and grow stronger together. Boom. The ground shook. Yi Chun threw out a sword attack toward that life form that was still trying to move. This sword attack had formed into half a silver thunder ball, which landed heavily on the life form's chest. It was like a crazy thunder attack had hit its body. The treasure chi outside of the life form's body started to shatter, and its body started to dim. Triple chop. With the spiritual sword as the lead, Yi Chen's 3 sword attacks landed on the life form's head. Swoosh! A head flew into the air. Huff! Breathing heavily, Yi Chen thought to himself, unfortunately, there is no Yuan Qi in this place. If I continue to fight, my Zhen Yuan will be completely used up. I can only shatter it. Otherwise, my Thunder Devour should be able to reach the next level. Using one sword to perform the Thunder Devour, Yi Chen could already form half a Thunder Ball. Compared to the beginning, he had improved a lot. In a flash, half a month had passed, and the 4th floor was about to close. Whether it was the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, or the 2nd floor, all of the young geniuses went down to the next floor. If they did not leave, they would be locked in there for 11 months, and it would only open next year. Only the 1st floor was open all year round, so there was no need to worry about time. Outside the tower, a large number of people poured out. Haha, this trip was not in vain. I got 2 top-rank weapons. It seems like this year is my lucky year. My luck is not bad either. I got a top-rank long whip. Whip weapons were very rare. Although top-rank long whips were not as powerful as demi-extreme rank weapons, their rarity was not that low, since whips were special weapons after all. You guys are lucky this time. In the 3rd floor, someone got a whole set of top-rank weapons. What? A whole set of top-rank weapons? That is even more precious than normal demi-extreme rank weapons. It can increase both defense and attack. Why would we lie to you? It is her. One of them pointed at Jing Aoshuan. Should we rob it? Some of them looked unfriendly. I suggest you guys give up on that idea. She seems to know Yi Chen. Just as they were about to make their move, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing came out. The 2 flew toward Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan. Seeing this, one of them reminded everyone. Cold sweat poured out of them as they secretly felt lucky. Chapter 642. Yi Chen Morong Qingqing. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan had sensed Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing approaching, so they turned around at the same time. Yi Chen laughed. You guys have also come to the Treasure Holy Tower? Li Xiaoyan said. Once a year. How could we not come? Unfortunately, we did not gain much, and only got a normal top-rank weapon. In fact, most of the young geniuses who entered the Holy Treasure Tower had some harvest, but there were also many young geniuses who died inside. Some died naturally, some were killed by other young geniuses, and their treasures would naturally be left inside the Holy Treasure Tower. After being nourished by the treasure qi, some of the high-grade treasures might even become top high-grade treasures, continuously replenishing the Holy Treasure Tower. This was also why the number of treasures inside the Holy Treasure Tower had never decreased, maintaining a balance. You and Morong Qingqing must have gained quite a lot, right? Li Xiaoyan said. Yi Chen said. Our luck was not bad. We both got a semi-extreme rank weapon. Whether it was inside or outside, Yi Chen did not need to hide his gains. Only those who were not powerful enough would do so. Just like how he had sensed earlier, there were a couple of people who had bad intentions towards Jing Aoshuan. They thought that Jing Aoshuan did not have enough power, and that they could rob Jing Aoshuan's gains. TSK, you guys are just as lucky as Jing Aoshuan. She also got a whole set of top-rank weapons. Li Xiaoyan forced a smile as he shook his head. Oh, congratulations then. Yi Chen knew that with a whole set of top-rank weapons, Jing Aoshuan's power would increase by at least 1 level. Even among the master-level warriors, she would be one of the powerful ones, and would be able to catch up with Lin Ku and Hai Wuya. Jing Aoshuan said. Only with strength can you protect your own things. As she spoke, she glanced at the group of people who had just left and said, Thank you. She knew that Yi Chen had purposely come to find them to warn those who harbored ill intentions. Without Yi Chen's deterrence, they were likely to be ambushed along the way. Morong Qingqing said, We are also going back to the southern sector. Why don't you come with us? She had been wounded quite badly, and would need a long time to recover. Plus, she felt that it was not just that group of people who had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan. A couple of unfamiliar top young warriors had their eyes on Jing Aoshuan as well. It should be known that a whole set of top-rank items was worth more than a normal semi-extreme rank item. It was impossible for it not to attract people's attention. All right then. Jing Aoshuan nodded. She knew that now was not the time to show off. Only when she returned to the Thunder Territory's Thunder Capital would she truly be safe. Ice Pavilion, Mysterious Ice Cliff. A human shadow was walking towards the entrance of the cave on top of the cliff. It was a man with green hair, wearing a green leather armor. He looked very handsome and determined. It was indeed Duan Lingyao from the Ice Spirit Martial School, who had lost an arm to Yi Chen before. Right then, both of Duan Lingyao's arms were perfectly fine, as if they had been reattached by someone with a secret art. However, judging from the frequency of his right arm swinging, it was obviously a bit uncoordinated. Soon, Duan Lingyao arrived at the entrance of the cave. "Second uncle," Duan Lingyao said with a loud voice. "Come in." A cold voice came from inside the cave. Hearing him, Duan Lingyao walked into the cave. It was very spacious, and the environment inside was very simple. The walls and the ground were covered with thick ice layers. There was an ice platform in the middle of the cave, where a middle-aged man with white hair was sitting with his legs crossed, looking very cold. "What is it?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a gentle look flashing through his face. Duan Lingyao kneeled on the ground suddenly. "Second uncle, please help me. I cannot take it anymore." "What is going on? Just say it." The middle-aged man was shocked. He flashed his body and held Duan Lingyao up. He was Duan Lingyao's biological second uncle, named Duan Binghe. Duan Lingyao's father was Duan Binghe's big brother, but he had died a long time ago. Duan Binghe, who did not have any children, had been taking good care of Duan Lingyao, treating him like his own son. Duan Lingyao reached out his right arm. "Second uncle, look." Duan Binghe looked at Duan Lingyao's right arm and realized that there were a lot of blocked meridians in his right arm. It was soft, and the qi and blood were not coordinated. At the base of the right arm, there was a light blood-colored mark that caught Duan Binghe's attention. If he was not wrong, Duan Lingyao's right arm had been cut off before. Although it had been reattached, without some rare and precious medicines, this right arm would be useless. It could only be used for some simple physical work, and definitely not for battling. "Who cut off your right arm?" Duan Binghe yelled angrily. He had been in closed-door training all year round. Normally, no one would come and disturb him unless something happened. This closed-door training had lasted for about 1 to 2 years. Duan Lingyao said. "It was Yi Chen." Duan Lingyao told Duan Binghe all the information about Yi Chen. "Ha, such a vicious brat. It was just a training session, and he cut off one of your arms. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Duan Binghe was very dissatisfied. Duan Lingyao was his nephew. If he had known about this, he would have cut off one of Yi Chen's arms for an eye for an eye. Duan Lingyao forced a smile and told him about the Ice Pavilion hiring assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. In the beginning, Duan Lingyao also thought that the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion would definitely be able to kill Yi Chen and capture Morong Qingcheng. However, after all the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had been wiped out, he knew that no assassins in the whole continent could kill Yi Chen anymore. After all, the assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion only had one chance to kill their target, and they couldn't keep on doing it. Apart from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, it was almost impossible to find an assassin who could kill Yi Chen. From the assassins who had set up the barriers, he knew that Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng were not afraid of assassination. If they wanted to kill him, it would be better to fight openly, which would increase their chances. After that, it was not that the Ice Pavilion had not thought of other ways, but Yi Chen had improved too fast. Every time they thought of a plan, they would get the news that Yi Chen's power had increased drastically, which made the original plan completely useless. As time went on, the Ice Pavilion had given up on killing Yi Chen, since they did not have any half-step king warriors, and they did not have any master-level warriors who were very close to it. If they wanted to kill Yi Chen, they could not just go out and kill him, which would not only break the rules, but also make the Ice Pavilion infamous. As for Life and Death Realm warriors, it would be even more impossible. If people below the Life and Death Realm had not offended them, then Life and Death Realm warriors would not be able to kill them easily. Plus, Yi Chen had a powerful background. If they dared to touch a Life and Death Realm warrior, then the Dragon King would have a reason to attack the Ice Pavilion when he came out. Then, it would still be the Ice Pavilion that would suffer. Plus, Xianhou also thought highly of Yi Chen, which could be seen from the relationship between Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen. Therefore, the leader of the ice pavilion would not be willing to deal with Yi Chen. One Duanlingya would not be worth it for him to do so. Since the ice pavilion was a rank 5 martial institution, there were a lot of young martial geniuses, and there were even 1 or 2 young martial geniuses who were only slightly weaker than Duanlingya. Losing 1 Duanlingya would not be a big deal for the ice pavilion. After knowing the attitude of the ice pavilion, Duanlingya was completely disappointed. He thought of his second uncle, Duanbinghe, the left guard of the ice pavilion, ranked 31st in the master-level warrior ranking. His ice profound martial arts were very powerful, and some of Duanlingya's profound martial arts were learned from him. With Duanbinghe, Duanlingya did not think that Yi Chen would be able to do anything. He did not want him to die. He only wanted him to be like him, with only one right arm broken. An eye for an eye. Perfect. My Zhenyuan has been accumulated to a limit, and I will not be able to increase it in a short period of time. So, I will go with you to meet that Yi Chen guy. From peak level late seas of Soul's Realm to half-step king warrior, one would need to accumulate a lot of Zhenyuan. Plus, because of the body's endurance, it would not be done in a short period of time. Duanbinghe was still very far away from half-step king warrior, and only his Zhenyuan was richer than normal peak level late seas of Soul's Realm warriors. It was also the reason why he was ranked 31st in the master level warrior ranking. Thank you, second uncle. Duanlingya was overjoyed. Duanbinghe laughed. Since when did you learn to be polite with me? I am your second uncle. You have been bullied, so of course, I will stand up for you. Plus, you are the number 1 martial genius of our Duan family in hundreds of years. Losing your right arm would definitely affect your progress. I will make him pay. He had already planned to make Yi Chen pay the same price first, and then try his best to find a great medicine for Duanlingya's right arm. Although it was very precious, it was not impossible to find. It would just take a bit of time. Let's go take a rest. After flying on the puppet for a week, Yi Chen did not really care about it, but Morong Qingqing was wounded quite badly, and had almost lost all of her battling power. Rushing like this would definitely affect her a bit. Li Xiaoyan said, "There is a town down there. Let's go there and rest." The town was called the Ancient Cloud Town. Although it was called a town, it actually had a lot of people, at least 100,000. It was located at the edge of a huge mountain range, and there were a lot of warriors coming and going. The 5 of them jumped off the flying puppet and landed on the flat ground outside of the town. Entering the town, they could see warriors selling beast pellets and materials everywhere. There were also some shops selling pellets and weapons on the side of the street. It looked very prosperous. They are the most important part of the warrior world. Li Xiaoyan said emotionally. Yi Chen nodded. There were billions of people in this true spirit continent, and there were at least tens of billions of warriors above the condensing reality realm. Without these normal warriors, there would be no way to maintain the normal development of the warrior world. If it were not for him, the Yi Chen in this world would probably only be a normal warrior in the warrior world. If he was lucky, he might be able to live to a natural death, but if he was unlucky, he might be killed at any moment. The biggest restaurant in the ancient cloud town was in the center of the town. The 5 of them walked over. "Dear guests, please go to the 3rd floor." The waiter bowed as he led the way. Arriving at the 3rd floor, the 5 of them chose a table near the window and sat down. In the next room, Duanlingya said, "Second uncle, they are here. He is Yi Chen. So young." Duanbinghe released his soul power without holding back, covering the whole restaurant. "Someone is watching us." Morong Qingqing and the other 3 frowned. Yi Chen had already noticed Duanlingya. He said lightly, "Since we are already here, we might as well go with the flow. Let's see what they are going to do." Pap, pap. Footsteps were heard, and 2 human figures walked out of the room. "You are Yi Chen?" A light white chi flow came out of Duanbinghe's body. It was like crystal and silk. If observed carefully, one could see that every trace of white chi flow was reflecting the surroundings, giving people a very sharp feeling. It was a technique of turning Zhenyuan into silk. Jing Aoshuan reminded, "He is Duanbinghe, the left keeper of the ice pavilion, ranked 31st in the master level warrior ranking." Be careful. They did not know how powerful Yi Chun was yet, but judging from the ranking, it was necessary for Yi Chun to be careful. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Chun said, I don't want to hurt you. You should go. Chapter 643. Yi Chun didn't want to have a bad relationship with the ice pavilion. That was why he had only cut off Duan Lingya's right arm. With the power of a rank 5 martial institution, they would definitely have a way to put it back. As for whether or not Duan Lingya could recover to his peak condition, it was not something he should worry about. Duan Binghe was the left enforcer of the ice pavilion, a top warrior of the ice pavilion. If Yi Chun killed him, it would definitely raise the anger of the ice pavilion. However, the premise was that they would not be too aggressive. Otherwise, even if Yi Chun didn't kill them, they would at least make them enjoy the same treatment as Duan Lingya. There were not many high-level warriors in the restaurant, but it did not mean that they were ignorant. They had heard about Duan Binghe and Yi Chun. One was called the Cold Master by the world, ranked 31st in the Master Warriors ranking list, while the other was a peerless genius, ranked 48th in the Master Warriors ranking list. It could be said that they were against each other. Hearing Yi Chun say that he did not want to hurt Duan Binghe, they were all shocked. They could not help but look at Duan Binghe, wanting to see his reaction. You do not want to hurt me? Duan Binghe pulled out a cold smile. Young man, do not be too arrogant, and do not bite off more than you can chew. This time, I am not here to kill you. I am here to cut off your right arm. I advise you to accept the reality, and not to struggle for nothing. Cutting off my right arm? Are you planning to take revenge for Duan Lingya? Yi Chun squinted his eyes. Don't you think it is too cruel to cut off someone else's arm in a martial competition? I am here to teach you how to be a man. Duan Binghe's palm was covered in a layer of ice crystals. The structure of the ice crystals was different from normal ice crystals. It was harder, like a diamond. Yi Chun glanced at Duan Lingya. What if I say that it was Duan Lingya's fault, and that the battle between us was not a martial competition? What do you think? Duan Binghe did not listen to Yi Chun's explanation at all. He said, save your breath. This time, I am here to cut off your arm. As for whether it is my nephew's fault or not, it is up to me to decide. Upon hearing that, Yi Chun chuckled softly. If Duan Binghe was provoked by Duan Lingya, then he would only wound him at most, and would not do anything to him. However, it was obvious that whether or not Duan Lingya provoked Duan Binghe, he was prepared to cut off one of his arms anyway. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to be a nice person anymore. Since that's the case, make your move. Yi Chun put down the teacup. Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourself for not knowing when to stop. Duan Binghe's body flashed. His ice crystal hand tore through the space, turning into a blurry shadow as it attacked towards Yi Chun. Wherever the ice crystal hand went, the water yuan qi in the air froze into tiny ice crystals, scattering everywhere. If Duan Binghe had not controlled it on purpose, the entire restaurant would have been frozen within a second. Of course, although the attacking range of the ice crystal hand had been reduced by a lot, the explosive power was much stronger. There was no such thing as holding back. Clang. Yi Chun was still sitting on the chair. He took out his gold sword and casually waved it. A thin gold mark flashed in the air for 1/100th of a blink of an eye. The next second, Duan Binghe's right arm was separated from his body. His right arm, which was covered in ice crystals, flew out of the window and landed on the plaza in the middle of the restaurant. That huge plaza twisted a little bit, and was instantly covered by a thick layer of frost. The frost spread everywhere, and the ancient cloud town was filled with screams and screams. What? Duan Lingya, who was gloating, had his mouth wide open. He could not believe his own eyes. My right arm is broken? Duan Binghe looked at the gold sword in Yi Chun's hand, and then at where his right arm used to be. He mumbled to himself, as if he had not realized what had happened yet. No, my right arm. Screaming out loud, Duan Binghe looked crazy. He had said that he was going to cut off Yi Chun's right arm, but it turned out to be him. The extreme contrast had almost made him break down. It was like a powerful warrior saying that he was going to teach a young warrior a lesson, but he ended up being taught a lesson by the young warrior. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said casually. I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. You were so unreasonable that you wanted to cut off my right arm. Of course, I would not be merciful. Luckily, you did not say that you were going to kill me. Otherwise, you would not have just lost your right arm, but your life. Duanlingya, take your uncle and leave. I do not want to see you in the next 10 breaths. Yi Chen looked at Duanlingya, his killing intent spreading out. Duanlingya wanted to say something harsh, but looking at Yi Chen's eyes, he could not help but shiver. He knew very well that if he dared to say one more word, he would definitely be killed. Holding Duanbinghe up, Duanlingya flew out with a pale face. Before he left, he made a grabbing gesture with his hand, and the right arm that was covered in ice appeared in his hand. He then brought Duanbinghe and disappeared into the horizon without a trace. It seems like I have underestimated you. Li Xiaoyan gasped. Duanbinghe from the Cold Martial School, who was ranked 31st on the Master-level warrior ranking, was not able to handle one sword attack from Yi Chen, and lost his right arm with just one sword attack. If he was not shocked, then he must have a mental problem. Li Xiaoyan's girlfriend, Yu Xian, felt her body going numb as well. She came from the underground world, and majored in mind power. Her observation ability was twice as powerful as Li Xiaoyun's. However, just now, when Yi Chen threw out that sword attack, she felt like she was blinded for a second, and her mind power caught nothing. Needless to say, Jing Aoshuan was also shocked. Even Morong Qingqing was very emotional. Yi Chen's spiritual sword had become even faster. It was 10% faster than when he was in the Morong family, and 5% faster than when he was battling with Xia Hozuan. But it was not a small difference, as it meant victory. After resting for a night in the ancient Cloud Town's restaurant, the five continued their journey the next morning. The leader of the top 9 martial schools, inside the Surreal Martial School. Zun, you have to go to the altar to train the space profound. It was the headmaster of the Surreal Martial School, an elder in yellow robes. Headmaster, I have made up my mind, Xia Hozuan said with respect. Being able to become the headmaster of the school, the elder in yellow was not a normal master-level warrior. He was a half-step king warrior, and his power was at least a couple of times more powerful than Xia Hozuan's. The elder in yellow could tell that Xia Hozuan had been through something out there, which was why he could not wait to make a breakthrough. He reminded him, although you have trained the space profound on the altar before, it was only for a short time. This time, you will be training for a long time, and it will be quite dangerous. The surreal space is colorless and odorless, and there is no sense of anything. Without a powerful will, it will be easy for you to get lost in there. If I cannot even handle this kind of difficulty, then I do not deserve to be the head disciple of the Surreal Martial School, Xia Hozuan said with determination. All right, you go then. Be careful. Headmaster, I will go now. Xia Hozuan took a step into the portal, disappearing without a trace. In the middle of the surreal space, there was a white gold altar with 6 pillars standing on its edge. Each of them was shining with a pure light, protecting the altar inside. This white gold altar was very similar to the undying altar in the underground world, except for the color. Shoo! A human figure suddenly appeared on the altar. It was indeed Xia Hozuan. Sitting in the middle of the altar, Xia Hozuan could feel that he had been separated from the outside world. In here, he could not feel anything, and all he could see was nothingness. If he stayed in this kind of environment for a long time, it would be very easy for him to get lost in there. This time, if I do not train my void-shattering finger art to completion, I will not get out. From 90% to 100%, the difficulty of the breakthrough was no less than learning the space profound. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But of course, once it was done, the increase in battling power would not be just a little bit, but more than double. Without realizing it, 1 month had passed. On top of the Cloud Mist Mountain, Yi Chen was training his sword art. Yi Chen's sword art was very fast, so fast that it was countless times faster than the wind on the mountain top. With each sword attack, one could not even see the sword shadow, only leaving behind a thin mark. Because of the speed of the sword, before those marks disappeared completely, there would be new ones appearing, which made the marks around Yi Chen get more and more densely packed. It was like a ball that had wrapped Yi Chen inside. On top of a mountain dozens of miles away from the Cloud Mist Mountain, Long Bai and the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, stood together. He has improved so fast. Long Bai sighed. Mo Feng said, I will go test him. Mo Feng's weapon was also a sword, a white one. His body flashed once, and dozens of miles of distance disappeared within a second. Mo Feng arrived above Yi Chen's head and threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was extremely sharp, and the sword light was like a long white dragon that fell from the sky. The intense white light shone out in all directions. Good timing. Yi Chen already knew that Long Bai and Mo Feng were watching him train, so he was not surprised at all. His step art changed as he threw out a sword attack. Boom. The space shook, and the space between the two started to twist. All right. Take this. White Dragon 4 movement. Mo Feng's body moved around, traveling around Yi Chen. The white longsword in his hand was as fast as white lightning, attacking towards Yi Chen again and again. Yi Chen's body did not move, but he easily blocked out the incoming sword light. At the critical moment, he threw out a fierce counterattack, forcing Mo Feng to back out. Such a fast sword. Mo Feng frowned slightly. As the leader of the White Dragon Palace, he was more powerful than the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. In fact, among the 5 palaces, the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Zhang Jingguang, was the weakest. The powerful ones would not be able to be the leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. And Mo Feng's power was at least the second among the other 4 palace leaders. The only one who was more powerful than him would be the leader of the Azure Dragon Palace. Tornado Cloud Attack. Mo Feng performed his most powerful ace attack. He knew that he would not be able to hurt Yi Chen, so he did not care at all. Oh! As soon as he slashed out, the sword light condensed into a white dragon, which roared towards the sky. It was an extremely profound Zhen Yuan transformation, which already contained part of the essence of a dragon. It was no longer just a simple transformation. The white dragon circled in the air, bringing with it a berserk cloud chi as it ferociously attacked Yi Chen. Its speed could no longer be seen by the naked eye, and one could only see a white light flash by. Thunder Devour. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack as well. Silver lightning flowed along the body of the sword. When it reached the tip of the sword, it naturally gathered together and formed into a thunder ball. The thunder ball was not perfect, as it was missing a small piece, which caused some of the power to leak out. But compared to a month ago, the Thunder Devour right now gave people a feeling that it could destroy everything. It was as if the thunder had descended to the world, destroying all the filth in the world. Boom! The thunderball and the white dragon clashed together, creating a shockwave that spread out in all directions. If it were not for the two's control, everything within dozens of miles would have been destroyed. Pap! The thunderball was too powerful. The white dragon looked like it was being devoured by the thunder. It started to crack inch by inch, unable to stop the thunderball at all. After destroying the white dragon, the thunderball exploded and blew Mo Feng away. Entry completion of Thunder Profound. Mo Feng was shocked. He could tell that Yi Chen had controlled his power on purpose. Otherwise, that sword attack would have wounded him badly or even killed him. Chapter 644. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Mo Feng flashed once and flew over. I did not expect you to have trained your Thunder Profound to the entry level. In this whole world, there would not be many master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors who could beat you. Profound Sense was different from martial arts. Although martial arts could be divided into entry level, completion level, and completion level, they were all about the mastery of techniques and profound sense. However, profound sense was very simple and pure. It was about the understanding of the element. 1 would be 1, and 2 would be 2. Combined with techniques, it would form a martial art. In other words, profound sense was the foundation of profound sense martial arts. Without a high level of profound sense, the martial arts created would not be that powerful. It was just like building the foundation of a building. Without a good foundation, the building would be greatly affected, and it would be impossible to build it well. Training profound sense to the entry level was already very powerful. As for the completion level, even a lot of life and death realm warriors would not be able to reach it. The completion level would be the limit of the profound sense, which meant that one of the elements had already reached the end. Then it would be the natural law. Yi Chen chuckled and said casually, "As far as I know, there is already one warrior who has trained his profound sense to the entry level. Right now there might be more." When Bai Wuxue and Xia Hozuan battled, Bai Wuxue's wood profound had already reached the entry level. That life shield and life spear were both based on the wood profound, with the life profound as support. Their defensive and attacking power were both very shocking. After half a year, Bai Wuxue should have made it even further. Mo Feng was not that old. Even a couple of years younger than Long Bai. He sighed. Within 10 years there will be a life and death realm warrior in your generation. Perhaps even earlier. Although he had been living in the South Ridra martial school for a long time, he was still very well informed. Some of the martial geniuses' improvements were simply unimaginable. One change in a couple of months had formed a healthy competition. Long Bai flew over. "Yi Chen, you have grown to this level in just a couple of years. It is beyond all of our expectations." Long Bai thought to herself. Yi Chen said, "Many thanks to sect leader Long and hall leader Mo for protecting the Yi family. If Dragon God Celestial Palace has any difficulties in the future, Yi Chen will not shirk his duty." Without Long Bai and Mo Feng, Yi Chen would definitely be worried about the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School, and would not be able to concentrate on training. In other words, although the Dragon God Celestial Palace did not reward him directly, it was nothing compared to protecting the Yi family. Mo Feng said, "What you have today is all because of your own hard work. Although we can protect the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School, if you don't work hard enough or have no talent, everything would be for naught. However, right now the Dragon God Celestial Palace is indeed in trouble." "Oh, what difficulties?" Yi Chen was a little surprised. A worried expression appeared on Long Bai's face as she said, "You should know that this is my great-grandfather's second closed-door training. The first time he came out after a year. This time, it's been almost 2 years. The forces in the eastern shallow sea are beginning to stir. Don't tell me they dare to attack the Dragon God Celestial Palace?" Long Bai said, "Not necessarily. But although a full-scale war is impossible to break out, some small battles are unavoidable. Just the Blood Battle Ocean alone has already broken out twice in a year. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace has lost more than 300 astral-reaching experts, 20 Sea of Souls realm experts, and 3 Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors. The other 4 forces casualties added together are twice that of our Dragon God Celestial Palace. But they have the advantage in numbers. So on average the casualties are much lower. So many have died." Yi Chen's voice sank. For a rank 5 martial school, astral-reaching experts and Sea of Souls realm warriors were the true combatants. Astral-reaching experts and below would not participate in the battles, since their individual power was too weak. Even if there were thousands of them, it would not make much of a difference. Instead, it would slow down the speed of the battle. Plus, the martial geniuses below the astral-reaching realm were the foundation of a martial school. Only when the foundation was strong enough could there be an endless stream of astral-reaching experts, and even Sea of Souls realm warriors. Therefore, they would naturally not be allowed to participate in the battles. Mo Feng said, "After a while, I might have to return to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Just in case, I will not be able to protect your Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School anymore." Yi Chen said, "No need to worry. I have already finished my training. In the future, I will not leave the South Ridra region as often as I can." Reaching his realm, he did not need much training anymore. Just the battle of geniuses would allow him to improve a lot. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. Only with enough time would he be able to create more powerful profound sense martial arts. That's good. Mo Feng and Long Bai's hearts were heavy. Yi Chen said again, "If the situation becomes critical, I can work for the Dragon God Celestial Palace anytime." As long as there was no all-out war, Yi Chen thought that he could be of some help. Plus he also wanted to see Su Jing. It had been a couple of years already. Long Bai laughed. "It's good that you have the heart. I think there is no need for you to go." She was very confident about the Dragon God Celestial Palace. She thought that the situation in front of her was only temporary. As long as her great-grandfather came out, everything would be solved. The world of martial geniuses was built with loneliness and blood. All the martial geniuses who thought that they had the chance to shine were all working hard. They might be exploring ancient ruins, searching for treasures, or training hard to increase their cultivation. Of course, there were also some martial geniuses who liked to make breakthroughs through killing. North Region, Biming family's secret training field. Hundreds of fireballs shot out from the 8 red totem pillars. They were only the size of a fist, but they were extremely fast. Because of the density, there would be 2 fireballs colliding with each other from time to time, causing a chain explosion. The shockwave spread out in all directions. Biming Hui, who was in the middle of the 8 pillars, had blood dripping out of his mouth. He kept waving that long spear in his hand, either pointing, sweeping, or stabbing. But for some reason, he did not use any wide-range attacks, only using normal spear arts. Faster. Faster. I need to go faster. Biming Hui's spear art was no longer in a straight line, but in an unpredictable curve. But, no matter how fast his spear art was, it would still be impossible for him to shatter hundreds of fireballs at once. He could only use his eyes to judge which fireballs were the most threatening and would cause a chain explosion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The totem pillars continued to shoot out fist-sized fireballs. Although most of them had been pierced through by Biming Hui, some of them still managed to land on his protective Zhenyuan layer, bringing up waves of explosions and sparks everywhere. Standing in the center of the explosion, Biming Hui's chi and blood shook violently. His 5 senses disappeared, and his whole body seemed to have returned to his mother's body. Break. Opening his eyes abruptly, Biming Hui's eyes were extremely sharp, shining with a deep light that seemed to be able to see through everything. He twisted his right arm, and the long spear disappeared immediately, shooting out 4 to 5 curved silver light beams that pierced through the fireballs one after another. It was like he was threading a needle. Ooh. All of a sudden, all of the fireballs shot out by the southeast pillar were shattered. The pillar seemed to have sensed it and sunk into the ground. Right after that, Biming Hui broke through the fireballs shot out by the south pillar, causing it to sink as well. Southwest, west, northwest, north. The 8 totem pillars sunk into the ground one after another. Biming Hui stood there with his spear in hand, his aura powerful. Haha. I have finally created a new sky bank. Since it is based on the original one, I will call it the second movement of Sky Bank. Biming Hui laughed out loud. The original Sky Bank was too simple. It was fine for normal warriors, but not for young warriors who were at the same level as him. It would be even more impossible for it to work against warriors like Yi Chun, who had super-fast sword arts and super-fast reflexes. However, the second movement of the Sky Bank was different. This spear attack used the flexibility of the long spear, allowing it to hit 4 to 5 targets at once. There were curves and straight lines in the spear art, and even Biming Hui himself would not be able to control it completely. He could only change it as he wished. Yi Chun, you must not have thought that I could make a breakthrough this fast. I have created the second movement of Sky Bank based on the foundation of the Sky Bank. Although the average attacking power of the second movement has been lowered, with 4 to 5 attacks added together, it would be twice as powerful as the original one. I will beat you first, then I will challenge the top 5 young warriors. Biming Hui could not wait to beat Yi Chun, and after beating Yi Chun, his next goal would be to become one of the top 5 young warriors. After taking a couple of steps, Biming Hui suddenly stopped. I have made progress, but it does not mean that others have not. I have not mastered the second movement yet, so it might not be safe. I need to be absolutely safe before I go. Plus, challenging him right now would not be sensational enough. I will beat him in front of everyone and let them know that I, Biming Hui, am the most glorious martial genius in this world. After making up his mind, Biming Hui controlled his urge. Beating him sooner or later would be the same, and the latter would be more suitable for him. The top 4 families. The Dugu family. There was a forbidden place in the Dugu family, which was a strange cave. It was pitch black inside, and one would not even be able to see their own fingers. Even soul power could not be spread out, and all 5 senses would be lost. Standing very far away from the entrance of the cave, one would be able to sense the creepy qi that was spreading out from the entrance. It was a qi that contained all sorts of negative emotions. Pessimism, pain, sadness, and sorrow. All of these emotions combined together. And those who did not have a strong willpower would fall into despair and kill themselves. Therefore, normally, when people from the Dugu family passed by this place, they would take a detour. They did not want to be stained by this horrifying qi, which would affect their mental state. The higher the cultivation, the more one would be afraid of the inner demon. Once it was activated, even a king warrior would have to pay a heavy price. As the saying went, the better the better. Inside the cave it was pitch black. No one had noticed that there was a human figure sitting inside, enduring the endless negative emotions with a twisted expression on his face. Ju take revenge for the Dugu family. Xiao Ju, I will leave first. You are a murderous demon. In Dugu Ju's mind, everything that he did not want to see appeared in his mind, and he could not tell if it was real or not. Ah! A loud scream was heard, and the sound spread out of the forbidden place. On top of a building a couple of miles away from the cave, a middle-aged man looked over worriedly. The evil demon cave was a forbidden place for sealing evil demons. The qi that came out of it was something that even life and death realm warriors would not dare to underestimate. For a long time, the evil demon cave had been a place to punish people who had committed crimes. Before, Dugu Ju had only trained outside of the cave, not daring to go in. Ju, do not disappoint me, the middle-aged man mumbled to himself. Chapter 645. It was June, the rainy season of the Windy Nation. The sky was gray, and it was drizzling. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow over, and the raindrops would float in the air, forming beautiful arcs. The peak of the misty mountain was covered in clouds and mist all year round. Only when the rainy season came would the mist dissipate a lot, showing its true face to the nature. Sitting on a huge rock on the mountain peak, Yichen did not activate his protective Zhen Yuan, and just let the rain fall on his body. Since he was trying to understand the nature, it would be best for him to be in close contact with it. The mountain peak was not flat. As the rain increased, some of the depressions had turned into puddles. The puddles were all over the place, big or small, deep or shallow. The raindrops fell into the puddles, bringing up circles of different sizes of ripples. Yichen stared at these ripples closely, sinking into the ethereal state. Pitter-patter. The ripples were born, expanded, disappeared. Just like that. After an unknown period of time, Yichen let out a deep breath and came out of the ethereal state. Nature is indeed mysterious. Even the most ordinary details can make people ponder deeply. However, when ordinary people see it, they can at most create some ordinary martial arts. Only warriors with high cultivation can create profound martial arts that far surpass their imagination. In the past, he wouldn't have felt anything when he saw the rain. However, after creating the gold pattern, he began to dabble in the profound of water. In his eyes, the sky was like a supreme sword artist, and the rain was the trajectory of the sword. The ripples created by the raindrops falling into the puddles were the manifestation of the sword's might. Each raindrop was an attack, and thousands upon thousands of raindrops were thousands upon thousands of attacks. Yichen was shocked. His body floated in the air. Yichen took out a normal long sword and started to practice his sword art. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring up a circle of transparent gold pattern. It was the gold pattern. It could be seen that even though the power of the golden ripple hadn't increased by much, it was much smoother and smoother when used. The topic of geniuses never stopped. In a certain restaurant in a certain city in the Tianwu domain, a large number of peak cultivators gathered together. As they drank, they discussed. The scene was very lively. Have you heard? Recently, 2 new geniuses appeared in the Sky Martial region. One is called Helian Wuhua, and the other is called Shengguan Fei. I've long heard about it. When the 4th floor of the Treasure Holy Pagoda opened, they also went in. At that time, they were unknown and hidden in the dark. Now that they have come out, it is obvious that they think that their strength is sufficient. If Yichen were here, he would definitely know who they were talking about, Helian Wuhua and Shengguan Fei. When they were attacking the 4th floor of the palace, there were dozens of top young geniuses that he did not know. Among them, there were 3 who were the strongest. Besides Situ Hao, the other 2 were obviously Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. I've heard about it too. Both of them are amazing. Helian Wuhua had defeated the 69th ranked Master Fire Cloud, while Shangguan Fei had defeated the 63rd ranked Master He Shui. One of them used 3 attacks and the other used 4. Both of them are incredibly powerful. I cannot believe that the ranking is going to change again in less than a year. I think there will be a lot of young geniuses in this ranking. Of course. But you guys still do not know about this. Half a month ago, there was another young warrior named Situ Hao who had challenged another master on the ranking. He had defeated his opponent with only 1 attack. Who did he defeat? 1 attack? That master must not have a high ranking, right? Otherwise, how could he have been defeated with only 1 attack? Someone asked. You are all ignorant. The master that Situ Hao had defeated was none other than Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master. What? Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master? Everyone was shocked. Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master was not a normal master. On the ranking, he was ranked 33, which was 15 ranks higher than Yi Chun. Situ Hao had defeated him with only 1 sword attack. That kind of power was unimaginable. It was 10 times more shocking than Helian Wuhua and Shangguan Fei. Did you remember it right? How could he beat Tu Yuan with only 1 attack? Why would I lie to you? I was there at the time. I saw him reach out his finger, and the long sword on his back came out of its scabbard on its own, wounding Tu Yuan badly. Controlling the sword to attack the enemy. This is a long-lost sword art. I cannot believe Situ Hao had learned it. Situ Hao's horrifying power had formed a deep impression in everyone's mind for the first time. Dong! 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 Rushed footsteps were heard from the stairs as a human figure walked up quickly. Hurry! Bai Minghui is challenging one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Lin Chaonan. What are you guys waiting for? That person said hurriedly. What? Bai Minghui is challenging Lin Chaonan? Let's go! Who was Lin Chaonan? He was one of the top 3 blade artists, ranked 19 on the ranking. His power was definitely at the same level as the top 5 young warriors. Bai Minghui had just become famous at the beginning of the year, and it had only been half a year since he had dared to challenge Lin Chaonan. It was definitely shocking news. Without even taking the stairs, everyone flew out of the window. As they flew out of the restaurant, they saw a lot of human figures flying out of the city. All of a sudden, all of the warriors in the city started to move. 30 miles outside of the city, there was a long river. A lot of warriors had already gathered by the riverside, creating a huge crowd. I wonder what Bai Minghui was thinking. Even if he had to pick someone, he should have picked a weaker one. Why did he have to pick Lin Chaonan? I guess he was just too full of himself. He wanted to become famous overnight. Lin Chaonan was ranked 19 after all. Beating him would be enough to prove that he was one of the top 5 young warriors. He would be able to beat Yi Chun and Dugaju. You are right. But I do not think he will win. Me too. Lin Chaonan was way too important in everyone's mind. Not to mention Bai Minghui. Even Yi Chun would not be able to win. In their opinion, among the top 5 young warriors, besides Bai Wuxue and Lu Xiaoyu, the other 3 would only be around the same level as Lin Chaonan. Since the ranking was close, then the power gap would not be that big. In the sky, 2 human figures were facing each other. Lin Chaonan, who was carrying a long blade on his back, said coldly, Bai Minghui, I admit that you are a top martial genius, but it is still too early for you to challenge me. Bai Minghui chuckled lightly. Xin Qianlang had been beaten by Xiao Chuhe twice. This time, it will be your turn. But I am a spear user, so I will not compete for the top 3 master-level blade artists. Lin Chaonan frowned. Are you sure that you want to challenge me? I will not go easy on you. If I make a mistake, I might wound you badly. He had decided to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if everyone came to challenge him, he would be busy to death. Don't worry. Facing me, you will have to use all of your power. After Bai Minghui had created his second movement, he had spent some time training it. But he still needed to use it on his opponent. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the flaws. But right now he would not challenge Yi Chun. He needed another powerful opponent to train his second movement. It would not be good if it was too weak, and he would not be confident if it was too powerful. Therefore he picked Lin Chaonan. Since you are this confident, then cut the crap and let's begin. Lin Chaonan did not take out his blade as he looked at Bai Minghui coldly. Not taking out your blade? A smile appeared on Bai Minghui's face as his long spear suddenly attacked out. It was like a silver flood dragon attacking toward Lin Chaonan. So fast. Lin Chaonan had miscalculated a bit. His body backed out quickly as he took out his long blade, blocking in front of the silver flood dragon's horn. Boom. The shockwave spread out, and Lin Chaonan looked a bit worse for wear. Let's use all of our power. Otherwise, I will not be interested in you at all. Before, his opponent had underestimated him, so Bai Minghui could definitely beat him with one attack. But he did not do so. He needed his opponent to use all of his power in order to test out the power of his second movement. As you wish. Lin Chaonan looked a bit more serious. This Bai Minghui did not seem to be easy to deal with. He had underestimated him a bit. Moon cut. The blade glowed with a bright moonlight. Lin Chaonan arched his body, and like a bouncing star, his speed was unimaginable. While he was in the air, he slashed down with his blade. The blade could not be seen at all. It was like a ray of moonlight. Not bad. Not bad. Bai Minghui nodded with satisfaction. Sky Bank. Without performing the second movement, Bai Minghui shook his right arm, and the long spear stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. Because of its extreme speed, his hand disappeared along with the long spear, as if it had disappeared into the surreal space. Ting! The invisible spear light landed on Lin Chaonan's blade light, blowing him backward. Lin Chaonan, the previous two attacks were just warm-up. This next attack will be my real power. Watch carefully. His body jumped out as Bai Minghui performed his ace attack. The long spear disappeared again, shooting out 5 curved silver light beams. It was so beautiful that everyone watching could not help but moan. Ting! Lin Chaonan had only blocked out one of them, and the remaining 4 landed on his chest, stomach, right arm, and leg. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, the long blade in Lin Chaonan's hand went out of control. It spun in the air before finally stabbing into the wall of a mountain. Lin Chaonan lost. The result was so shocking that no one could believe their own eyes. He really lost. Since when did this Bai Minghui become this powerful? Even Lin Chaonan is not his opponent. Doesn't that mean that he is already one of the top 5 young warriors? I thought that Yi Chen would be the one with the highest chance. I did not expect Bai Minghui to be one step ahead. This is really unexpected. While everyone was discussing, Lin Chaonan stood on top of the mountain where the long blade was stabbed into. He looked at Bai Minghui in disbelief, his face blank. Bai Minghui's voice was heard. Very good. You are indeed one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. You managed to block out one attack. It seems like it was the right choice to test my power on you. Test my power? Lin Chaonan was angry and bitter at the same time. Even he had not expected that he would lose to a young warrior, who had just become famous at the beginning of the year. Being able to be my test target, you should be proud enough. Bai Minghui did not even look at Lin Chaonan's expression as he carried the long spear on his back and flew into the distance, soon disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 646. The news of Lin Chaonan losing to Bai Minghui had spread across the whole Sky Martial region in just 1 month. It was extremely fast, and it was not hard to imagine how shocked everyone was. Lin Chaonan lost to Bai Minghui? When Xiao Chuha heard the news, he looked very surprised. His next target was Lin Chaonan, since they were both blade artists and one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. He could not ignore Lin Chaonan, but unfortunately, Bai Minghui was 1 step faster than him. It seems like I have to change my plan. Before challenging Lu Xiaoyu, I will clear out all the obstacles first. Xiao Chuha was also one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. If Bai Minghui had beaten Lin Chaonan, it would definitely make people think that they might not be able to compete with him. Challenging Lu Xiaoyu with this kind of status was not something that Xiao Chuha wanted to see. Brother Lin lost. The head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Xie Beiting, had also heard the news. He was a bit surprised before returning to normal. For him, this kind of thing was not that strange anymore. In the past decades, besides him, who had always been one of the top 3 master-level blade artists. The other 2 had all been replaced. He had also beaten the previous head of the top 3 master-level blade artists, taking his place. It is getting more and more interesting. Xiaobeiting smiled. He could vaguely feel that it would be the time for all the martial geniuses to explode. Right now, it was just the beginning. Lin Chaonan lost. Compared to Xiaobeiting's calmness, a bit of bitterness appeared on Shen Qianlong's face. He had already sensed that this era belonged to the young generation, but he did not expect it to come this fast. Right now, even Lin Chaonan had lost. How many old men would be able to stop him? Right now, it is still not enough. I will let them be arrogant for a while. Chu Zhongtian was very calm. He did not plan to be too arrogant in the next 1 or 2 years, because he knew that it was not the right time yet. To be arrogant, one would need power to back it up. Without power, it would be called arrogance and ignorance. If Yi Chen were to hear what Chu Zhongtian had said, he would definitely sigh at how terrifying he was. If the previous Chu Zhongtian was an erupting volcano with a strong presence, then the current Chu Zhongtian was a super volcano that was accumulating power. Once he had accumulated enough power, he would erupt with unprecedented brilliance and shock the world. No matter what kind of expression everyone had after hearing the news, Bai Minghui was definitely at the top of his game right now. His fame was more than enough to compete with the top 5 young warriors, and had even surpassed Yi Chen and De Guju. All of the young warriors from the north region had started to treat him as their leader. The rain was still falling, and Yi Chen was completely immersed in his swordsmanship. His figure moved around in the air, and the sword light circled around him. It was visible to the naked eye that the speed at which the rain fell seemed to slow down, as if it was moving in slow motion. As for Yi Chen, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was not affected at all. Pop! 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 Circles of golden pattern spread out with Yi Chen as the starting point. The rain that was touched by the golden pattern was instantly turned into nothingness, and a permanent rainless area appeared. He has become even more powerful. These days, Mo Feng would come to check every couple of days. At least before he left, he needed to see Yi Chen's real power. No, he only needed 70 to 80% of it. He was not as optimistic as Long Bai. The Dragon God Celestial Palace would have to go through a huge battle, and a lot of people would die in that battle. Without a doubt, if Yi Chen joined the battle, they would have a higher chance of winning. Without a king warrior present, Yi Chen would definitely be their ace. Therefore, he needed to know exactly how powerful Yi Chen was. It was easy to tell that Yi Chen was improving every day. Just the sword art that he had just performed was enough to shock Mo Feng. Each of Yi Chen's sword attacks was equivalent to a killing attack, and within that second, his opponent had thrown out at least dozens of sword attacks. Dozens of killing attacks stacked on top of each other. It was almost invincible. How did he do it? Mo Feng looked at the rain in the sky, and then at Yi Chen. Right then, in his eyes, Yi Chen seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Still not enough. I still want more. Yi Chen himself was not satisfied yet. He felt that this attack was not complete yet, and that there was still a huge space for improvement. Ha! The sound shook the rain up as Yi Chen gathered his Zhenyuan and threw out a sword attack. A shocking scene happened. The golden pattern that was spreading out in a circle suddenly changed, turning into an oval shape and stretching out. The gentle golden light spread out in all directions. The mountains behind the misty mountain were cut down one after another. The cuts looked like they had been polished meticulously, making them look unstoppable. All right. What should I call this attack? Mo Feng yelled out. Yi Chen shook his head. It's still a bit lacking. It only has 30 to 40% of its power. Let's call it Gold Fury. The Gold Fury was actually the upgraded version of the gold pattern, which was equivalent to dozens of gold pattern fusing together and attacking toward the target. But of course, these dozens of gold pattern were not the complete version. Otherwise, it would be way too powerful, and Yi Chen would not be able to create such a horrifying attack. This gold pattern only had 1/10 of the power of the complete gold pattern. But after being fused together, it would be a couple times more powerful than the original gold pattern. Plus, it was still incomplete. This powerful, but it only has 30 to 40% of its power. Mo Feng gasped. This gold fury could kill him a couple of times already. Among them, there was the sharpness of the gold and the power of the water. Yichen chuckled. He had already made full use of the knowledge that the rain had given him. He was now able to shoot out dozens of gold pattern attacks within a second, and even without merging them, a single gold pattern attack would still have 1/3 of the power of the complete gold pattern attack. Therefore, in these 2 months, he had learned 2 ace attacks. The first one was to perform the gold pattern continuously. The second one was the gold fury. If the gold ripple was said to be dominated by the profound of metal and supplemented by the profound of water, then the gold hurricane was a combination of the profound of metal and the profound of water. There was no dominant one. Letting out a breath, Mo Feng said with admiration. According to what you said, once your gold fury is completed, even if it is not a high-rank profound sense martial art, it would be very close to it. Before that, your Thunder Devour was already a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. It is somewhere between a mid-rank profound sense martial art and a high-rank profound sense martial art. To be honest, before this, it is hard for me to imagine who could create so many attacks that are close to a high-rank profound sense martial art at the age of 26. High-rank profound sense martial arts. I am afraid it would be very difficult. Yichen was not sure if his gold fury would become a high-rank profound sense martial art, because even the most normal high-rank profound sense martial arts would need to combine 2 kinds of profounds. His gold and water profound had not even reached the entry level yet. Of course, his gold profound was already very close, just 1 step away from the entry level. Mo Feng said, as long as you are on the right path. It is already very hard to reach the entry level of a profound sense martial art, but to combine 2 kinds of profounds is even harder. You are already on this path, so you will succeed one day. Reaching the entry level of a profound sense martial art was still not enough. One would need to combine 2 kinds of profounds to be considered a high-rank profound sense martial art. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be. However, for Yichen's gold fury, the 2 profounds had already been combined quite a bit. As long as he could train his gold and water profound to the entry level, he would be able to get close to a high-rank profound sense martial art. Then, when the 2 profounds were completely combined, it would be a real high-rank profound sense martial art. The power of a high-rank profound sense martial art could be said to be at least 10 times more powerful than a mid-rank profound sense martial art. There was a huge gap between the 2. Therefore, for a long time, only Life and Death Realm warriors could create high-rank profound sense martial arts. Time flew by quickly. Within a blink of an eye, the rainy season of the Windy Nation had already passed. Yichen had also stopped his gold fury. It was not that he did not want to continue perfecting it, but he did not have the ability to do so. There were 2 ways to improve it. One was to deepen the combination of the 2 profounds, and the other was to increase the level of the profound sense. Neither of these 2 things could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Yichen temporarily stopped his gold fury and continued to train his Thunder Devour instead. Of course, it was not that Yichen had stopped training his Thunder Devour, it was just that he had reduced the amount of time he spent on it. No matter what he did, he had to be careful. Right now, his Thunder Profound was already at entry level, but his Thunder Devour was not completed yet. There were still some flaws. If he could complete it, its power would be at least a couple of times more powerful than a normal mid-rank profound sense martial art. The explosive power after the Thunder Devour would be quite shocking. Ting! As he waved out his sword, the silver lightning quickly flowed along the sword body. When it gathered at the tip of the sword, the silver lightning squeezed together and eventually formed a silver thunderball with a small gap. Pushed by his Zhen Yuan, the silver thunderball shot out at a high speed. Boom! A tall mountain far away from the Misty Mountain was first shattered by the thunder, then turned into nothingness by the explosive power of the thunderball. There was even a huge hemispherical crater on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteor. The silver lightning could not form a perfect thunderball no matter how hard it was squeezed. It should not be a problem of skill, but the lack of thunder profound. Yichen was very clear that his skill was absolutely shocking. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create a profound sense martial art. Martial arts contain skills, and the profound was the foundation. Of course, this was only relative to his current level. If his skill was really at an unimaginable level, he could indeed force his Thunder Devour to complete without the Profound. However, if his skills were really high, how could his Profound be weak? In the end, no matter if it was skills or Profound, they all needed people to use them. Having high skills meant having a high comprehension ability, and having a high comprehension ability meant that one could comprehend Profound faster. Therefore, they were bound together, and if one lost, they were bound together. The two could not be too far apart. At the end of August, Yi Chen had completed his Thunder Devour, and his Thunder Profound was also at the entry level, reaching a higher level. He was on the way to completion. At this moment, the Thunder Devour was performed with its power completely hidden, and its speed was even faster. Once it hit the enemy would definitely be devoured by the thunder, and then blown away. It is almost September. On top of the mountain, Yi Chen let out a breath. The 18th of September would be the day of his battle with De Guju. But his opponent should not only be De Guju, since he had already heard about Bai Minghui beating Lin Chaonan. According to the description, he had definitely created a martial art that was even more powerful than his Sky Bank. Chapter 647. On the 18th of September, there would be two battles in the Nine-Dragon Lake. One would be between Yi Chen and Du Gujia, a monster against a monster, while the other would be between Xiao Chuha and Lu Xiaoyu, one of the top 5 young warriors against one of the top 5 young warriors. No matter which battle it would be equally eye-catching. Therefore, even before September arrived, some people had already started their journey. They would rather arrive early than be left behind, especially those who did not live in the Sky Martial region. Inside the Nine-Dragon Mountain, Nine-Dragon Lake, just like a year ago, before the 18th of September arrived, the place was already packed with people. People kept on joining in. Brother He, you are late. It is not that I am late, it is you who is early. Haha, don't try to find excuses. Drink 3 cups as punishment first. The lakeside was extremely noisy, and there were countless similar voices. On the second day, the Nine-Dragon Lake was even more crowded. Look, Shengguan Fei and Helian Wuhua are here. One of them beat the Blackwater Master, who was ranked 63rd on the ranking, with 4 attacks, and the other beat the Fire Cloud Master, who was ranked 69th with 3 attacks. They are not friendly. Only a dragon can cross the river. This year, they will definitely be able to make it into the ranking. Everyone sighed. 1 year ago, there were only 6 warriors under the age of 40 in the first ranking, which were the top 5 young warriors and Yi Chen. But this year, there might be more than 10 warriors under the age of 40. It might even be 15, which would double the number of warriors in the ranking. Brother Shengguan, how have you been? Helian Wuhua was wearing a long black robe, with a long blade on his waist. His legs were extremely long, looking like he could jump out at any moment to kill his enemies. On top of a small hill not far from him stood a young man in yellow. He had a golden band on his head, with thick eyebrows and huge arms and legs. His weapon was a short spear that was as thick as a bowl. It was forked, looking like a poisonous snake's tongue, looking extremely aggressive and evil. Brother Helian, long time no see. Shengguan Fei glanced at Helian Wuhua with a bit of fear. The two of them had battled a lot before, but there had never been a clear winner. In order to do so, they would have to go through a tough battle. Hehe, you are not here to watch this time, right? Helian Wuhua said casually. Shengguan Fei said right away, of course not. Me too. A sharp light flashed through Helian Wuhua's eyes. On the third day, Situ Hao had arrived. In terms of fame, Situ Hao was much more famous than Helian Wuhua and Shengguan Fei. After all, the two of them had only beaten warriors who were ranked in the 60s, while Situ Hao had beaten Tu Yuan from the Breaking Sword Master, who was ranked 33rd, and he had only thrown out 1 sword attack. Although Helian Wuhua and Shengguan Fei did not come with good intentions, they did not plan to challenge Situ Hao. They knew very well how powerful he was, and without using their defensive sword spell, neither of them had the confidence to win. He looked extremely cold. He had picked a mountain of the Chun, and of, and Chun of the Situ Hao of the Chun of. Yi Chun, my defensive sword spell has already reached the 2nd level. This time, I will make sure you lose without any hesitation. Shoo. Shoo. More and more warriors arrived. After today and tomorrow, it would be the 18th of September. Everyone looked up and could see human shadows flying over from the horizon. Among these people, a lot of them were young martial geniuses. Some of them came in groups, while others came alone. All of them had an excited light shining in their eyes. For some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors, perhaps they were just here to watch the show, since it would be hard for them to learn anything from it. But as young martial geniuses, their comprehensive ability was naturally not something that some of the Sea of Souls realm warriors could compare with. The Sky Martial region is indeed a sacred place for martial geniuses. Almost none of them are weaker than us. On top of a small hill, a couple of young men and women stood side by side. The one who spoke was a young man with a long sword on his waist. This is good as well. Before, we were always the center of attention. Even in the southern regions, no one would look down on us. But now that we are here, we can finally experience the hardships and joy of climbing up step by step. Didn't Yichen rise up like this? These people were indeed Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bingling from the South Ridra region. Besides Morong Qingqing and Yichen, only these three had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Of course, Xikong Sheng had not been heard from for a long time, so no one knew what realm he had reached. Tua Baku, Gu Yuyan, and the others who were about the same age as Yichen had not been able to make a breakthrough yet, since they were too young after all. On the fourth day, Yichen arrived. Since Morong Qingqing was still in closed-door training, Yichen came alone. Yichen is here. I wonder if he has improved a lot. Right now it is not like a year ago. There are too many young warriors chasing after him. If he is not careful, he will be surpassed. Yeah. Although Yichen's position is quite eye-catching, it is also quite awkward. In front of him are the top 5 young warriors, and behind him are a bunch of top young warriors. Yichen's arrival had attracted a lot of attention. They all looked at Yichen, hoping to find something from his qi. Yan Qihua studied Yichen as a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Back in the South Ridra region, their fame was even bigger than Yichen's. Wherever they went, they would be the center of attention. Right now, they had come to the Sky Martial region's 9-Dragon Mountain, but no one paid any attention to them. They were like nameless warriors. However, Yichen's arrival had stirred up a huge wave. In the span of 8 years, their identities had been completely changed. Oh, Yichen is here. Do you want to play a few rounds with him? Shang Guanfei and Helian Wuhua saw Yichen. A strange light flashed through their eyes. Although Yichen was ranked 48 on the Master-level warrior ranking, which was higher than the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School that they had beaten, the difference between 48 and 60 was not that big. Moreover, they were able to beat the Blackwater Martial School and the Fire Cloud Martial School within 3 to 4 attacks, which meant that they would be at least ranked 20 to 30 back then. Therefore, even if Yichen had improved a lot, they did not think that they would lose to Yichen. Most importantly, as long as they did not lose, it would be the same as winning. On the other hand, Yichen could not lose unless he was facing the top 5 young warriors. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. If he lost, then he would not be able to keep his position. Let me go first. Shang Guanfei did not plan to let go of this chance, so he flew out first. Helian Wuhua shook his head. He had wanted to challenge Yichen as well. Putting away his flying puppet, Yichen landed lightly on a huge mountain near the 9-Dragon Lake. He saw Li Daoxian and the other two, so he nodded to greet them. Yichen, tomorrow is the battle between you and Dugaju. Why don't we spar a bit? Shang Guanfei stood in the middle of the lake, his voice spreading out with the help of his Zhen Yuan. Shang Guanfei wants to challenge Yichen? These two did not come with good intentions after all. They even targeted Yichen. But to be honest, Yichen might not be able to win. After all, Shang Guanfei had beaten the Blackwater Martial School, who was ranked 63, with only 4 attacks. It is a bit hard to say, but Yichen would not have made no progress, would he? Everyone did not know that Yichen had beaten Situ Hao and beaten back one of the top 5 young warriors, Xia Hozuan. So, they all felt a bit uneasy and worried for Yichen. You want to challenge me? Yichen was a bit surprised. To be honest, with Shangguan Fei's battle record, not to mention now, even half a year ago, Yi Chen could beat him within a second. The two were not even on the same level. Knowing that he wanted to challenge him, Yi Chen did not expect it at all. Thinking about it, Yi Chen laughed. Indeed, in the past year, his few battles had been very secretive, and not many people knew about it. So it was normal for people not to know about his power. Oh well, I will just shut those people up then. What? You do not dare? Shangguan Fei saw Yi Chen's expression and thought that he was not prepared for it, so he let out a breath of relief. He thought that he might actually win. You do it. Putting away his surprised expression, Yi Chen said lightly. Hearing him, Shangguan Fei was furious. He had been waiting in the middle of the Nine-Dragon Lake for his opponent to come, but he did not expect that the latter would not come at all. All right. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Fei tried his best to suppress his anger. As long as he won, he would see if the latter still had the right to be so arrogant. Boom. The lake water exploded as Shangguan Fei attacked toward Yi Chen at an extreme speed. In the middle of it, he held the short spear in both of his hands and drew a half circle in the air before throwing it out. Snake and dragon combined attack. Shangguan Fei used his killer move right off the bat. His short spear, which was as thick as the rim of a bowl, emitted a bright light. Two huge and ferocious figures rushed out of the light. One was a venomous python, and the other was a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The python and the dragon were entangled together, forming a spiral as they rushed out. Hiss. Awo. The snake and the dragon roared together, their auras reaching into the sky. Such a powerful killing attack. The snake contains a soft power while the dragon contains a hard power. One soft and one hard. Normal people would not be able to handle it at all. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Yi Chen, wanting to see how he was going to deal with it. Too weak. Yi Chen shook his head and took out his gold sword, waving it out casually. Pop! With Yi Chen as the center, a huge circle of ripples spread out and exploded, covering the giant serpent and the long dragon inside. Although the giant serpent and the dragon were creatures of the water, and could easily overturn rivers and seas, this gold ripple wasn't just a simple water profound. It was a killing move that combined the metal and water profound. It contained both the endless water profound and the indestructible metal profound. Moreover, compared to half a year ago, the gold ripples had become even stronger. Crack. Without the slightest pause, the moment the serpent and the dragon came into contact with the golden ripples, they crumbled inch by inch and dissipated into pure energy. What was even more frightening was that the golden ripples spread out in waves, forcibly combining the power of the serpent and the dragon together, and spreading towards Shangguan Fei. Not good. Shangguan Fei's face turned pale. He crossed his spear together, trying his best to defend. Boom. It was like a normal person running into a tsunami. Shangguan Fei puked out a mouthful of blood as his whole body was blown backward without any power to fight back. Chapter 648. What? He could not even handle one attack? A lot of people had their mouths wide open, shocked beyond words. Although they thought that Yi Chen had a higher chance of winning, they would never have thought that Shangguan Fei could not even handle one attack from Yi Chen. Most of them thought that even if Yi Chen were to win, it would not be easy, and would take dozens or even hundreds of attacks. After all, Shangguan Fei's power was right there. He had beaten the Black Water Master, who was ranked 63rd in the Master-level warrior ranking, with only 4 attacks. Impressive. Everyone was completely convinced by Yi Chen. Just when they were wondering if Yi Chen could keep his position, Yi Chen had given them a definite answer. How could he improve this fast? The Ice Sword Master had also arrived. She had already prepared herself for Yi Chen to surpass her, since she was not a young person after all, and she had almost used up all of her potential. Her improvement in 1 year would not be able to compete with the young geniuses. Plus, Yi Chen was not a normal young martial genius, but a monster-level martial genius. But, she would never have thought that Yi Chen would improve this fast. 1 year was not a long time for Sea of Souls realm warriors, and it would be great if they could make some progress. But 1 year for Yi Chen was equivalent to years for others, or even decades. Sword art genius. The Ice Sword Master mumbled to herself. Li Daoxian and the other two were just as shocked. They had not seen Yi Chen for a year or two, and they had all been busy training. Since they were martial geniuses from the South Ridra region, they did not have much contact with the Sky Martial region. They had always thought that the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls Realm warriors would not be that big. But now, it seemed like the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls Realm warriors was 10 times bigger than they had imagined. Normal Master-level Sea of Souls Realm warriors would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Chen, and someone as powerful as him would not be able to handle one attack from Yi Chen. They could not imagine how the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls Realm warriors could be this big. Actually, it was not their fault for underestimating the gap between Master-level Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Only by standing at the top would one be able to see further. Once they reached Yi Chen's realm, they would know that the gap between the cultivation was not that big, but the gap between martial arts and profound sense would be limitless. For normal Master-level warriors, once they reached late Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to master a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts and one mid-rank profound sense martial art. Although Yi Chen was not as powerful as them in terms of cultivation, his sword intent power was equivalent to peak level rank 5. If he combined his sword intent with his cultivation, Yi Chen would not be at a disadvantage when facing peak level late Sea of Souls realm master level warriors with peak level rank for willpower. He might even be able to win. Excluding cultivation and willpower, Yi Chen's profound sense martial arts were even more impressive. Not to mention his Thunder Devour and Gold Fury, just his gold pattern alone would be twice as powerful as normal mid-rank profound sense martial arts. It would be strange if Shang Guanfei could handle one attack from Yi Chen. Boom. Shang Guanfei crashed heavily into a small mountain beside the lake. His whole body sunk into the rock wall, creating a human-shaped hole. That intense sword chi spread out everywhere, cutting the mountain into pieces. Puking out another mouthful of blood, Shang Guanfei fainted immediately. The young martial geniuses who were close to him hurried to get him out and move him to a nearby building to rest. Helian Wuhua saw Shang Guanfei like this, so he looked at Yi Chen with a horrified expression. He was glad that Shang Guanfei had challenged Yi Chen first. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Right now, not to mention challenging Yi Chen, he did not even have the courage to face Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at Helian Wuhua. Before Shang Guanfei challenged him, he had been whispering with him, probably discussing who should challenge him first. Feeling Yi Chen's intimidating gaze, Helian Wuhua hurried to turn his head away, avoiding Yi Chen's gaze. His palms were covered in sweat. Is Yi Chen getting more and more powerful? Today was the last day before the battle, and a lot of people had arrived. Yan Fengfeng, Hai Wuya, and the rest of the young warriors had all arrived. Yan Fengfeng said, "I cannot win against him right now." 1 year ago, Yan Fengfeng thought that she could exchange hundreds of attacks with Yi Chen, and if she went back to her phoenix form, she would be able to beat him. But she was just like the godly shark princess. She did not like to be too high profile in front of humans. Only when something unavoidable happened would she use all of her power. A lot of people knew that Yan Fengfeng had been hiding her power, so they did not dare to mess with her too much. Hai Wuya said, "His power right now should be at the first level, right?" The young martial geniuses were divided into a couple of levels. The first level would be the top 5 young warriors. The second level would actually be people like Lin Tian. The third level would be people like Hai Wuya, and the fourth level would be some of the normal powerful young martial geniuses. As for the even more normal young martial geniuses, they would not even be in the top level. Although Shang Guanfei and Helian Wuhua were a lot more powerful than Lin Tian, they were only at the top of the second level. On the other hand, Situ Hao, Bai Minghui, and the rest of them were already close to the first level, or even already at the first level, including Yan Fengfeng. Alright, beating you like this should be even more interesting. It was right then that a sharp voice spread out over the entire Nine-Dragon Lake. Situ Hao. Everyone who was watching the battle looked over, and saw Situ Hao flying out, his feet lightly touching the surface of the lake. There was a sword on his waist and another one on his back. Yi Chen's expression did not change. "It seems like your defensive sword spell has improved again. Let's do it." Without even guessing, Yi Chen knew that since his opponent dared to stand out, he must have a lot of confidence. Most likely he was going to use his defensive sword spell as his ace attack. Judging from Yi Chen's tone, it seems like the two have battled before? I guess so. I wonder who won. It is hard to say. Situ Hao's defensive sword spell is too powerful. It is extremely fast, and its attacking power is very high as well. Facing this kind of sword spell, most of the martial arts would not be able to perform in time. Tu Yuan from the Breaking Sword Martial School was a master-level sword artist. A sword artist's attacking speed was always fast, and so was their reflexes. For Situ Hao to be able to beat his opponent with one sword attack, it was not hard to imagine how powerful his defensive sword spell was. Therefore, besides a small portion of people who thought that Yi Chen would win for sure, most of them were just watching. Among them, there was even a small portion who thought that Situ Hao was going to win. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, and it was indeed a powerful weapon. Don't worry, I will use it. Situ Hao was not stupid enough to use his defensive sword spell to attack Yi Chen from a distance. If the distance was too far, his opponent would definitely have time to prepare. It would be like attacking his opponent's advantage with his own weakness, which was not a smart move. Of course, if it were Shang Guanfei or Helian Wuhua, Situ Hao would not be so scared. With his defensive sword spell, he would still be able to win easily. Different opponents meant different strategies. 3 Ultimate Sword. His body floated into the air as Situ Hao threw out 3 sword attacks in a row towards Yi Chen, who was on the mountain peak. Break. Yi Chen wanted to test out Situ Hao's defensive sword spell, but he knew that the latter would not dare to use it if he did not get close to him. He did not stay on the mountain peak, but flew towards the 3-sword chi. On the way, his body suddenly sped up. That sharp sword light was like a crescent moon, cutting the 3-sword chi in half. The remaining power was still there as it continued to attack towards Situ Hao. Arrogant. A sneer flashed past his face as he took a deep breath. He held the long sword in his right hand and waved it hundreds of times in the air. Each time he threw out a sword attack, the sword chi would be extremely slow, as if it was frozen in the air, waiting for the other sword chi to arrive. Within a blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi interweaved together. Under the push of the last huge sword chi, it was like a huge net, covering Yi Chen who was coming at him. Swoosh! 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 Skynet sword. Besides the defensive sword spell, Situ Hao's most powerful sword attack was under the cover of the Skynet sword art. Pulling one part of it would affect the whole thing. As long as one sword chi was broken, it would be surrounded by other sword chi. It would be like catching fish in a huge net, with no way to escape. Not a bad sword attack. How could Yi Chen not see through the secret of this attack? If normal fast sword attacks had a wide attacking range, then the Skynet sword art was definitely not as simple as that. People who could not see through this attack would think that they would be able to pass through as long as they could break the sword net. However, once they broke the net, it would cause the balance of the sword net to lose, which would lead to the other sword chi's attacks. It would be like hundreds of sword chi attacking from all directions. However, it was a pity that Yi Chen's gold pattern was the bane of this attack. Raising his gold sword high up, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Pop! The gold pattern spread out in a circular shape. Yi Chen was surrounded by the attack from all directions, and he was like the center of the pattern, the source of the wave. Pap! The sword net and the gold pattern clashed together, causing a huge explosion. The dense sword chi could not even get close to Yi Chen. Once it got close, it would be blown away by the waves of transparent gold pattern. If the sword net was a huge net, then the gold pattern would be a huge whale. A normal net would not be able to catch a whale that was the king of the ocean. After breaking through 2 of Situ Hao's attacks in a row, Yi Chen was only 100 meters away from his opponent. Defensive sword spell. 100 meters was Situ Hao's attacking limit. He did not hesitate anymore as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword on his back automatically took out of its scabbard, bringing with it a sharp sword light as it attacked towards Yi Chen, who was not far away. Shoo! The long sword's flying speed was extremely fast. It had already surpassed the normal speed. It was like the sword had just been taken out of its scabbard when it arrived right next to Yi Chen. Ting! Yi Chen's expression did not change as he blocked out the long sword with his sword, bringing up a huge amount of sparks. Kill! Situ Hao's expression was cold as he performed a sword spell with his right hand. The long sword that had been thrown out suddenly started dancing in the air, attacking towards Yi Chen from another direction. Ting! 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 The flying sword's speed had been pushed to its peak. Even if it was blocked out by Yi Chen, it could still attack again without any time to stop. No wonder he was so confident. He had reached the level where he could move the sword with his mind. The defensive sword spell was a long-lost sword spell, so it would be impossible to say that it was not powerful. The user of this spell only needed to move his mind, and the flying sword would be able to kill his enemies in the air. Since the flying sword was not an intelligent creature, it did not have any chi and blood. Therefore, it would not have to face the awkward situation of having to use up all of its power, which made it extremely hard to deal with. Most importantly, every time the flying sword was blocked by Yi Chen, it would try its best to fly back and wait for the chance to attack again. Therefore, every time they clashed, it would only be a fake attack. As long as Yi Chen made a mistake, the flying sword would attack right in and turn from a fake attack into a killing attack. I do not believe that you would be able to maintain that flawless attack for a long time. Even if you have no flaws, I will still make sure that you do. Situ Hao backed out a little. Once the defensive sword spell was performed, it would be necessary to increase the distance. Is that all you have? Yi Chen's voice was heard. Hearing him, Situ Hao's expression changed as he said sarcastically, "You are just trying to be mysterious. Even if you have a powerful sword attack, so what? As long as it is not fast enough, you will not be able to do anything to me." The biggest use of the defensive sword spell was to stop some of the powerful martial arts that were not fast enough from being performed. Chapter 649. Indeed, I need to be faster. Then let's be faster. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's sword speed increased. The whole area was filled with a gentle sword wind, which was formless and traceless. The flying sword was affected by the sword wind, causing sparks to appear on its body. Each wave of sword wind was actually an attack. With a dang sound, Yi Chen's sword speed had surpassed the flying sword's attacking speed. It suddenly landed on the flying sword's weak spot and blew it away. Right then, the spiritual sword had already reached a whole new realm, which was not something that could be compared with half a year ago. The flying sword was connected with Situ Hao's mind, so when it was attacked, Situ Hao's face turned pale, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. After blowing away the flying sword with one sword attack, Yi Chen's body did not move. He waved his right arm down, and the gold sword seemed to disappear into the surreal space. The gentle sword wind suddenly turned fierce as it traveled through the air, turning from illusion to reality. Chin. Situ Hao's protective Zhenyuan layer was shattered, and sparks appeared on his armor. His whole body looked like it had been struck by lightning, with blood flowing out from all of his orifices. The spiritual sword seemed to be very light, but it did not mean that its power was light as well. The power of that sword attack was extremely reserved, but its destructive power was shocking. Even with the defensive armor, a part of the condensed sword power still managed to get into Situ Hao's body. The sword power's destructive power made Situ Hao unable to hold it anymore. He puked out a mouthful of blood that contained a small amount of sword chi. His face turned pale gold, and his aura weakened. The defensive sword spell has been ruined in your hands. The first was Zhenyuan, the second was profound, the third was sword intent, and the fourth was soul power. The Zhenyuan would ensure the basic attacking power of the flying sword, while the profound would increase the attacking power. The sword intent would be just like the profound, which would also increase the attacking power. Meanwhile, the soul power would be the most important part. The more powerful the soul power, the faster the flying sword would be, and the better the control would be. Then when it came to a powerful collision, it would be able to handle it. For example, if it was Yi Chen who was controlling the flying sword just now, it would not have affected his control because the flying sword was sent flying by a heavy blow. Of course, if the one controlling the flying sword was Yi Chen, then the flying sword would be terrifying. It must be known that Yi Chen's soul force was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Although the speed of the flying sword could not be increased by 5 times, it was not a problem to increase it by 2 times. The flying sword's speed had been doubled. What kind of a concept was that? Even Yi Chen himself would not be able to block it. All he could do was defend with all his strength and look for a chance to fight back. However, in the process of fighting back, he might be killed by the flying sword. After all, the flying sword was already a powerful killing attack in Situ Hao's hand, and in Yi Chen's hand, its attacking power would be horribly powerful. It's actually faster than my flying sword? After coming back to his senses, Situ Hao's face was full of shock. However, when he heard Yi Chen say that the defensive sword spell had been ruined in his hands, his face turned pale again. Yi Chen smiled. The defensive sword spell has a high requirement for the soul power. Your soul power is just normal, and you do not have much of a talent. In your hands, it could indeed increase your power, but it would be very limited, and the degree of improvement would not be that big. Wait until you learn a more powerful, profound martial art. Then the defensive sword spell would not be your only ace attack. Plus, you can also see that the advantage would be less and less. The soul power talent was not just Yi Chen. There were a few people who also had the same soul power. Of course, they would not be as crazy as Yi Chen. In fact, as long as one had a high comprehension ability, he or she would usually have a high soul power, much higher than normal people. Of course, it did not exclude some people with normal soul power, but high comprehension ability. So what? Situ Hao knew that what Yi Chen had said was the truth. The defensive sword spell had a very high requirement for the soul power, but the growth of the soul power was way too hard. It would only increase when one reached a higher realm, but not a small one. As long as he did not reach the life and death realm, the value of the defensive sword spell would decrease day by day. Once he reached the life and death realm, although the defensive sword spell would increase again, the life and death realm was basically the top realm of the true spirit continent. As time went on, its value would decrease as well. Let's make a deal. I will use enough money to exchange for your defensive sword spell. What do you think? Yi Chen and Situ Hao did not have a huge grudge against each other. The intense battle inside the tower was just a normal thing. In front of treasures, no one would give up. Situ Hao sneered. With a thought, the flying sword in the distance flew over automatically. Semi-extreme rank defensive armor. I will have the chance to get it one day. Semi-extreme rank attacking weapons. I am not lacking in them. Some spirit plants and medicines are nothing to me. Besides that, what else can you give me? Do you really think that you can make me exchange for the defensive sword spell with you with just a few words? I do not have any prized artifacts. As for spiritual herbs, I believe you will not be interested in ordinary spiritual herbs. However, I can see that within the profoundness that you are comprehending, the profoundness of wood takes up a large part of it. How about this? I will trade my spiritual sword for your imperial sword technique and 4 dragon blood grasses. Yi Chen decided that as long as it did not cross his bottom line, he would get the defensive sword spell. As for robbing, he did not even think about it. Right now, the whole world knew that Situ Hao had gotten the defensive sword spell. Even if he had a copy in his storage ring, he would not dare to use it even if he got it, since he did not plan to fight against the king warrior behind Situ Hao. It would not be a wise move. 4 dragon blood plants. Situ Hao was shocked. The dragon blood plant was a spirit plant that could increase one's physical strength. 1 dragon blood plant could increase his power by at least tens of thousands of pounds, which would increase his power by a lot during close combat. With 4 of them, it would be even more significant. It would be more than enough to turn him into a body-training warrior. Taking a deep breath, Situ Hao's mind started to move a little bit. He said with a low voice, "The spiritual sword you are talking about, is it that sword spell just now?" Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. The spiritual sword spell contains the wood profound. What other profound does it contain? Situ Hao did not think about the fast profound at all. He thought that it was some other factor that had caused the sword's speed to increase, since all the profound in the world were connected. Once they were combined, a lot of the effects would be unpredictable. Fast profound. Yi Chen did not hide it at all. His pupils shrunk as Situ Hao's heart started to beat faster. As a sword artist, there was no one who did not want their sword speed to increase. And the fast profound was the purest profound that could increase the sword speed. It was also the easiest to combine with the other profounds, since most of the profounds actually contained a slight bit of the fast profound, or the slow profound. Give me another 3 dragon blood plants, and I will agree. Although Situ Hao was not on good terms with Yi Chun, under the situation where the benefits were big enough, it was just a small misunderstanding. He had already experienced the power of the spiritual sword spell, which was even faster than the defensive sword spell. Of course, he did not think that he would be able to reach Yi Chun's level, but as long as he could reach 80% of it, it would be enough for him to increase his battling power without the defensive sword spell, which would not be any weaker than the defensive sword spell. Most importantly, he could extract the fast profound from the spiritual sword spell. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to learn the fast profound by himself. There were many things that could not be obtained just because one wanted it, especially the fast profound, which was a very rare one. Without a doubt, learning someone else's profound would have a great chance of learning the profound in that area. As for how far he could go, it would be his own problem. Plus, exchanging the defensive sword spell would only mean having one more user. He could still use it himself, so there would be no loss at all. Yi Chun shook his head. I do not have that many dragon blood plants. I will give you one more. 2. Situ Hao said without hesitation. Alright, deal. Yi Chun did not hesitate anymore. He had only used 1 dragon blood plant before, so there were still 7 left. If he gave him 6, he would be able to keep 1 for himself. Oh right. You have to promise me that you will not give away the defensive sword spell. Situ Hao was afraid that the whole world would have the defensive sword spell. If that was the case, then he would not have the advantage anymore. Don't worry. Even if you plan to give it away, I will not. If it were not for the defensive sword spell, Yi Chun would not have used the spiritual sword spell and 6 dragon blood plants to exchange for it. He was just lucky that he had found a dragon cave with Yen Fengfeng, and the rest in the savage ruin ancient place. If he wanted to get more dragon blood plants in the future, he would not be so lucky. Here, this is the manual for the defensive sword spell. The defensive sword spell did not contain any profound meaning, so it did not need to be stored in a jade scroll. It was just a manual. Situ Hao took out the manual and threw it over to Yi Chun. He was not afraid that Yi Chun would go back on his words. Yi Chun would naturally not go back on his words. After taking over the manual, he roughly flipped through it before nodding and putting it into his storage ring. He then took out a jade scroll and 6 dragon blood plants. The jade scroll could be bought on the market, and its full name was the Memory Jade Scroll. The owner of the jade scroll would be able to put his mind into it and record the image of him performing profound sense martial arts. Throwing the jade scroll and the plants back to him, Yi Chun said, "You check it." "No need." Situ Hao put away the jade scroll and the plants, turned around and flew out, sitting on top of a small mountain peak. Smiling lightly, Yi Chun also went back to his own mountain peak. Since Yi Chun and Situ Hao did not make a big deal, everyone only knew that the two were trading things, but no one knew what they were trading. The defensive sword spell is in my hands. Yi Chun looked happy. With the defensive sword spell, his soul power would not only be reflected in his comprehensive ability and soul eye, but also in his attacking power. Otherwise, having 5 times more soul power than normal people would be such a waste, and he would not be able to use it to its fullest. Just like Yi Chun, Situ Hao was in a good mood as well. The unhappiness of losing to Yi Chun had disappeared completely. The dragon blood plant could turn him into a body training warrior immediately, which would increase his survivability drastically. The jade scroll that contained the spiritual sword would give him a huge chance to learn the fast profound. With the fast profound, he would be able to infuse it into the profound sense martial arts he created in the future, increasing its speed and attacking power. By the afternoon, 2 of the top 5 young warriors had arrived, Bai Wuxue and Xiao Chuha. Soon, Bai Minghui arrived as well. The arrival of the first 2 had caused quite a commotion, and Bai Minghui's arrival was no less shocking than the first 2. Right now, most of the people thought that Bai Minghui had already reached the level of the top 5 young warriors. That horrifying Sky Bank second movement had scared a lot of people. Even Situ Hao was quite scared of Bai Minghui, since he did not have the confidence to beat his spear speed. Haha. Bai Minghui laughed out loud as he looked at Yi Chun with an obvious gaze. His Skybank's second movement had been perfected after battling with Lin Chaonan, and it was even more powerful than before. This time he would not only beat Yi Chun, but also some of the top 5 young warriors. Chapter 650. Bai Minghui's gaze was too direct, and most of the people had noticed that he was looking at Yi Chun. There was no friendliness in that gaze, only battle intent and hostility. Why does it seem like Bai Minghui and Yi Chun have some conflict as well? Strange. Situ Hao and Yi Chun have conflicts, and so do Bai Minghui and Yi Chun. When did Yi Chun fight with them? Plus, I have a feeling that they have all suffered from Yi Chun before. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to be so hostile toward Yi Chun. I have the same feeling as well. One Situ Hao was not that big of a deal, but now there was Bai Minghui. Everyone had started to understand how powerful Yi Chun was. He had managed to make 2 of the most powerful warriors suffer without anyone knowing. This kind of power was not something normal people could have. Yi Chun could sense Bai Minghui's battle intent, so he smiled lightly and sat on the mountain without getting up. He had realized that Xiao Chuha had actually gotten the battle intent for Bai Minghui. Obviously, after Bai Minghui had beaten Lin Chaonan, it had affected Xiao Chuha's status. Yi Chun was the first one to realize that Xiao Chuha had the battle intent for Bai Minghui, and soon, Bai Wuxue had noticed it as well. Later on, Xiao Chuha's battle intent exploded out all of a sudden. With him as the center, the air seemed to have stopped moving as that iron blood aura attacked toward Bai Minghui. Xiao Chuha, you want to challenge me? Bai Minghui took back his gaze from Yi Chun and squinted his eyes, staring at Xiao Chuha. Xiao Chuha walked out step by step and said lightly, even if I do not come out to challenge you, you will challenge us in the future. So, I might as well take care of it now. How could he not realize Bai Minghui's ambition? This kind of ambition could only be possessed by people who had increased their power drastically. Xiao Chuha had had it before as well, but he was very lucky to have beaten Shen Qianlang, one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, which had helped him accumulate a lot of power. Hehe, you are right. This time, I have come to the 9-Dragon Mountain to beat a lot of people. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a great opportunity. Pausing for a second, Bai Minghui continued to say, you guys have been the top 5 young warriors for too long. It is time for you to take a break. Let me be the first one. Being the first one to reach the top would mean a lot. In the future, people would say that Bai Minghui was the first one to break the rule of the top 5 young warriors. Looks like you're very confident, but I like to kill that kind of confidence. Xiao Chuha's battling style was very calm, but it should not be forgotten that he was a blade artist after all. The aggressiveness of a blade artist was carved into his bones, but it did not mean that he would be calm as well. Flying into the middle of the lake, Bai Minghui took out the long spear on his back and pointed it at Xiao Chuha. Among the top 3 master-level blade artists, I have already beaten Lin Chaonan. You are next. Are you ready? Yes. Bai Minghui's attitude had shocked a lot of people. It had been a long time since they had seen someone challenge the top 5 young warriors. It is indeed the Sky Martial region. It is so intense. Li Daoxian and the other 2 had never seen such an intense battle before. The top 5 young warriors were well known to them, but there were still people who dared to challenge them in the Sky Martial region. Thinking about it, they could not help but admire Yi Chun even more. In such an intense place, Yi Chun was still able to survive like a fish in the water. How horrifying was that? He is so bright no matter where he is. Bing Ling sighed, her face full of admiration. When they first arrived in the Sky Martial region, they were like normal people who had just come out to see the world. But right then, Yi Chun's fame had already spread out. He was able to compete with all the top martial geniuses, and even someone as powerful as Bai Minghui seemed to have lost to Yi Chun before. I will start as a normal person then. Yan Qihua tightened his fists, his fighting spirit high. Tapping his feet on the ground lightly, Xiao Chuha arrived in the middle of the lake, right in front of Bai Minghui. Beat me. Then, let me see what you have got. Xiao Chuha was not arrogant enough to not take out his blade. Since his opponent was not a chicken or a dog, if he did not take out his blade, it would only make him lose the upper hand. Therefore, once he arrived, he took out his long blade. The blade was shining with a white light that seemed like flowing water. All right. Take this. The lake water under his feet exploded all of a sudden as Bai Minghui's body shot out like an angry dragon, his spear intent extremely sharp. Silver Dragon 7 attack. Right from the beginning, Bai Minghui wanted to test the waters. When the power gap was not that big, throwing out an ace attack would be very dangerous. Either he would be able to beat his opponent within a second, or he would be dodged by his opponent, who would then use his ace attack to beat him within a second. Although he was very confident in his Sky Bank second movement, his opponent was still one of the top 5 young warriors, so he could not underestimate him. There were 7 variations in the Silver Dragon 7 attack. As he performed it in his hand, his long spear seemed to have turned into a silver flood dragon, slashing out aggressively. Dang, 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 dang. As one of the top 5 young warriors, Xiao Chuha would naturally not be beaten by the Silver Dragon 7 attack. His body did not move at all as he threw out blade after blade attack. If it were performed by other people, it would look very normal. However, in Xiao Chuha's hands, those normal blade attacks were able to block out the aggressive Silver Dragon 7 attack. After blocking out the last attack, Xiao Chuha suddenly attacked back. His long blade carried an aura that seemed to be able to split the ocean as he threw out a blade attack. Swoosh! The 9-dragon lake could not handle this kind of powerful blade pressure, so it was split into 2. Come on! Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Bai Minghui did not back out, but went forward instead. His long spear shook once, turning into a massive silver dragon that roared into the sky. It shook its head and tail, attacking toward the blade light aggressively. Boom! The blade light and the massive silver dragon clashed together, and the center of the lake was almost flipped over. A huge amount of lake water shot up into the sky, forming a 100-meter thick water column. Ocean separation. Xiao Chuha cut through the water column with one blade attack, and that white blade light extended out rapidly. It had increased by hundreds of times within a second, and a bright white light shone out. This is indeed not easy to take on. Bai Minghui was a bit surprised. He had always heard that Xiao Chuha's battling style was calm and steady, but now he realized that it was because he was preparing for an explosive attack. It was like the calm ocean. It was quiet most of the time, but once it exploded, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Dragon Transformation Spear Spell. Dragon Power. Last time when he was battling with Yi Chun, his dragon power had not been completed yet. So he only had defensive attacks, not attacking ones. The dragon coiling up was also to accumulate power. Boom! Xiao Chuha's blade light landed on that massive silver dragon, which had been wounded badly. It roared into the sky as its body shot into the sky, blowing away that blade light. This Bai Minghui is so powerful. Before, when some of the young warriors challenged Xiao Chuha, they would all be defeated within a couple of attacks. But now, it has already been dozens of attacks, and Bai Minghui is still not at a disadvantage. Seeing that Bai Minghui had blown away that blade light, a lot of people started to discuss. They were all very shocked, since it was their first time seeing someone who was not one of the top 5 young warriors battling against Xiao Chuha. You have improved quite a bit. This dragon power made Yi Chen's eyes light up. Sky Bank. After blowing away Xiao Chuha's blade light, Bai Minghui's eyes shone with a bright light as he stabbed out his spear. Most of the people could not even see the spear's trajectory. They only felt that the distance between the two seemed to have shortened in that second. You think that you can beat me with this spear? Xiao Chuha was unbelievably powerful. Without thinking, he threw out a blade attack right at the center of that invisible spear light, cutting it in half. Then how about this attack? Bai Minghui yelled with a low voice as his long spear shook 5 times in the air. 5 twisting silver light beams shot out. It looked very slow, but it was actually because it was so fast that it caused a visual contrast. All of a sudden, the splashes on the surface of the lake seemed to have frozen in time. Xiao Chuha's expression changed drastically. The power of that spear attack was out of his expectation. Although he had heard about the power of the second movement, he had never seen it with his own eyes. That bone-deep sense of danger made Xiao Chuha's eyes turn blood red. He tried to focus his power to the point that everything around him was automatically ignored by him. There were only those 5 silver light beams in his eyes. Ting! Ting, ting, ting. No one could describe how fast Xiao Chuha's blade speed was. Each blade attack he threw out was extremely decisive. Normally, when warriors trained on the ocean, they would not try to maintain their blade speed for a long time. But when a huge wave came, they would have to push their blade speed to its peak within a second. Otherwise, it would not be enough to split the ocean waves open. And Xiao Chuha's blade speed was 10 times faster than the one used to split the ocean waves open. In other words, Xiao Chuha's average blade speed was not the top of the line, at least not as fast as Yi Chen's sword. But within a second, his blade speed was extremely horrifying. But the second movement of the sky bank was not that easy to break through. 4 of the 5 silver light beams had been cut in half, and the remaining one landed on Xiao Chuha's left shoulder, blowing him away. A huge amount of blood poured out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing the lake red. Ocean-splitting 3-blade. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Chuha was about to lose, he forcefully stopped himself from backing out. Both of his feet landed heavily on the surface of the lake, bringing up a huge wave. Using the momentum of the wave, he threw out 3-blade attacks in a row. The 3-blade attacks stacked on top of each other, bringing up a huge gale and an undercurrent. The color of the sky suddenly darkened, giving people the feeling that they were in the middle of an ocean where a storm was about to break out, making them feel like they were in the middle of an ocean. Not good. Bai Minghui did not expect Xiao Chuha's counterattack to be this aggressive and sudden. He yelled as he performed his dragon aura again. Crack. The transformed silver dragon had only managed to block out 2 blade lights before the 3rd blade light cut off its head and blew Bai Minghui away. You want to take away the title of the top 5 young warriors? It is still too early. Xiao Chuha stood on top of the waves coldly, his eyes red. In his eyes, it did not matter if it was Bai Minghui or Yi Chen. They were just people with a bit of power who had gotten a bit too much confidence. Right now, they wanted to take the top and take them down. It would just be a joke. The top 5 young warriors had been accepted by everyone through countless battles. Chapter 651. Right then, Xiao Chuha's aura was way too aggressive. His whole body was emitting an aura that made people's hearts skip a beat. That aura was like an army charging out, and even ghosts and gods would have to back out. I did not expect Xiao Chuha to be this powerful after being angered. He is completely different from before. Bai Minghui is indeed powerful as well. He managed to wound Xiao Chuha first. I wonder if he still has the power to battle after this. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Chuha's aura, and they started to discuss quietly. That blade attack that Xiao Chuha had thrown out was unbelievably powerful, and the remaining power had been pressing on Bai Minghui the whole time, bringing his body to shoot out like crazy. It tore open a few miles-long gully on the surface of the lake. When the last bit of power was about to run out, the remaining blade chi continued to attack on Bai Minghui's defensive armor. It seemed like it would not stop until the armor was broken. Bai Minghui had not stopped puking out blood at all. Seeing that the remaining blade chi was still so powerful, he yelled and shook his body. That rich Shen Yuan shattered the blade chi, and the remaining wave spread out in a spherical shape. One could see with naked eyes that there was a huge dent in the lake's surface. Wah! After doing all that, Bai Minghui puked out another mouthful of blood. The spot that had been hit by the blade chi had gone completely numb, losing all connection with the rest of his body. Xiao Chuha won. Yi Chun, who was sitting on top of the mountain, shook his head. Bai Minghui did not have the power to battle anymore. Xiao Chuha's ocean-splitting 3-blade had the power to break the ocean, and the blade power was extremely condensed. Even with the defensive armor, it had already cut through some of the meridians in Bai Minghui's chest. Top 5 young warriors. None of them are easy to deal with. Besides the godly shark princess, who he did not know much about, Yi Chen had always thought that Xiao Chuha would be the weakest one among the top 5 young warriors. But now, it seemed like even if Xiao Chuha was not as powerful as Bai Wuxue, he would definitely not be weaker than Xia Hozuan. The battle between him and Lu Xiaoyu might be a tough one. Taking a deep breath, Bai Minghui's pupils shrunk as he stared at Xiao Chuha. His opponent's power was beyond his imagination. To be honest, he had never thought of Xiao Chuha as a threat. He was more afraid of Bai Wuxue and Xia Hozuan, since one of them was extremely well-rounded and flawless, while the other was extremely powerful in both offense and defense. Besides these two, Bai Minghui was not even afraid of Lu Xiaoyu. Since Yi Chen was also a sword artist, he would beat the two sooner or later. However, the reality had slapped him hard in the face. Xiao Chuha, who he had been treating the least, had exploded with a battling power that he had never seen before. Although his Sky Bank's second movement was extremely powerful, he had not expected that Xiao Chuha would be able to cut through 4 of the silver light beams, and only be hit on the shoulder by the last one. Obviously, one silver light beam would only cause some internal injuries to Xiao Chuha, and it would not even be a serious wound. After all, the top 5 young warriors' defense would not be this weak. It would take more than 2 silver light beams to make them lose their battling power completely. Damn. I was so close. Blue veins popped out on Bai Minghui's forehead. If he could go back in time, he would definitely not underestimate Xiao Chuha. He would use his power that was way beyond his limit to fight with him, and only use the second movement when he was absolutely sure. He was sure that if he had another chance, Xiao Chuha would not be able to cut through 4 of those silver light beams at once. It would already be impressive if he could cut through 3 of them. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a medicine for regret. Yi Chen did not know what Bai Minghui was thinking, and even if he did, he would only shake his head. The reason why Xiao Chuha was able to beat Bai Minghui was because of his real power, which was something that could not be faked. Therefore, even if they were to fight again, Bai Minghui would still lose. My biggest mistake was underestimating you, Bai Minghui said. Xiao Chuha said lightly, "It is not that you underestimated me, but you overestimated yourself. I think you are not the only one who overestimated yourself." In his opinion, Bai Minghui, Situ Hao, and Yi Chen had all overestimated themselves. Alright, I have lost this time. I have nothing else to say. In front of this many people, no matter how thick Bai Minghui's skin was, he could only admit his defeat. As he spoke, his toes touched the surface of the lake and his body flew into the air, landing on a huge tree right next to the Nine-Dragon Lake. After swallowing a pellet, he sat down with his legs crossed. In the middle of the lake, Xiao Chuha glanced at Yi Chen before turning around and flying back to his seat. Bai Minghui lost. The top 5 young warriors are indeed the top 5 young warriors. I am afraid that will not change in the next year. Yi Chen and Bai Minghui's power is still a bit lacking after all. It was not until Bai Minghui admitted it himself that everyone knew the result of the battle. I wonder what kind of level De Guju has reached right now. Someone said suddenly. Tomorrow is the day of the battle. We will know by then. On top of a small hill, Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua, and the other 2 had been watching the battle. Yan Qihua had never seen a powerful blade artist like Xiao Chuha before. Compared to him, those blade artists from the Fire Spirit Palace were like babies who had not learned how to walk yet, and he himself was only learning how to walk. The huge gap had made his blade artist heart even more determined. One day, he would beat a powerful blade artist like this and stand on top of all the other blade artists. Li Daoxian was waiting for Lu Xiaoyu's arrival. The fact that Xiao Chuha had lost to Lu Xiaoyu was known by a lot of people. Therefore, he really wanted to know how powerful Lu Xiaoyu's sword art was, and how it would compare with Yi Chen's. I really hope these 2 can have a battle. This thought suddenly flashed through Li Daoxuan's mind. He then forced a laugh, thinking that it would not be possible. Yi Chen's opponent was De Guju, and if it were Lu Xiaoyu, it would still be a bit of a stretch, since the latter was a top sword master who had beaten Xiao Chuha before. On the ranking, besides the old monster sword artist who was ranked 2nd, Lu Xiaoyu would be the leader. Soon, the 4th day had passed. On the morning of the 5th day, today was the day of the battle. The sun had not completely risen yet, but the air-slicing noises from all directions suddenly became more intense. Most of the people who had arrived were the ones who were a bit further away from the Nine-Dragon Mountain, or those who were a bit slower. Among them were some of the most eye-catching people, such as the head of the top 3 blade artists, Xie Baiting, and a white-haired elder right next to him, along with other master-level warriors. The white-haired elder who had come with Xie Baiting was not some random warrior, but an old monster sword artist who was ranked 2nd in the ranking. He was called Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master, and he was at least 150 years old. One was a blade artist ranked 5th, while the other was a sword artist ranked 2nd. The arrival of the 2 would definitely attract a lot of attention. Brother Xia, since you are praising this battle so much, I am starting to get excited. I want to watch it. Su Yuan chuckled. Xia Baiting said, Brother Su, you will not be disappointed. All right, since Brother Xia has said so, then I will definitely not be disappointed. Su Yuan was very clear about Xia Baiting's eyesight. He did not come a year ago because with his status, there was no need for him to come. But this time, it was because Xia Baiting had told him that the battle between Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe would be at the same level as the battle between them. There would not be too much of a gap between them anymore. As for the battle between Yi Chen and Du Guju, to be honest, they did not care too much about it. Even the top martial geniuses needed time to grow. Therefore, this battle would be centered around Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe, while Yi Chen and Du Guju would just be the side dishes. Many people recognized the identity of Su Yuan from the Earth Sword sect, and all of them secretly rejoiced. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword sect had not appeared in front of the public for many years, and he was truly an old monster. It was said that his sword skills had long reached an unimaginable level. Of course, Xia Baiting's status was not any weaker than Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Martial School. Although his ranking was lower than Su Yuan's, the master-level warrior ranking was only for reference, and it had a certain degree of accuracy. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would be the stronger one. The reason why Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Martial School had stolen his thunder was because Xia Baiting had appeared in front of the crowd more times than Su Yuan, so people had gotten used to it. The morning fog had disappeared completely, and the sun had risen to 1/3 of the sky. People with good eyesight could see that there was a beam of white light flashing in the horizon. Each time it flashed, the distance between them would decrease a lot, as if it was teleporting. Soon, the white light turned into a human figure. It was Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu is finally here. I can't wait. Since Lu Xiaoyu is here first, then his battle with Xiao Chuhe will definitely happen first. Actually, I want to see the battle between Yi Chen and Du Guju first. Otherwise, once Lu Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuhe's battle is over, my interest would definitely decrease by half. It was like when one was used to eating good food and suddenly eating something inferior. It would definitely be boring. But, eating the inferior food first, and then eating the better food would definitely make the enjoyment longer. Lu Xiaoyu was like a white light dragon as he arrived above the 9-dragon lake within a second. That sharp aura seemed to have cooled down the whole place. What a sword artist! Su Yuan's eyes brightened. At his level, he only needed to sense the other's aura to know his cultivation level. Without a doubt, Lu Xiaoyu had piqued his interest. Lu Xiaoyu. Xiao Chuhe stood up, his blade intent aura clashing with Lu Xiaoyu's sword intent aura. The sky above the 9-dragon lake seemed to have changed as countless blade lights and sword shadows appeared. Some of the weaker people suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. This included Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua. One of them was a swordsman, and the other a bladesman, so they felt it more deeply than the others. It seems like the two of us will have to battle first. Oh well, let's get it over with and leave as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu did not have much interest in watching the battle between Yi Chen and Du Guju, especially when he was waiting. That is exactly what I was thinking. The other battles are just secondary to me. Xiao Chuhe's wounds had already recovered. As long as it was not a serious injury, it would not be a problem for him to recover in one night. Let's fight. Lu Xiaoyu's breathing was steady as his eyes started to sharpen. Stretching his body, Xiao Chuhe was about to fly out when he suddenly made a noise. He looked into the distance and saw a beam of gray light. It is Du Guju. Du Guju is finally here. Someone yelled out. The gray light flew over at an extremely shocking speed. When it was close to the 9-dragon lake, it let go of its protective Zhenyuan layer and flashed once before appearing in the middle of the lake. Without looking at the others, Du Guju, whose eyes had turned gray, found Yi Chen and looked at him. Sitting on top of the mountain, Yi Chen put away the defensive sword spell manual and lifted his eyes, looking over with an amorous expression. When he sensed her aura, he was a bit surprised and started to think. Ooh. All of a sudden, a horrifying chi burst out of Du Guju's body. That despairing blade intent pressed down on Yi Chen, who was on the mountain. Under that horrifying blade intent, The people who were standing close to it felt like they had arrived at hell. That despairing emotion started to grow on their faces. Such a horrifying blade intent. Yichen did not move, but Xie Baiting did. He released his own blade intent, which clashed with Duguju's despairing blade intent. What shocked Xie Baiting the most was that the second his blade intent touched Duguju's blade intent, he felt like there was a surreal Duguju attacking him with his blade. That despairing blade light filled the air, reflecting in his eyes and making his breathing speed up. Horrifying. Horrifying. Yichen will lose for sure. Xie Baiting's body shook as he let go of his blade intent. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 652. Although the others did not feel it as deeply as Xie Baiting did, they could all see the change in Duguju. Right then Duguju gave people the feeling of a killer from hell. As he walked, that despairing qi covered the whole world. And that horrifying blade intent could even scare ghosts and gods. Interesting. Xiao Chuha's long blade bounced up and down as an interested expression appeared on his face. Duguju's power was indeed out of his expectation. But of course, it was only out of his expectation. As a master-level blade artist, blade intent alone would not be enough to make him change his expression. Let's see your battle with Yichen first. I hope Yichen can last a couple of attacks. As his body relaxed, Xiao Chuha knew that his battle with Lu Xiaoyu would have to be delayed. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Duguju with a bit of surprise as he thought to himself. With only blade intent, Duguju is already at the forefront. I wonder how powerful he really is. With a powerful blade intent, one's own power would not be weak. But it could not be the only thing to measure one's power. The power was all about the warrior's overall performance. Besides the most important things like cultivation, willpower, profound sense, and other things that could be improved through training, it would also require battle experience and talent. Shoo! A white light flashed once as Lu Xiaoyu flew to the lakeside. Facing such a negative blade intent, Yichen did not change his expression as he said, Duguju, if you want to use your blade intent to threaten me, I am afraid you will be very disappointed. Indeed. Duguju put away his despairing blade intent. Among all of the young martial geniuses on this true spirit continent, perhaps only Yichen was someone that he could not see through. He had already guessed this result, but no matter what, he had to give it a try. Only after trying would he be able to make a decision. How could there be such a horrifying blade intent? It almost made me lose control of my mind. Me too. All of the people who were watching the battle had pale faces as they looked at Duguju with fear. This guy is indeed a top martial genius. Once he reaches the life and death realm, he will be a very horrifying king warrior. Perhaps he will become the second evil king. Su Yuan praised. Xie Baiting said. If he can reach the life and death realm, he will not be any weaker than Evil King. I think he will walk on another path. Evil King had reached the life and death realm 50 years ago, and was also a famous martial genius. If it were not for Xianhou, then he would be the #1 martial genius of this continent in 1,000 years. Yeah. Su Yuan nodded and continued to say, the little girl from the Dantai family is also known as a top martial genius. I wonder if this Yichen's title is true or not. Indeed, Yichen's speed of increasing his cultivation could be considered as a top martial genius. But it was still not as impressive as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. The former two had been showing off their top martial geniuses since they were young, and had never disappointed anyone. Therefore, being a top martial genius was both an honor and a pressure. Su Yuan did not have high hopes for Yichen, since it was not easy to reach the level of a top martial genius. Maintaining it for a short period of time was nothing, but maintaining it for a long period of time would be truly horrifying. Duguju and Dantai Mingyue had already been through it. I am afraid that Yichen will lose. Duguju's change had shocked Xie Baiting. Originally, he was quite optimistic about Yichen, since Yichen was from a small South Ridra region, which was a very low starting point. Therefore, it was even more valuable. However, Duguju was still able to explode with a huge amount of power, even though he was not as powerful as the others. This was what it meant to be a top martial genius. Top martial geniuses would always be able to do the impossible. Let's postpone our battle for a bit. Unexpectedly, Duguju did not start the battle with Yichen right away. Meanwhile, Yichen acted like it was natural, as if he had already known about it. Turning around, Duguju looked at Xiao Chuha. Xiao Chuha, you and I are both blade artists. Among the blade artists, there can only be one number one. Therefore, you will lose under my blade for sure. As he spoke, he then said to Yi Chun, Yi Chun, I will fight with you as the number one blade artist. I hope you will not disappoint me. The others had taken the top 5 young warriors as their targets, but Duguju had taken Yi Chun as his lifetime rival. Only Yi Chun could threaten him. The others were only temporary. Once Duguju said that, everyone was shocked. Was it arrogance, or was it confidence in his power? Without a doubt, compared to Duguju, even Bai Minghui was not as powerful. Before his battle with Xiao Chuha, although Bai Minghui sounded a bit arrogant, it still gave everyone the feeling that he was afraid of Xiao Chuha. But now that Duguju had said it, it was as if he was even more powerful than Xiao Chuha. You are too arrogant. Xiao Chuha obviously did not expect that Duguju would challenge him first. But it was not important. What was important was that the latter's tone had completely pissed him off. He was one of the top 5 young warriors, and he had been through hundreds of battles. It was the first time he had been treated as someone who could be easily killed. All right, I will wait for you. Yi Chen's reply was very normal, without any arrogance. But it still made a lot of people look at each other. Duguju had said that Xiao Chuha would definitely lose under his blade, and Yi Chen had said that he would wait for Duguju. Even an idiot could tell that Yi Chen was implying that after he beat Xiao Chuha, Yi Chen would wait for Duguju to battle with him. Obviously, beating Xiao Chuha would not surprise Yi Chen at all. Xiao Chuha had already shown his horrifying power before, and if Duguju could beat Xiao Chuha, then Yi Chen would definitely know how horrifying Duguju was. Under such circumstances, he still dared to say that he would wait for him, which made a lot of people suspicious. Arrogant, Lu Xiaoyu said with a low voice. No one knew if he was talking about Duguju or Yi Chen. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master frowned as he forced a smile and said to Xie Baiting, young people nowadays do not know how to be humble anymore. See, things will come to an end eventually. Xie Baiting touched the handle of his blade. Under the stares of a lot of people, Yi Chen lowered his head, looking very calm. Of course, he would not say those words out of arrogance. To be honest, if Duguju could not beat Xiao Chuha, then he would not have the power to fight with him at all. Qing. Taking out his long blade, the tip of the blade pointed at Xiao Chuha as Duguju yelled, "Let's fight!" Xiao Chuha's feet stomped on the ground, and like an exploding wave, he arrived above the 9-dragon lake within a second, right in front of Duguju. Bai Minghui had said this to me before, but he had lost. I will still say the same thing. If you want to challenge us, you are still too early. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Chuha said with a low voice. Whether I am early or not, you will find out soon enough. All right then, I would like to see what kind of power you have. In the battle with Bai Minghui, Xiao Chuha had waited until the end of the battle to finish the battle. But right now, that horrifying aura of an army was coming out of Xiao Chuha's body, and his eyes started to turn red. A lot of people knew that Xiao Chuha had been pissed off, and he would use all of his power right from the start. Very good. Duguju nodded satisfactorily. Lose. That long blade with a white light was taken out of its scabbard as Xiao Chuha held the blade with both of his hands. He threw out an attack from the sky, and that white blade light increased by hundreds of times, looking like a sky blade. The surface of the lake could not handle that powerful blade pressure, and a straight line was formed. All of the lake water within that line was turned into mist. Dang! With a wave of his long blade, that incoming blade light was blown away while Duguju himself did not move an inch. He said lightly, Xiao Chuha, since I have the confidence to beat you, then I naturally have my reasons. This blade attack is too weak. Bring out all of your power. Gasp. The sound of people gasping was heard one after another. Although that blade attack from Xiao Chuha was not a killing attack, it was extremely fast in that split second. Since that blade attack from Duguju was not a killing attack as well, it was obvious that Duguju had the upper hand in the first attack. Or. Xiao Chuha yelled as his body carried that extremely sharp blade light as he shot out, throwing out 49 blade attacks toward Duguju. Each blade attack contained a blade aura that could split the ocean. with his power as one of the top 5 young warriors. If it were someone else, they would have been scared before the battle had even started. Unfortunately, his opponent was Duguju. Squinting his eyes slightly, the long blade in Duguju's hand shot out a white-colored blade light. Within that blade light, the images of all living beings appeared on it. That despairing chi spread out everywhere. Different from before, this despairing chi did not only affect one's mental state, but also affected Duguju's body. In that kind of despair, Duguju's power became even more powerful. Some of them would lose their will to fight in that despair, and become like the walking dead. But some of them would explode with power that they had never seen before. Even if it was just a normal blade attack, it would have the power to kill everything in its path. With the despairing blade intent, Duguju had been in closed-up training for half a year in the evil demon cave, so he had learned more about the power of despair. Not only did he need to make his enemies feel despair, he also needed to make himself feel the threat of despair. Only by being under the threat of despair all the time would he be able to perform his despairing blade intent to its limit. Dang! 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 Countless blade lights clashed together, and the battle between Duguju and Xiao Chuha reached its climax. The battle between the two was extremely dangerous. One could only see the blade light flying everywhere, and the white light shining everywhere. It was impossible to see the two's figures clearly, as if they had already been merged by the blade light. Using the despairing blade intent as the path of the blade art, Yi Chen studied the battle, and thought to himself, everyone was walking on a different path. Some people would use the sword as a weapon, which was actually no different from a normal warrior, while some would use the sword art to learn the profound. There would be a small group of people who had the attributed sword intent who would use it as their main path, such as the Double Sword King, the Iron Sword King, and even the Battle King. Most of their martial arts were created with the attributed sword intent as the core. For example, the Double Sword King had the Slaughter Sword intent. Although his martial arts were no different from the others, and contained the same profound, people would be able to sense the killing aura in his martial arts. They were created purely for killing, and contained their own characteristics. Since Yi Chen had inherited their attributed sword intent, he could not be more familiar with it. However, Yi Chen was different from all of them. He was walking on the pure sword art, and the so-called profound and sword intent were all for the sword in his hand. Of course, the sword in his hand did not refer to a specific sword, but rather his sword artist's heart. As long as the sword artist's heart did not die, he would not stop moving forward. He would use the sword in his hand to break through all the obstacles. He gradually realized that the sword intent was derived from the sword, or it could be said that it was derived from the heart of a swordsman. Without the sword, without the heart of a swordsman, it was impossible to derive the sword intent. The source of the sword intent was oneself, the sword. What he wanted to walk on was the pure sword principle, the upright sword principle, which would not change. Chapter 653. The power that came out of desperation was just way too powerful. Even though Xiao Chuha had already used all of his power, and was even slightly more powerful than before, he still could not get the upper hand at all. He was completely suppressed by Duguju and had to back out 3,000 meters, his blade art starting to get messed up. Damn! Xiao Chuha was furious. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as his whole body used the power of that long blade attack to jump back into the air, throwing out a blade attack at Duguju in front of him. You have been covered by despair. There is nowhere to run. Duguju looked cold as his gray pupils shone with an emotionless light. Xiao Chuha's figure was reflected in his eyes, almost drowned by the gray background. Dang! Lifting up his right arm, he threw out another blade attack. Xiao Chuha backed out hundreds of meters again, and the clothes on his body had been torn apart, revealing the defensive armor underneath. The despairing blade art is indeed powerful. Although Yi Chen had not chosen the path of developing his sword art based on the attributed sword intent, he did not deny it either. There was an advantage to using the despairing blade intent as the path, which was that the initial growth would be extremely fast. His power would increase exponentially, and the higher his understanding of despair, the more power he would be able to explode. Plus, because of the despairing aura, all of the blade attacks created would have the despairing element, which would be extremely coordinated. it would be able to bring out all of the power within the despair. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's sword art was very inclusive. It was calm and peaceful, and its growth was neither fast nor slow. However, it was very stable, and could be controlled 100%. Therefore, it was still too early to talk about which path would be better. But one thing was for sure. Yi Chen had not chosen the path of the Battle King or the Iron Sword King. As for the Dual Sword King, it was even more impossible, since he had chosen his own sword art. Dang! 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 Bright sparks exploded in the air like bright fireworks. Wherever Dugaju went, Xiao Chuha would back out. Right then, most of the people could tell that Xiao Chuha had been completely suppressed, and the chance of him turning the situation around would be very slim. Among the people watching the battle, one of them shook his head and sighed. It is not that Xiao Chuha is weak, it is that Dugaju is too powerful. Compared to 1 year ago, his power has increased by at least a couple of times, while Xiao Chuha's improvement is not more than 30%. Therefore, Xiao Chuha will lose for sure. The top 5 young warriors are finally going to change. Dugaju is indeed a top martial genius. Even Xiao Chuha would have to make way for him. When a veteran powerhouse meets a new monster, the new monster will always be stronger. Before coming here, no one would have thought that Dugaju would be able to beat Xiao Chuha and become the first one to make it to the top. They all thought that even if it was a top martial genius, it would still take time to grow, and they thought that within 1 or 2 years, it would still be the top 5 young warriors. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that the reason why the top martial geniuses were top martial geniuses was not something that could be predicted with common sense. Plus, when the top martial geniuses met their opponents, they would explode with even more power. And for Dugaju, Yi Chen was without a doubt his catalyst. Of course, there were still people who thought highly of Xiao Chuha. One of them said, "Don't forget that Xiao Chuha still has his ace attack, the ocean-splitting 3-blade attack. Even if Bai Minghui loses to that attack, Dugaju might not be able to handle it." Yeah, Xiao Chuha's ocean-splitting 3-blade attack might be able to beat Dugaju. People who supported Dugaju argued back, "Don't you forget that Dugaju still has his despair blade. 1 year ago, he could not control it completely. What about now? Just wait and see." Boom. The surface of the 9-Dragon Lake had been shattered by the battle between the 2 top blade masters. Ocean-splitting 3-blade attack. Finally, Xiao Chuha performed his ace attack. His whole body stepped on the wave, looking down from above as he threw out 3-blade attacks toward Dugaju. The 3 massive blade lights stacked on top of each other, bringing about a drastic change in the weather of the 9-Dragon Mountain. The wind started to howl, and the undercurrent started to rise. "You have the right to make me perform my despair blade attack." The despairing chi on Duguju's body suddenly increased by a couple of times as a cold wind spread out. Meanwhile, his hair had turned gray as well. In the depth of his left eye, a white flame was burning. Whoever was stared at by that eye would feel like they had arrived at hell, where countless evil spirits appeared out of nowhere and attacked their souls. Shoo! The space in front of him started to blur, and Duguju's body disappeared from where he was standing. Crack! The blade light that Xiao Chuha had thrown out shattered like a bubble. Soon, a ghost-like shadow appeared in front of Xiao Chuha and threw out a blade attack. Without any suspense, under Duguju's despair blade attack, all Xiao Chuha had to face was despair. His protective Zhenyuan was no tougher than a piece of tofu, and it had been sliced in half. The next second, that cold blade power traveled through his armor and into his body before coming out from his back. That invisible blade pressure had sunk a blade mark into the lake surface behind him. Pooh! A huge amount of blood spurted out of Xiao Chuha's mouth, forming a blood column. He had wanted to dodge, but his body was not listening to him. It seemed like he did not want to lose to Dugaju, so he somehow managed to bring out a new power from his despair, wanting to throw out a blade attack at Dugaju who was right in front of him. Unfortunately, Dugaju was even faster than him. Another blade attack landed on his body, blowing him into the lake and making him flip a couple of times. He had completely lost his fighting power and fighting spirit. Drawing power from despair. "You will never be able to compete with me." If it were someone else, Xiao Chuha might have been able to turn the situation around. But unfortunately, It was Duguju who would not be able to do that, because his understanding of despair was way beyond people's imagination. Therefore, Xiao Chuha's last move was just like a trapped beast trying to fight back. Xiao Chuha lost. Xiao Chuha really lost. It has been almost 5 years, right? After 5 years, a top young warrior has finally fallen. Although they had already thought that Xiao Chuha would lose, when the result came out, most of them were still shocked. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Chuha had lost to Duguju's blade. It was not hard to imagine how powerful Duguju was. Perhaps no one under 40 years old could beat Duguju. Even Bai Wuxue might not be able to do it. So powerful. Bai Minghui dared to challenge Xiao Chuha, but he realized that he would rather challenge someone else than Duguju. Drawing power from despair and making his opponent fall into despair, even if it were someone with the same power as Duguju, 99% of the time, they would lose. Sick. Situ Hao was also very scared of Duguju. Making his opponent lose the chance to turn the situation around would make one's scalp go numb. Brother Xie, how confident are you in battling him? Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master suddenly asked Xie Baiting. Xie Baiting forced a smile and said, if it were another blade artist with the same power as him, then it would be 50-50. But against him, it would be 40-60 at most. 40 for me, 60 for him. It seems like there will not be much to see from now on. Su Yuan nodded. Chapter 654. Even Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua, and Bing Ling, who came from the same place as Yi Chun, felt that Yi Chun did not have much of a chance. It was not that Yi Chun was weak, but that Duguju was just too powerful. One blade, he had beaten Xiao Chuha, who was one of the top 5 young warriors, to the point that he could not even fight back. This kind of power had already surpassed the top 5 young warriors. Even if it were Bai Wuxue, he would not have much of a chance to win against him. Not to mention Yi Chun. Bai Wuxue looked at Duguju with a serious expression. He shook his head and did not say anything. Ting. Lu Xiaoyou's sword kept vibrating, letting out a clear sword hum. The second Duguju beat Xiao Chuha. The sword hum reached its peak, almost flying out of its scabbard. We have all underestimated Duguju. Who knew that he would grow to this level within a year? Right now, not to mention Yi Chun, no one under the age of 40 could beat him. Hai Wuya looked at Yi Chun and sighed. Yan Fengfeng said, the final battle has not started yet. Perhaps there will be a chance. Let's hope so. Hai Wuya moved his gaze away and looked at Yi Chun. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chun stood up. A heavy wind blew past, causing his blue robe to float in the air. His long black hair danced in the air like ink. Duguju, you have the right to challenge me now. The first sentence that Yi Chun said after standing up had caused a huge commotion. Did I hear it right? Some people thought that they had heard it wrong. I have the right to challenge you? Duguju squinted his eyes. He was different from the others. If it were someone else who said this, he would not care about it at all. But what Yi Chun said had given him a strong sense of danger. It was like a great sword was about to be pulled out of its scabbard. This is Yi Chun? Lu Xiaoyu frowned. Xiao Chuha had lost to Duguju, so there was nothing for him to do today. He knew that he did not have that much confidence in fighting against Duguju, which was undeniable. But he and Yi Chun were both sword artists, so what Yi Chun said was obviously way too arrogant. Yi Chun, today is the day of your duel with Duguju. However, I would like to know what level your sword art has reached. Yi Chun nodded. Sure, let's decide the winner in 3 moves. Alright, let's limit it to 3 moves. Stretching his body, Lu Xiaoyu soared into the sky like a white dragon, flying towards Yi Chun at an extreme speed. Before he arrived, a sharp sword chi had already pierced through the air. Lu Xiaoyu and Yi Chun want to fight too. Many people were surprised. Sky Kill Sword Art. Lu Xiaoyou's sword art could only be described in 3 words. Fast, brutal, and accurate. And the most powerful attack would be his Sky Kill Sword Art. Once performed, the space seemed to have shrunk, just like Xia Hozuan and Yi Chen's void-shattering finger art, which could ignore the distance between them. However, the Sky Kill Sword Art did not contain the space profound, but the profound of wind. The wind was everywhere, and so was the Sky Kill Sword Art. Lu Xiaoyu waved out his sword, and all of the wind turned into sword chi, attacking toward Yi Chen. No wonder Xiao Chuha had lost to him before. Yi Chen's expression changed, not daring to take it lightly. Since the two were limited to 3 attacks, it was obvious that it was not a real battle of life and death. Therefore, losing one move was still a loss. Taking out his long sword, Yi Chen took a deep breath and took a step forward. Something strange happened. Yi Chen's soul seemed to have left his body as he walked out of his body. He threw out a sword attack toward that sword chi. Then, he changed his step art, and another Yi Chen walked out, waving his sword toward the sky as well. 3, 5, 7. Within that second, Yi Chen had taken 7 steps, turning into 7 Yi Chens. Although they were waving their swords in an orderly manner, it gave people the feeling that there were 7 Yi Chens waving swords at the same time. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sword chi disappeared completely, and the space twisted a bit. Such a fast sword. Everyone watching the battle was shocked by Yi Chen's sword art. They could not help but open their eyes wide. Sky-slaying sword. Lu Xiaoyu's expression changed as the Zhen Yuan inside his body burst out and poured into his longsword. A sword artist Zhen Yuan had always been pure. Not to mention that Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation base was already at the peak of late Sea of Soul's realm. As a huge amount of Zhen Yuan poured in, the sharp longsword in his hand seemed to twist like a beam of twisted light. His hand grabbed onto the end of the light tightly as he stabbed toward Yi Chen. Pop! This sword stab seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier. The mountain peak where Yi Chen was at started to twist. At first glance, it seemed like there was a mirror there, and it could shatter at any moment. Being inside the mirror, Yi Chen would not be able to escape. Breaking the space is not that far away. Su Yuan knew how powerful this sword attack was. Normally, only Life and Death Realm warriors could break the space. But of course, Life and Death Realm warriors were way too powerful. Even a normal punch would be able to shatter the space, not to mention Life and Death Realm warriors. Below Life and Death Realm, even the half-step king warriors would have the power to break the space. However, if they wanted to escape into the surreal space, it would still be a long way off. As for warriors below the half-step king warrior level, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break the space. But this sword attack of Lu Xiaoyu was able to twist the space like a mirror. Thunder Devour. Silver lightning gathered at the tip of the sword. Yi Chen did not back out at all as he threw out a sword attack. A perfect thunder ball appeared out of nowhere. Boom. The space started to shake, and the sky suddenly turned bright blue. Under this intense light, Yi Chen and Lu Xiaoyu looked like 2 twisted shadows that could be torn apart at any second. Alright. I indeed did not expect that your power had already reached this level. I admit that I have underestimated you. Everyone in the world has underestimated you. Lu Xiaoyu had been shaken by that exploding thunder ball. He almost puked out a mouthful of blood. That sword attack of his had only touched the edge of breaking the space, and was still far away from actually breaking it. The space was not like a mirror, and it was not that fragile. Even though it looked like it was about to shatter, it could actually handle a couple times more power than before. So this step was extremely difficult. So powerful. Xiao Chuha's face was pale as a complicated look flashed through his eyes. While he was still immersed in the battle between the top 5 young warriors, Duguju and Yi Chen had already caught up and even surpassed him. It was a huge blow to him, and it had denied him everything. The third attack let me do it. Yi Chen did not care about the explosion. His body shook once, and that vague shadow disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already right next to Lu Xiaoyu. Spiritual sword attack. 3 consecutive slashes. The spiritual sword attack was extremely fast, leaving only a flash of light. Ting, ting, shoo. Lu Xiaoyu's sword was indeed fast, blocking out Yi Chen's first 2 sword attacks. However, he could not handle the third one anymore. It was not because he was not fast enough, but because he could not grasp the timing. Without that, as long as his sword speed was not faster than Yi Chen's, he would lose. His right arm went cold, and Lu Xiaoyu was blown away. Standing in the air quietly, that burning blue light had not disappeared yet. Yi Chen said lightly, 3 attacks have passed. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the sword mark on his right arm, his face full of shock. What? Su Yuan had not expected this at all, so he looked at Xie Baiting with shock. The two exchanged a look, not knowing what to say. Xie Beiding opened his mouth a couple of times as if he wanted to say something, and then closed it again. In the end he said, I am getting old. My eyes are getting worse. I could not even see through a young man's power. Su Yuan said bitterly, It is not that we are getting worse. It is just that this young man is way too talented. He has been keeping a low profile, and no one knows how powerful he is. First, De Guju had beaten Xiao Chuha, and then Yi Chun, who was not expected to win, had beaten Lu Xiaoyu. Two of the top 5 young warriors had fallen one after another. The former was still okay, since everyone had already recognized him from the beginning. But the latter was basically not expected. They only thought that after De Guju had beaten Xiao Chuha, there would be nothing to see anymore. In their minds, no matter how powerful Yi Chun was, he would not be as powerful as the top 5 young warriors. Reality told them, De Guju was a monster. Yi Chun was also a monster. Within 1 year, De Guju's power could increase by a couple of times, and so could Yi Chun. There was nothing that he could not do. No wonder he said that De Guju has the right to challenge him. Someone suddenly realized. It is still hard to say right now. We will have to see how the battle between him and De Guju turns out. But it is a bit more interesting now. Luckily, I did not leave. Monster against monster. This is the top battle. After beating Lu Xiaoyu with 3 attacks, no one dared to underestimate Yi Chun anymore. They all calmly waited for the battle between De Guju and Yi Chun. If one had to ask who was the most emotional, it would naturally be Li Daoxian, and the other two. They felt like they were in a dream, their mouths slightly open. Yi Chun's brilliance was too dazzling, so much so that they felt like they did not know Yi Chun at all. The Yi Chun of the past was no longer the Yi Chun in front of them, and the Yi Chun in front of them was the real Yi Chun. I didn't misjudge you. You are my real opponent. De Guju was slightly different, but he soon revealed an excited expression. What top 5 young warriors? What Blade Dao Master? None of that mattered. He had already surpassed those that he should have surpassed, and the one that he had yet to surpass was still Yi Chun. Let's fight. After warming up, Yi Chun's blood started to boil. A destructive sword intent exploded, and the sky suddenly turned dark. It was as if they had arrived in a dark starry sky. There were signs of destruction everywhere. If one's mind was weak, they would not even have the courage to pick up their weapons and fight. De Guju's blade intent made people feel despair, but Yi Chun's sword intent was suppressing De Guju's blade intent, not giving it any chance to fight back. The place where Yi Chun was at was like a sword domain. Thousands of sword intents pointed to hell. Although despair can't do anything to you, it can give me power. De Guju knew that he would not be able to do anything to Yi Chun in terms of willpower, so he could only let himself be in despair and absorb power. His body flashed once as De Guju held his blade with both of his hands. His blade intent was pushed to its limit, and he threw out a blade attack at Yi Chun with extreme power. Xiao Chuha realized bitterly that this blade attack from De Guju was even more powerful than when he was battling with him. It was obvious that he had not used all of his power yet. Chapter 655. Dang. Dazzling sparks burst forth, lighting up the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun swung his sword at the weak point of the long saber, bouncing De Guju away, causing his opponent's follow-up attack to end in vain. The moment De Guju was bounced away, he immediately knew that the situation was not good. He did not expect Yi Chun's observation and accuracy to have reached the acme of perfection. His saber was extremely fast, but his opponent was still able to find the weak point of his long saber and hit it in one strike. It was as if he was the one who sent himself to the saber. The long saber danced impenetrable. For the first time, De Guju switched from offense to defense. The next moment, thousands of sparks burst forth from De Guju's body. Yi Chun's sword was like the most terrifying venomous snake. Once it found an opportunity, it would launch a fatal attack, not giving his opponent the slightest chance. When the spectators saw that De Guju was suppressed right from the start, they felt a little breathless. Without exchanging blows with Yi Chun, there was no way they would know how powerful he was. At first, De Guju thought that his saber speed was fast enough and his saber force was strong enough to compete with Yi Chun. He might even be able to suppress his opponent. But now he knew that he was wrong. Not only was his opponent's sword speed and sword force not inferior to his, the scariest thing was that even though both of their speed and strength were similar, he was the one who was forced to retreat. He had a feeling of not being able to unleash his full strength. One of them changed from offense to defense, while the other changed from counterattack to all-out attack. The process could only be described as a flash of lightning. The spectators could only see the proof of their exchange from the sparks. Otherwise, they would have thought that the two of them did not even touch each other. Ding 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 ding. Du Guju's defense was flawless. Even Yi Chen was unable to break through it. However, Yi Chen could weaken his defense. Every strike landed on the weak point of his saber. Although there were too many strikes, it was not very accurate. But out of 10 strikes, he would succeed at least 5 to 6 times. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, Du Guju's saber-light defense became thinner and thinner. He was very clear that under Yi Chen's fierce attacks, his saber speed was starting to slow down. If this continued, when his saber speed slowed down by half a beat, his defense would be broken. All of a sudden, that despairing chi on Du Guju's body increased again. A white flame burned in the depth of his left eye, and his hair turned gray as well. That thinner saber-light defense started to increase at a visible speed, steadily blocking out Yi Chen's incoming attack. Not only that, once his saber-light defense reached a new level, Du Guju shook his wrist, and that saber-light defense disappeared completely. It turned into a bright saber-light attacking toward Yi Chen. It was indeed the despairing saber attack, a different kind of despairing saber attack. Yi Chen had been through hundreds of battles, and he had never failed in terms of technique. This time it was the same. He held his sword with both of his hands, attacking on that saber light. That golden pattern spread out in all directions. Boom! Yi Chen had only backed out dozens of steps, and his body's center of gravity had not changed at all. Just this alone showed that he was a couple of times more powerful than Xiao Chuha. If Du Guju's saber power was extremely powerful, then Yi Chen's sword art would be unpredictable. This was everyone's first impression, since that blade attack was way too sudden and horrifying. However, even in that kind of situation, Yi Chen was still able to block it out. After getting the upper hand with that blade attack, Du Guju did not stop attacking. He threw out dozens of blade attacks toward Yi Chen, and each one of them looked like a white rainbow. Blocking out one blade attack was not that scary, but to block out dozens of them would be almost impossible. Even Xiao Chuha could not block out the real despairing saber attack, and right now it only had about 1/3 of its power. After hundreds of blade attacks, normal defense would not be able to handle it at all. What a powerful power! Yi Chen could sense that Du Guju's blade speed and power had reached a whole new level, and its attacking power had increased drastically. Each blade attack was just like a normal ace attack. If he wanted to defend against it, he would have to use his ace attacks, which would be the only way out. Ooh, 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 ooh. The long sword was waved in the air. With Yi Chen as the starting point, circles of golden pattern spread out, blocking out the incoming white blade light one after another. What? Consecutive ace attacks? Du Guju was shocked, and his blade attack could not help but pause for a second. Although his despairing blade attack was an ace attack, it was different from normal ace attacks. It was based on his own body, and there was nothing special about the blade attack. Therefore, it could be performed continuously. Of course, performing it too fast would weaken the blade power. But it did not matter. Even if it only had 1/3 of its power, with enough of it, it would still be more powerful than 100% despairing blade attack. However, Yi Chen's ace attacks had cancelled out this attack completely. Thunder Devour. The sword momentum changed. Yi Chen's figure rushed forward, and he waved his sword to release a perfect thunder ball. The thunder ball triggered a circle of space ripples, and instantly appeared in front of Du Guju. Break! Du Guju's eyes were burning with a white flame, and he slashed the thunder ball with his blade. Only when the Thunder Devour was in a perfect state could it burst out with the greatest destructive power. After being slashed in half, it could not even exert 1/10 of its power. Du Guju's blade attack could be said to have displayed the blade's speed and power to the fullest. Otherwise, if he was just a little bit slower, the thunderball would have exploded in an instant. These two are actually strong to such a degree. There were at least 20 or 30 experts who came to watch the battle. They sadly found that since the beginning of the battle, the strength that Du Guju and Yi Chun had displayed was enough to kill them in a second. Just a random blade light and sword shadow could cut them in half. An unprecedented battle between the young generation. Elder Gao Changtian of the Pavilion Master had come as well. The development of Du Guju and Yi Chun was beyond his expectation. These two were 28 years old, and the other was 26 years old. Their ages were almost the same, but their power had surpassed that of the young generation. Peerless Proud Pair. Someone blurted out the name without thinking. Peerless Proud Pair, this is a good description. The people next to him pondered for a while, and they felt that it was a good description for Du Guju and Yi Chun. Just like that, the Peerless Proud Pair had become a unique term for Du Guju and Yi Chun. As for Dantai Mingyue, although she was also known as a monster, she was a woman after all, and it was a bit awkward for her to be called a Peerless Proud Pair with a man. Besides, not many people knew about Dantai Mingyue's real power. 3 consecutive cuts. Yi Chun activated his sword steps. His body turned into a beam of sword light, moving around without a fixed direction. The long sword in his hand was either cutting, stabbing, or cutting, aiming right at Du Guju's weak spot. Du Guju was most afraid of close combat with Yi Chun, since it required a lot of skills. His skills were already scary enough, but Yi Chun was even better. Before Lu Xiaoyu, who had a great sword art, had been defeated by Yi Chun's spiritual sword 3 consecutive cuts. The strong sense of danger had pushed Du Guju's reflexes to the limit. He blocked out Yi Chun's last cut, but that sharp sword chi had still taken away a piece of his sleeve. Despairing Fox. Taking 3 steps back, Du Guju's long gray hair danced in the air. He threw out a demonic fox phantom in the air. The demonic fox looked ferocious with its sharp teeth all over its body. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Yi Chun. Explode. A thunderball was thrown into the demonic fox phantom's mouth. Boom. The demonic fox phantom exploded into pieces, and the electric shock wave spread out in all directions. Alright, that's enough. Yi Chun suddenly increased his speed. He used his dragon power on his arm and poured his Zhen Yuan into his longsword. He then threw out an extremely fast sword attack at Du Guju. This sword attack was so fast that it looked like an illusion. So fast. Am I going to lose? Du Guju was suddenly filled with despair. However, it was different from before. This despair was brought to him by Yi Chun, and not by himself. It had to be said that Yi Chun had still underestimated the power of despair. Despair could make one's potential burst out instantly. Du Guju felt like he was back in the evil demon cave again. Dang. At that critical moment, Du Guju saw the sword's trajectory and threw out his blade to meet it. A huge spark spread out in a sphere, and a huge fireball appeared between the two. You can even block it like this? Close combat was Yi Chun's strongest power. He could not only use his extraordinary skills, but also have the dragon power. In other words, unless Du Guju's defense was like Xia Hozuan's, who had swallowed a Blood Emperor battle spirit pellet, he would not be able to block out this sword attack at all. But Du Guju was not Xia Hozuan after all. The despair had increased his 5 senses to a whole new level, allowing him to see the sword's trajectory. The power of despair has its limit. Yi Chun's hands were covered by a layer of white dragon bone defense, as he held onto his sword tightly. He threw out one sword attack after another at Du Guju. Each time he threw out a sword attack, the space would twist a little. The whole space was like a mirror, reflecting the two's figures. Du Guju's physical power was not low either, which was about 300,000 pounds. Half of it was his own power, and the other half was from training some of the spirit plants that could increase his power. After all, it was not just the dragon blood plant that could increase chi power. It was just that the dragon blood plant had the best effect. Dang. 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 Balls of fireballs exploded as Du Guju backed out while Yi Chun continued to attack. Finally, both of Du Guju's arms went numb, and he was stabbed in the shoulder by Yi Chun. That sharp sword power traveled through the defense armor and landed on the inside of Du Guju's shoulder. Boom. Du Guju puked out a huge amount of blood as his body was blown backward. Because of the extreme speed, Circles of pattern appeared in front of him. Duguju has lost. Just how powerful is this Yichun? This is unbelievable. Even Duguju could not stop Yichun. We have all made a wrong estimation. Monstrous, monstrous. Duguju is monstrous enough, but Yichun is even more monstrous. Everyone felt that Duguju was strong enough, so strong that it was terrifying. However, such a strong Duguju still couldn't stop Yichun. This caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Yichun, who had fully displayed his strength, made everyone feel what it meant to be unstoppable for the first time. Despair. At this moment, Duguju, who was flying backward, suddenly shouted. He used all the strength in his body, as well as the hidden potential in the depths of his heart, and slashed out with his blade. When this blade slashed out, the boundless and terrifying blade light instantly shattered, turning into a gray light pillar with a diameter of several hundred meters, sweeping towards Yichun. Within the gray light pillar, one could vaguely see the shadows of countless people, and the cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. You can't block this blade. After the blade slashed out, Duguju didn't even have the strength to control his body. The eerie white flames in his eyes also dissipated into nothingness. In his sight, the gray light column was about to devour Yichun at a lightning-fast speed. Dodging it was already impossible. The spectators clearly didn't expect that Duguju would have an even more terrifying killing move. All of their mouths were wide open. The so-called instant reversal was nothing more than this. Chapter 656. The power of the gray light beam locked onto Yichun, making the space around Yichun seem to be frozen. Not to mention escaping, he couldn't even move. Under this blade attack, there was only one way to escape, and that was to fight back with an attack. There was no second way. It would be impossible for Yichun to not be shocked, but after the shock his expression returned to normal. Originally he hadn't planned to reveal his most powerful attack, the Gold Fury. It wasn't a life and death battle, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal his most powerful attack. As the saying went, one more trump card meant one more chance to save his life, and after using it, the effect would be halved. But now he had to use it. Gold Fury. Feeling the terrifying blade pressure coming towards him, Yichun lowered his center of gravity and held his sword with both hands. He raised it up high and then slashed down with all his might. Boom. The golden ripples twisted and elongated, like the traces left behind by a large ship passing by on a lake. In front of the golden ripples was a perfect arc. The arc was like a side blade, following the gaps, cutting through the gray light pillar. The hundreds of meters thick and thousands of meters long gray light beam was cut open in an instant. The power dissipated, causing the two halves of the gray light beam to scatter and fill the entire sky. In the middle of the sky, there was a smear of gold. It was this smear of gold that had split the gray sky in half, like yin and yang. After the gray light disappeared, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards the battlefield. On the Nine-Dragon Lake, a shallow mark was disappearing. Following the mark, everyone found Duguju. Right now Duguju was in a very bad shape. His body had crashed into the lake, creating a huge pit that was several meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Duguju was lying in the middle of the pit, covered in mud, and his hair was wet. The armor on his chest had caved in, and the light was dim. Seeing Duguju's current state, gasping sounds could be heard everywhere. No one had expected that Duguju, who was about to make a comeback, would end up like this. The power of that last blade attack had made every single one of them feel a trace of despair. Depending on the distance, the degree of despair would be different. But without a doubt, that blade attack of Duguju's had the destructive power to instantly kill a group of experts. They had thought that Duguju would be able to turn the tables, but the result was the opposite. Arg! Duguju spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He tried to raise his eyes and look towards the sky. In his sight, Yichun, who was dressed in blue, was standing high in the sky. His long sword was already sheathed, and his long black hair was fluttering in the wind. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Yichun. Compared to Duguju, Yichun was unscathed. Those who were observant could see that there were no traces of his clothes being torn. In other words, in this battle, Yichun had completely suppressed Duguju. Even when Duguju fell, Yichen didn't feel the slightest threat. This is too scary. Even someone as strong as Duguju didn't have a chance to fight back against Yichen. Duguju can absorb the power of despair, but Yichen has already surpassed despair. Everyone was discussing. Although they couldn't see the details clearly, they could tell that Duguju was completely defeated by Yichen in every aspect. In terms of experience, Yichen wasn't lacking. In terms of battle techniques, Yichen had a complete advantage. Every time Duguju used the Despair Blade will to increase his battle power, it would be neutralized by Yichen's sword and hit his weak spot. Many people sighed in their hearts. It was a tragedy for Duguju to encounter Yichen. If it was someone else who was as strong as Yichen, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have lost so badly. In the hands of Yichen, Duguju was being suppressed from the beginning until the end. And he didn't have his own rhythm. This is Yichen? Li Daoxian and the other two hadn't seen Yichen for about 2 years. They originally thought that even if Yichen's strength was very high, it wouldn't be enough to surprise them. After all, they had already been shocked countless times. But now they still couldn't help but exclaim. If it was a few years ago, they could still see Yichen's back. Now they couldn't even see his shadow. All they could see were the traces and glory he left behind. Absolute strength can disregard everything. Bai Wuxue glanced at Duguju and murmured to himself. Being able to make Bai Wuxue mention the absolute power would not be easy at all. The so-called absolute power was not the level of cultivation. Otherwise, only the Surreal King would have the right to talk about the absolute power, because he was the #1 warrior of the whole True Spirit continent. In Bai Wuxue's eyes, the absolute power was the highest standard of power evaluation. For normal people, only the profound and willpower would be qualified. But the power was not that important. Being able to use all of it would be the most important. When the power difference was not that big, the profound and willpower could be ignored. What would be left would be the quality, battle talent, and understanding of battling. Being powerful in every aspect would be the absolute power. Among the same level warriors, they would be invincible. It was like a wooden bucket. If there was no shortcut, the bucket would be complete and could be filled with water. But if there was a shortcut, the water would not be able to be filled, and there would always be some loss. Bai Wuxue was very clear that the reason he was able to become the leader of the top 5 young warriors was not because of his great talent or comprehensive ability. The others were not weaker than him, but in terms of absolute power, he was more powerful than the others. Even if it was Duguju, he could still see some flaws. But with the appearance of Yichen, he had realized for the first time that Yichen's absolute power was even more powerful than his. Of course, everyone had to move forward. Although his absolute power was similar to Yichen's, in terms of potential, he had almost reached his limit. The chance of him reaching the life and death realm in this lifetime was not that big. On the other hand, Duguju might be able to reach the life and death realm. This was the difference in potential. Between the same level, it was about the absolute power. In a lifetime, it was about the potential. The higher the potential, the faster the power would increase. This is so embarrassing. Let's go. Su Yuan from the Earth Sword School looked embarrassed. Before, he and Xie Beiding were not talking loudly, but they were not being secretive either. So there would definitely be people nearby who could hear them. And now, Yichen had won without any suspense. No matter how thick his skin was, he could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Shoo. The 2 seniors left the 9-Dragon Mountain first. Su Yuan and Xie Beiding's departure did not attract much attention. Most of the people's attention was on Duguju and Yichen. Putting a pellet into his mouth, Duguju activated his martial art to refine part of the medicinal power. Only then did he manage to stand up with difficulty, wobbling in the middle of the huge pit. Yichen, I, Duguju, have never lost before in my generation. You are the first one to beat me. Duguju took a deep breath and said slowly. Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. Before, because they were too excited, they did not think too much. But after Duguju's reminder, they all recalled Duguju's achievements. Duguju had shown his monstrous talent since he was young. He had fought thousands of battles, big and small, but he had never lost once. The only times he had a draw were against the other monstrous talent, Dantai Mingyue. Other than Dantai Mingyue, Duguju had always had the last laugh. And Yi Chen had broken Duguju's record of winning all the time. He was also the first person to officially beat Duguju. Most importantly, both of them were monstrous talents, but they were also each other's stepping stones. When one fell, the other would rise to glory. In the first battle, the winner was Yi Chen. In the sky, Yi Chen said, "Among the same generation, I have never met a worthy opponent either." It was a simple sentence, but it shocked a lot of people. They did not know if Yi Chen meant it on purpose, because this sentence included Duguju as well. In other words, until now, Yi Chen had not lost even once, even if his opponent was Duguju. On an unremarkable little mountain, Li Daoxian sighed and said, "He has never been defeated before." In the past, he was somewhat lucky to have not been defeated. Now he is undefeated because of the general trend. In the same generation, there is no one who can defeat him. Not losing when one was weak depended on luck. For example, when Yi Chen was still at the condensing reality realm or clasping yuan realm, he would most likely lose when he came to the sky martial region. As he became more and more powerful, the luck factor gradually disappeared. Without luck, among the same generation, there was no one who could beat him. Against an undefeated opponent, one of them will definitely lose. Too bad I lost. A bitter look appeared on Duguju's face. It was his first time losing, so it would be impossible to say that he did not have any negative emotions. But this loss seemed to have unlocked some kind of shackle for him, making him feel relaxed. From now on, he would be even more motivated. Before he was trying to not lose, but now he was trying to beat Yi Chen. The former was for himself, and the latter was also for himself. Everyone will face failure eventually. Wait for me in front. Standing up straight, Duguju's chi was very weak, but his aura did not decrease. Instead, it increased. A wave of blade intent that was full of explosive power exploded out, seeming like it was going to break and rise again. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, Duguju seemed to be even more powerful than before. Could it be that there was no limit to his potential? Good Duguju, good Yi Chen. The elder of the pavilion, Gao Changtian, laughed out loud. The annual ranking list would be updated next month. Gao Changtian was in charge of the young generation, but this time, it was not the young generation that was in the limelight, but two young warriors. Of course, the young generation was also included in the list, and Gao Changtian was in charge of it as well. Duguju, although you have lost to Yi Chen, according to the current information, you have the right to be in the top 5, maybe even higher, Gao Changtian said. If Duguju is in the top 5, wouldn't that mean that Xie Baiting will be squeezed out? Someone looked confused. Gao Changtian could tell that everyone was confused, so he said, the ranking changes every year. After this, Duguju will only get stronger. Therefore, there should be no problem for him to be in the top 5. Then Gao Changtian turned his head and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if I am not wrong, this year's ranking will be either number 1 or number 2. What? Gao Changtian's words stunned everyone present. The number 2 was still acceptable, but the number 1 was the head elder of the Void Martial School, the head of the 9 great martial institutions. People called him the Axe Master. With 2 words as his title, one could imagine how powerful he was. Normally, many people would want to have 2 words as their title, such as the Sword Master, the Blade Master, or the Spear Master. Unfortunately, there were only a few who could have 2 words as their title, because the meaning behind it was extraordinary. It meant that one was the absolute number 1 in a certain field. The Axe Master was the number 1 among all the Axe Masters, and no one could surpass him. Little brother, I will give you a title. I wonder if you dare to accept it? Gao Changtian ignored the other's expressions, and said with a smile. Oh, what title? Yi Chen asked. Sword Master. Chapter 657. Gao Changtian's words had shocked everyone. Even Yan Fengfeng and Hai Wuya frowned, knowing that it would not be easy to be called the Sword Master. Sword Master? Yi Chen was shocked. There were a lot of master-level warriors in the world. Some of them used weapons such as blades, spears, swords, whips, hammers, staffs, axes, and so on. Some of them were bare-handed and specialized in their palms, fists, or kicks. The number one in each area would have the right to fight for the title, such as Blade Master, Spear Master, Axe Master, Head Master, Fist Master, and Leg Master. But it was undeniable that among all of them, the Sword Master and Blade Master were the hardest to get, because most of them were sword or blade users. Even so, there were not that many who could get the title, and there were less than 5 of them in the whole True Spirit continent. As a matter of fact, it was not that there was no first place among Sword Masters and Saber Masters. If there was a battle of life and death, the first and second place would definitely be decided. However, no one dared to call themselves Sword Master or Saber Master because once they used this title, it meant that they looked down on others and would have to face challenges again and again. If the gap was not big, it was very likely that they would be defeated and become a joke. Therefore, without an absolute advantage, no one dared to call themselves Sword Master or Saber Master. If they wanted to use it, sure, but they would have to beat the others to admit their title. Of course, even if they did, it would only be temporary. Once someone thought that they could challenge you, they would come again. In other words, the title of Sword Master was not only a huge honor, but also a huge trouble. After all, if you could beat all of the master-level warriors in the world, there would always be people who would not accept it. You would then become the number one target of all the master-level warriors in the world. Yi Chen said, "Sword Master, it is indeed a big temptation, but you still cannot give me this title." Gao Changtian laughed. "Of course I cannot represent everyone in the world, but I have the right to give someone a title. As for whether you can keep this title or not, it has nothing to do with me. Plus, I am only asking if you dare to take it or not. If you do not, then just pretend that I did not say anything." With Yi Chen's personality, he wouldn't be so reckless. Li Daoxian had some understanding of Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen wouldn't take this hot potato. Yan Qihua and Bing Ling nodded slightly. They didn't think that Yi Chen would do that either. "Alright, since you asked me if I dare or not, then why wouldn't I dare? From today onwards, the title of Sword Master belongs to me." Yi Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness as he sternly said. "Oh." Gao Changtian was shocked. Although he was the one who suggested this title, he didn't think that Yi Chen would dare to accept the title of Sword Master. Moreover, he did it so naturally and without a trace of fear, as if this decision was nothing to him. Too arrogant. Although it's true that Yi Chen is strong, the title of Sword Master isn't something he can become just because he wants to. Just wait and see, he won't be able to keep it for long. The title of Sword Master hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Maybe in a few years, Yi Chen will have the right to become Sword Master, but not now. Indeed, it's not hard to obtain the title of Sword Master, but it's hard to keep it. Once you lose it, you will become the laughingstock of the world. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Those who supported Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Their impression of Yi Chen was greatly reduced. Most people thought that Yi Chen was young and frivolous, accepting the title after being tempted by Gao Changtian. After all, the title of Sword Master was a supreme honor to all sword users in the world. Who wouldn't want to become a Sword Master? But without strength, it would be arrogance. Defeating De Guju didn't mean that he was better than all the other sword users in the world. Li Daoxian and the other two were shocked. They thought that they had some understanding of Yi Chen, but it seemed like they knew far less about Yi Chen. Did I hear it wrong? Hai Wuya mumbled to himself. Yan Fengfeng thought about it. We were all wrong about him. This is the real Yi Chen. Unable to get rid of the temptation of fame after all, a cold light flashed through Lu Xiaoyou's eyes. His title was the Sword Master, but there was a Ji in between, so it was not the real Sword Master. He sneered inwardly at Yi Chen for daring to accept the title. On the side, Bai Wuxue shook his head. "I don't think so." Hearing him, Lu Xiaoyu looked over at Bai Wuxue. Bai Wuxue said slowly, "People who are not powerful enough to call themselves Sword Master are arrogant. However, people who are powerful enough to call themselves Sword Master are courageous. Without a doubt, Yi Chen already has the power. Even compared to those old sword artists who are over 250 years old, and are not in the master-level warrior ranking, he would not be any weaker." Calling himself sword master in this kind of situation would require a lot of courage that normal people would not have. If he did not dare to accept the title of sword master, then it would be disappointing, because he would be afraid that he would not be able to keep the title, afraid that he would fail. Therefore, his heart of sword art would not be pure and flawless. As for fame and fortune, everyone would have it. If one could not face the fame and fortune, then he would not be able to face himself. Lu Xiaoyu, I can see that your sword art is slightly unstable because of Yi Chen's appearance. Lu Xiaoyu was speechless. No one knew that he had lost to Bai Wuxue before. He was the only one who knew about Bai Wuxue's power. When Bai Wuxue and Xia Hozuan battled, only he could tell that Bai Wuxue had not used all of his power yet. Crazy! He dares to accept the title of sword master? Bai Minghui could not help but shiver. If he can keep the title, then I will not be his enemy from now on. Situ Hao's expression changed a couple of times as he thought to himself. Yi Chun, you better take back the title of sword master. Right now, you do not have the power to take it. As the voice was heard, 3 human figures flew out. They were the Fire Sword Master, who was ranked 29, 33, and the Shadow Sword Master, who was ranked 45. Among the 72 people on the ranking, there were dozens of them who used swords. Yi Chen said lightly, I am the Sword Master. Why would I not dare to take it? The Shadow Sword Master took out his long sword and said, Since that is the case, do you dare to take 10 attacks from us? If you do not lose within 10 attacks, then we will admit that you are the Sword Master. Fighting 3 against 1, it would naturally be unfair. Therefore, the Shadow Sword Master decided to limit it to 10 attacks. With that, no one there would object to it, since it was not a battle, but a test to see if Yi Chun had the power to be the Sword Master. If he did, then it would be normal for him to not lose within 10 attacks. No need to go through all this trouble. If I cannot beat you within 10 attacks, then I will forget about the Sword Master title. Arrogant. The Fire Sword Master yelled out as he threw out a burning sword chi attack toward Yi Chun. Broken Sword 33 movement. Illusion Sword spell. The Shattering Sword Master and the Shadow Sword Master both threw out their ace attacks as well. Sword step. Yi Chen's body was like a sword light, traveling between the interweaving sword chi. The sword light flashed once, and all of the attacks missed. They could not even touch Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan layer at all. First attack. Yi Chen's first target was the Shattering Sword Master, who was the closest to him. He shook his wrist, and that gentle sword wind was about to attack him. Back out. The Fire Sword Master caught up. His red longsword drew out a cross in the air. As long as Yi Chen did not back out, even if he managed to beat the Shattering Sword Master, he would still have to take 1 sword attack from him. Naturally, he would be at a disadvantage. 1 against 3 was not that easy. Not being at a disadvantage was even more difficult, since when the 3 of them attacked each other, there would be 3 attacks. As long as 1 was hit, 1 would be at a disadvantage. This was different from a life and death battle. There was no fairness or unfairness here. However, he had obviously underestimated Yi Chen. Taking back his longsword, Yi Chen jumped back. While he was in the air, his sword body shone with silver lightning. The lightning quickly gathered into a thunderball and shot out. Not good. The Fire Sword Master and the Shattering Sword Master backed out quickly and threw out their ace attacks toward the thunderball. Boom. A huge shockwave with electricity spread out. The Fire Sword Master and the Shattering Sword Master were both blown out backward, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Phantom Formless Sword. Right then, the shadow-like Shadow Sword Master suddenly attacked. Dozens of invisible sword chi attacked toward Yi Chen. Boom 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 boom. Yi Chen was already prepared for the Shadow Sword Master. Within a second, he threw out dozens of sword attacks. Dozens of golden ripples spread out, destroying the Shadow Sword Master's sword chi and covering his opponent within. Pooh. The Shadow Sword Master was blown out as well. 3 sword attacks, 1 fake and 2 real. The 3 master-level swordsmen were defeated in a row. In fact, Yi Chen did not need to spend so much effort. He only needed to use his Gold Fury, and he would be able to beat the 3 easily even from a long distance. However, the 3 of them were quite far away from each other, and they were not gathered together. Using the Gold Fury would still require 3 attacks, which would be pointless. Plus, these 3 were not qualified enough for him to use his Gold Fury. Flying out for hundreds of meters, the Fire Sword Master's face was pale. He could not believe it. The 3 of them combined could not even block out 3 sword attacks from Yi Chun. If it was one-on-one, even if his personal power was doubled, he would still be killed within seconds. There would be no hope at all. I admit that you are the Sword Master, but only the 3 of us admit it. The Fire Sword Master took a deep breath and said. The Shadow Sword Master had blood on the corner of his mouth. We admit it, but it does not mean that those master-level swordsmen admit it. You have to know that the second-ranked master-level swordsman is Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master. As far as I know, there is another Sky Sword Master, who is even stronger than Su Yuan from the Earth Sword Master. However, he is already over 250 years old, so he is not on the ranking. Aside from him, some of the famous master-level swordsmen have not come out for a long time, including the Demon Sword Master, the Blood Sword Master, and the Evil Sword Master. Tu Yuan from the Shattering Sword Master opened his mouth. Yi Chun, it will be hard for you to keep the title of Sword Master. Maybe those master-level swordsmen don't care about the glory of the ranking, but they have to care about the title of Sword Master. As long as one uses a sword, no one would care about it. Yi Chun said, since I dare to call myself the Sword Master, I have already prepared for the challenges. They don't dare to call themselves Sword Master, but I Yi Chun dare to. If your so-called Sky Sword Master, Demon Sword Master, or Blood Sword Master dare to challenge me, I will give them the title of Sword Master. They don't dare, but I do. Gao Changtian laughed, thinking to himself, this time it is Sword Master, and next, it will be Blade Master. I hope Dugaju will not disappoint me. I think the leader will not blame me either. The ranking only includes warriors under 250 years old, which is really ridiculous. Either we don't create a ranking, or we do. As long as one has the power, he or she will be able to make it. Unfortunately, it will not be possible for the next few competitions. Gao Changtian had not suggested that warriors over 250 years old should not be included in the ranking, since it would lose half of its meaning. A lot of people knew that there were still some powerful warriors over 250 years old. Although it would disturb their training, what would be the point of fighting? As for the body being too old to handle it, it would be a joke. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would have already left the realm of mortals. As long as they were not dead yet, their stamina would not decrease that much. Plus, they would have more experience, which would give them an advantage over the younger generation. Chapter 658. Hearing Yi Chen's words and Gao Changtian's attitude, some of the people became quiet. Indeed, the title of Sword Master needed someone to take it. If no one dared to take it, then there would never be a Sword Master. Yi Chen taking the title was not as simple as they thought. But of course, there were only a few people who could think that way. Most of the people did not agree with Yi Chen, thinking that within a couple of months, Yi Chen would become the joke of the world and a lesson for all the young people. Yi Chen, the battle between us is not over yet. We will fight again if fate allows it. Dugaju did not set a time limit, since it would not make any difference anymore, since the competition between him and Yi Chen would not last for a day or two. If he could catch up to Yi Chen, then there would naturally be a battle. If he could not, then everything would just be empty talk. On the other hand, if Yi Chen did not have enough power, then the result would be the same. What he did not expect was that when he and Yi Chen battled again, it would already be many years later. As Dugaju left, more and more people started to leave. Before they left, a lot of people suddenly realized that the reason why the Nine Dragon Lake was so crowded was because Bai Wuxue and Xia Hozuan had battled here a year ago. This year, there was also Dugaju and Yi Chen. What about next year? Let's go. Bai Wuxue and Lu Xiaoyu left right after them. Yi Chen, we will catch up when we have time. Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng said goodbye to Yi Chen before leaving as well. All of a sudden, the Nine Dragon Lake went from being crowded to being quiet. Everything had its downfall after reaching the peak. It was inevitable. Li Daoxian and the other two arrived at the hill where Yi Chen was. Li Daoxian chuckled. Yi Chen, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled. Indeed, long time no see. Time flies. Time flies and looks get older. Luckily, we are all at the Sea of Souls realm. Even if we meet again in decades, nothing will change. Yichen smiled. Time was merciless, but it was also invincible. Only by cultivating could one preserve the most precious time, even if it was only a few short decades. Thinking back, when Yichen met Li Daoxian and the others in the competition of the Hidden Dragon rank, it was 8 years ago. At that time they were still young and inexperienced, but they were still very young. 8 years had passed in a flash, and Yichen could not help but sigh at how fast time had passed. 8 years have passed. My appearance hasn't changed, but my heart has. No matter what, I'm still very happy to have met you, Yichen. Your appearance has brought us earth-shattering changes. The one who spoke was Yan Qihua. 8 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have said this, because he was young and full of vigor. He couldn't allow himself to fail. But after 8 years his mentality had changed, and the way he viewed things had also changed. The appearance of Yichen didn't silence them. Instead, it made them erupt with even greater potential. Brother Yan is right. But besides your appearance, the only thing that hasn't changed is that you are still so bright. We should call you the Sword Master now. Bing Ling smiled, which was rare to see, like an ice flower blooming. Forcing a smile, Yichen asked, "You guys plan to stay in the Sky Martial region for a while?" "Indeed. We have just arrived in the Sky Martial region, and it is a bit strange. We plan to explore a bit." Li Daoxian nodded. Yichen said, "Hai Wuya Yin Feng Feng and the rest are not bad. If you run into them, just tell them that they are my friends. As for me, I will go back to the South Ridra region first." All right. The three did not reject. Traveling outside, the more friends, the better. "Then I will go now. You guys be careful." Waving his hand, the flying puppet was thrown into the air. Yichen flipped and sat on it, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the sky. "We are here, and he is gone." Li Daoxian sighed and looked away. For the three of them, the Sky Martial region was still very strange, and it was a new starting point. But for Yichen, there was nothing worth staying in the Sky Martial region anymore. He had everything he needed. On the way back to the South Ridra region, in the sky above the Turtle Mountain Shu, a beam of light broke through the sky, its speed extremely fast. "Yichen, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Right then, a human figure flew into the sky, blocking in front of the flying puppet. It was a man wearing gold robes and a gold crown. Who else could it be but Xiaohozuan? The flying puppet flapped its wings, turning the momentum into resistance as it slowly slowed down. On the back of the flying puppet, Yichen stood up and stared at Xiaohozuan. "If I have guessed it right, you have already trained your void-shattering finger art to completion. Otherwise, you would not dare to challenge me." The void-shattering finger was a low-rank profound sense martial art, and because it contained the space profound, it was much more powerful than normal mid-rank profound sense martial arts. Right now, Yichen had trained it to 90% completion, which was only one step away from completion. But of course, this step would be the hardest as well. Without the basic understanding of the space profound, it would be very hard to make any progress. "You have guessed it right. Therefore you have to lose." Xiaohozuan's eyes shone with a gold light, looking extremely powerful. Yichen shook his head. "Before you still had a bit of hope. But now you have no hope at all, because you do not dare to challenge me in front of everyone. That is also why you are blocking me here." What a joke. How arrogant. Xiaohozuan's expression turned cold. "All right, since you are this confident, then bring it on." Yichen put away his flying puppet and placed his hand on his sword. Shooting Star Finger. Xiaohozuan did not want to waste time with Yichen either, so he immediately used his best attack, Shooting Star Finger. After half a year of closed-up training, besides his Space Profound, Xiaohozuan's Starlight Profound had also improved a lot. Right then, the shooting star finger in his hand was no different from a real meteor shower. Waves of them shot out, covering the entire sky. Break. Taking out his Thunder Disaster Sword, Yichen held it with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. That powerful sword aura covered up the stars, seeming unstoppable. Rumble. A huge chunk of the shooting star shower was shattered, and that massive sword chi cut out a black path in the middle of the shower. The black path extended all the way toward Xiaohozuan. This sword aura? Xiaohozuan looked confused as he pointed out his finger and shattered the sword chi. Gold pattern. Yichen flew over, his clothes fluttering in the wind like a god. He threw out another sword attack, and that aggressive gold pattern spread out at an extreme speed. Impossible. How could his sword aura be this powerful? Xiaohozuan had to throw out 3 attacks before he managed to tear apart the gold pattern. That powerful exploding power had forced him back out dozens of steps. Nothing is impossible. Right now, I have the title of Sword Master, and my mental chi has been changing slowly, forming a great power. You, on the other hand, have always been hiding like a coward. Right now, all you are relying on is your completed void-shattering finger art. Other than that, you have nothing else. After accepting the title of Sword Master, Yichen somehow felt that he had become more powerful. It was not just his outer appearance, but his inner heart. Perhaps he could not bring out his inner power directly, but it would allow Yichen's every move to have that kind of power. It would be like the sun rising and setting, the black and white alternating, and the winter coming and going. On the other hand, Xiaohozuan had been affected by Yichen's sword aura, so he was already at a disadvantage. Perhaps he could bring out 100% of his power, but he would not be able to break through his limit and bring out 110% of his power. In a battle between powerful warriors, even the smallest difference would be magnified. Xiaohozuan's inner heart was not powerful enough, which was why Yichen's power had made him lose his cool. Sword Master title? Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Do you think anyone can get the title? In front of me, you are not even worth mentioning. Xiaohozuan roared as his whole body shone with a gold light, looking like a golden sun rising up. He looked down from above, pointing out a sharp finger at Yichen. Behind him, a king warrior shadow appeared. It was extremely powerful, and the whole sky seemed to have frozen. You are no longer my opponent, and you will not be in the future. Thunder devour. Yichen shot into the sky, flying even higher than Xiaohozuan. His long black hair danced in the air without any wind, and that sharp sword chi surrounded his body, shattering the frozen chi field around him. He yelled with a low voice, seeming like the master of all swords. Millions of thunder and lightning gathered at the tip of the sword as he threw out a sword attack. Crack! The silver thunderball was like a lightning punishment from the sky, leaving a crystal silver trail in the air. The end of the trail was aimed right at Xiaohozuan. Boom! Boom! Su King's finger power had been shattered, and Xiaohozuan was blown away. That king warrior shadow behind him seemed to be something that had been imprinted in the mirror. As the mirror was shattered, the king warrior shadow twisted a little before disappearing completely. Xiaohozuan had been affected by the chi flow, and he could not help but puke out a small mouthful of blood. Damn! Void-shattering finger. Xiaohozuan was extremely frustrated. He was planning to get closer to Yichen before performing his void-shattering finger art. But right now he could not even get close to Yichen. Yichen's sword chi was extremely powerful, and with one sword attack, even the surreal space had been shaken, making his chi and blood boil. Shoo! The gold-colored void-shattering finger power ignored the distance between them, appearing right in front of Yichen within a second. Under that unstoppable finger power, the sword aura that Yichen had created had been shattered as well. He had to admit that the void-shattering finger was indeed powerful beyond his expectation. If it were another profound sense martial art that was similar in power, Xiaohozuan would not be this powerful. Circles of gold pattern spread out. The void-shattering finger power entered the pattern, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it was extremely condensed. But the spreading nature of the pattern had increased the resistance of the void-shattering finger power. So it was dragged to the side and shot past Yichen's body. Spiritual sword. Turning his body in the air, Yichen looked like a swift bird flying in the sky. He shook his wrist, and that silver mark landed on Xiaohozuan's chest. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere as Xiaohozuan was blown backward. You have dodged my void-shattering finger. But it does not matter. I already have a semi-extreme rank armor, so you will not be able to hurt me. Xiaohozuan was a bit surprised, but he soon laughed out loud. The semi-extreme rank armor he was wearing had come from a great master, and with it, his defense would increase by at least 50%. Added with the powerful defense profound sense martial art, it would be more than enough to cancel out 70 to 80% of Yi Chen's sword chi. As for the remaining 20 to 30%, it would be impressive if there was even 5% left. Gold Fury. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he threw out his long sword. That twisted gold pattern stretched out endlessly, landing on Xia Hozuan's semi-extreme rank armor again. Crack. A metal exploding sound was heard, and Xia Hozuan looked like he had swallowed a goose egg. His eyes popped out, and blood poured out from all of his orifices. Ooh, ooh. A strong wind blew out as Xia Hozuan was blown backward, landing heavily on a 9,000 meters tall mountain, shattering half of it. Isn't this Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan? Xia Hozuan has lost so badly. Inside the Turtle Mountain, a Sea of Souls realm warrior who was passing by looked surprised. Haha, I am so lucky to be able to see this. A lot of people would not know that Xia Hozuan had lost to Yi Chen. Chapter 659. Yi Chen and Xia Hozuan were both famous people. No matter who lost, it would be a big news. If they sold the news to the pavilion, they would be able to get at least 1,000 top-rank spirit stones, since not every Sea of Souls realm warrior would be as rich as Yi Chen. Normally, normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would only have tens of thousands of top-rank spirit stones. If they bought some extremely expensive profound sense martial arts or top-rank weapons, then they might only have a few thousand or even hundreds of top-rank spirit stones left. Therefore, 1,000 top-rank spirit stones was not a small amount. It was just like how even if you had hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, you would not be able to ignore 10,000. Afraid that Xia Hozuan would see him and cause him trouble, this Sea of Souls realm warrior left the Turtle Mountain without even looking back. I welcome you to challenge me anytime, if you have the determination to do so. For Yi Chen, there was no one in the young generation who could threaten him anymore. Even Bai Wuxue, who had hidden his power well, would not give Yi Chen this kind of feeling. At most, he would be able to match his opponent. If Xia Hozuan wanted to challenge him again, he would not be afraid of trouble. He was sure that it would not be him who would be able to make it, but Xia Hozuan. No one would be able to keep challenging after losing so many times. If Xia Hozuan could really do it, then Yi Chen would have to change his opinion of him. Damn. I will beat you. Xia Hozuan roared, his eyes red. Right then, he was like a completely different person compared to the Xia Hozuan who had battled with Bai Wuxue. Yi Chen shook his head and turned to leave. When everything was going well, everyone would feel proud and confident. But when things went bad, only a small portion of people would be able to stay true to themselves. In his previous life, Yi Chen had seen a lot of entrepreneurs jumping off buildings because of bankruptcy. Those people had been on TV when they were so famous, so enviable. But once the gap was too big, they would be even worse than normal people. Therefore, the biggest opponent would not be anyone else but oneself. Even if it were Yi Chen, he would not dare to say that he would be able to look normal and stay true to himself when things went bad. All he could do was to improve his mental state and continue to improve himself. The flying puppet flew for days and nights, passing through the mountain region, and arriving at the South Ridra region. The South Ridra region had 4 big countries and 10 mid-sized countries. When passing by the mid-tier country, the White Mystery Country, Yi Chen's expression changed. He commanded the flying puppet to descend at the speed of light. Sect War. As he descended, Yi Chen saw hundreds of people fighting in the mountains below. These people wore 4 different types of clothing. One had a large centipede embroidered on the back. One had a small snake embroidered on the sleeves. One had a small sword embroidered on the arm, and one had a flame pattern on the chest. If Yi Chen's guess was correct, the large centipede embroidered on the robes should be the 8th rank sect, the Black Nightmare sect. The small snake embroidered on the robes should be the 8th rank sect, the Green Serpent Valley. The small sword should be the 7th rank sect, the Flying Sword sect, and the flame pattern should be the Fire Cloud sect. Of the 4 major sects, Black Centipede Gate and Flying Sword sect were on the same side, while Green Serpent Valley and Fire Cloud sect were on the same side. The 2 groups fought crazily, and there were people dying from time to time. This was Yi Chen's first time witnessing an official sect war, and he was quite interested. Spirit vein? Shifting his gaze, Yichen finally understood why the four major sects were fighting. It turned out that the essence qi in the air above the mountains was very dense. Somewhere in the mountains, there was a huge mine. The essence qi outside the mine even formed an essence qi whirlpool. The essence qi whirlpool was nearly 100 meters wide, and it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, causing the essence qi that had accumulated for countless years to not leak out. So it's a top-notch low-grade spirit vein. Apart from the 4 grades of spirit vein, there were also 4 grades for each grade. Among the low-grade spirit veins, the lowest was the normal low-grade spirit vein, followed by the medium low-grade spirit vein, followed by the superior low-grade spirit vein, and the best was naturally the peak low-grade spirit vein. A normal low-grade spirit vein was enough to support the expenses of a grade 8 or grade 9 sect for 10 years. A medium low-grade spirit vein could support a grade 8 or grade 9 sect for 20 years, and a superior low-grade spirit vein could easily cause a war between 2 grade 7 sects. As for the superior low-grade spirit vein, once it appeared, there would be a situation like the following, where several sects would fight for it, even if they would suffer heavy losses. In the past 50 years, the best that the Sky Cloud Martial School had ever found was a mid-level low-grade spirit vein, and the Yi family had also found a normal low-grade spirit vein. The spirit fountain was way too important for a martial institution. It could be said that it was the foundation of a martial institution. Not everyone in the martial institution would be like Yi Chun, traveling alone, killing enemies and taking their wealth. Then he would go in and explore the ruins and gain a lot. But if he was unlucky, he might be killed by the enemies, or he might not find any opportunities at all. So he would have to live a hard life. Therefore, a martial school could not be supported by one person. Most of the martial schools wanted to develop, they needed a spirit vein. Only with a spirit vein could they have enough spirit stones, and with spirit stones, they could pay salaries. In the Flowing Cloud sect, an outer elder would need hundreds of low-grade spirit stones a month, and an inner elder would need thousands of low-grade spirit stones and dozens of medium-grade spirit stones a month. Adding some attendants, core disciples, inner disciples and outer disciples, they would need at least hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones a month, which would be around 1 or 2 million a year. Yi Chun had given the Flowing Cloud sect millions of low-grade spirit stones, but it could only last them for a few years. According to Yi Chun's knowledge, a grade 7 martial school could not survive without 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. A top grade 7 martial school would need 7 or 8 million spirit stones a year, and a grade 6 martial school would need even more. Without 30 or 40 million low-grade spirit stones and millions of medium-grade spirit stones a year, they would need nothing. If they could not even give out normal spirit stones, then who would want to join the martial school? Being rich was the symbol of a powerful martial school. They could not let everyone go out to earn spirit stones, could they? The high-grade low-grade spirit veins would produce about 1% of the total mid-grade spirit stones, while the top low-grade spirit veins would produce 5%. Therefore, it was not strange for 2 top grade 7 martial schools and 2 top grade 8 martial schools to fight for a top low-grade spirit vein. In the mountains, beautiful light waves shone everywhere. From time to time, people would be blown into pieces and killed on the spot. That kind of brutal scene was very spectacular and shocking. The battles between rank 7 and 8 martial schools are already this brutal. The battles between rank 5 martial schools would be 10 times more brutal. A rank 5 martial institution was different from a rank 7 or 8 martial institution. The main fighting force was made up of astral-reaching realm warriors. Hundreds, or even thousands of astral-reaching realm warriors were battling against each other. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to back off, because one wrong move could lead to instant death. Seeing this battle, Yi Chun could not help but worry about the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Its opponents were the top 4 rank 5 martial schools. Even if they were individually weaker than the Dragon God Celestial Palace, once they combined, their overall power would be more powerful than the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Last time, the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng and Longbai, had told him that the Dragon God Celestial Palace had lost 300 astral-reaching realm warriors and 20 Sea of Souls realm warriors. Yi Chen decided that once the dragon god's celestial palace was in danger, he would definitely go and help. Although one's personal power would not make a difference in the battle between rank 5 martial schools, helping and not helping were two different concepts. Helping in a time of need would be much more valuable than adding flowers to a brocade. If it were someone else, they would probably try to take the spirit fountain. The top low-rank spirit fountain was not something that Yi Chen wanted, because he did not need low-rank spirit stones or mid-rank spirit stones. But if there was a martial school behind him, then it would be different. Fortunately, Yi Chen would not do such a thing. His sword art was righteous. If the martial school lacked spirit stones, he could help find them, and would not try to take other people's harvest. Quietly, Yi Chen rode his flying puppet and left the area. Finally left. Yi Chen did not hide his tracks, so the astral-reaching realm warriors below had basically seen Yi Chen. They were afraid that Yi Chen would ignore his identity and take the spirit fountain for himself. If he really did that, then they would have no choice but to hand it over. Fortunately, it did not happen. Kill. As soon as Yi Chen left, these astral-reaching realm warriors let loose and started to fight against the astral-reaching realm warriors. Blood rained everywhere. After leaving the White Mystery Nation, Yi Chen specially went to the Morong family. Morong Qingqing was still in closed-up training. She had been wounded too badly last time. Forcefully using her demon power essence had almost shattered her demon power ocean, which would not be healed in a short period of time. After staying in the Morong family for a day, Yi Chen returned to the Yi family in the Misty Mountain. Once there, Yi Chen learned that the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, had already left the South Ridra Martial School. The situation in the East Shallow Ocean was not looking good for the Dragon God's Celestial Palace. If it reached a certain point, they might have to call back most of the people they had set up in the True Spirit Continent. Yi Chen had told Long Bai that if she needed him, he could go over any time. On this day, Yi Chen started to train the defensive sword spell. Training the defensive sword spell required a top-rank greatsword in addition to soul power, because only top-rank greatswords could be imprinted with the soul mark. Although mid-rank greatswords could be used as well, their control would not be as good as top-rank greatswords, which would reduce their power. The defensive sword spell was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the most basic defensive sword spell, which allowed the user to control the flying sword and kill the enemies from a distance. The more powerful the soul power, the further the distance. The second level allowed the user to control the sword as if it was his own arm. Within 100 steps, he could kill the enemies with just a thought. Moreover, the flying speed was even faster than the first level. The third level was where the true profoundness of the defensive sword spell lay. It allowed the user to split Zhenyuan into flying swords. Once trained to the highest level, the user would be able to kill the enemies with 100 swords. Beside the lake in the inner courtyard. Go! With a sword finger on his right hand, the emerald longsword on Yi Chen's waist flew out of its scabbard automatically. Like a beam of emerald light, it instantly pierced through the fake mountain hundreds of steps away. Its speed was even more impressive than the spiritual sword. Of course, it was not because the defensive sword spell was powerful to this extent. What truly made the defensive sword spell powerful was Yi Chen's soul power. His soul power was 5 times that of normal people. Controlling the flying sword to kill the enemies was as easy as eating or drinking. It was only the first level, but he could already kill the enemies with just a thought. Chapter 660. It was only a straight-line attack, but Yi Chen was still not satisfied. He pushed his soul power, and his sword finger drew an arc in the air before pulling back. Ooh. The emerald light was the same as Yi Chen's sword finger. After drawing an arc in the air, it pierced through the fake mountain for the second time. Its speed was so fast that it was only a little bit slower than a straight-line attack. Then Yi Chen's sword finger kept on moving. The emerald light pierced through the fake mountain from different angles. No one knew how many times it had pierced through. Eventually, the fake mountain that looked like a hornet's nest could not handle the huge weight anymore, and collapsed immediately. Come back! Yi Chen pulled his sword finger back, and the emerald light turned into a sword, which was put back into the scabbard. My soul power is 5 times more powerful than normal people. I have only trained the defensive sword spell to the first level, And I have already reached the second level. Plus, my flying speed is even faster than Situhao's second level. And my attacking power is even more powerful. I can basically control it like my own arm. If Situhao saw Yi Chen controlling the flying sword, he would definitely be shocked. If the first level was already better than his second level, then wouldn't the second level be even better? However, the first level is still the first level after all. Controlling the flying sword is still a bit stiff, and the turning is not natural enough. If I encounter a top warrior, I would be easily found out. After thinking about it, Yi Chen decided not to train the second level for now. His soul power was very powerful, and there was still room for improvement in the first level. When he reached the point where he could no longer make any progress, then he would train the second level of the defensive sword spell. The effect should be much better then. A couple of days had passed, and Yi Chen was improving every day. He had to admit that the defensive sword spell seemed to have been created just for him. With his powerful soul power, training the defensive sword spell was just a little bit harder than eating or drinking. Of course, this was only the first level, and the second level would probably not be this easy. On this day, 4 young girls came to the Yi family. The girl on the left was about 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a green dress, and had a long sword on her waist. She looked very pretty, and her eyes were like cold stars. Looking closely, she even looked a bit similar to Yi Chen. Normally, people who looked a bit similar should be related by blood. The girl in green was none other than Yi Chen's 4th uncle's daughter, Yi Xian. Yi Chen's father, Yi Tianhao, and his 4th uncle Yi Wenhao already looked 50 to 60% similar. Therefore, their names were only one word apart. As the 4th uncle's daughter, it was not strange for Yi Xian to look a bit similar to Yi Chen. Yi Xian had reached the astral reaching realm last year, and was the 4th person in the Yi family to reach the astral reaching realm. The first one was Yi Chen, and the second and third were his parents. Before Yi Chen's rise, Yi Xian was the #1 martial genius of the Yi family, so it was natural for her to have this achievement. The 3 young women walking next to Yi Xian were all around 25 years old. The first one on the right was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face and a sexy body. There was a black whip wrapped around her waist, and when she walked, her body swayed in the wind, which was quite eye-catching. The second one on Yi Xian's right was not as pretty as Yi Xian and the girl in red, but she looked extra pretty. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were watery. The first impression that she gave people was that she wanted to protect her, and not let her suffer even a little bit, as if it would be a huge sin to let her suffer. The third one was not any weaker than Yi Xian in terms of appearance. She looked a bit cold, but there was also a bit of arrogance in that coldness. She was the tallest one among the 4, and had a thin willow sword on her waist. The scabbard was decorated with tiny gemstones, which looked very bright. The first 3 were all at the early astral reaching realm, while the cold-looking girl was at the mid-astral reaching realm. "Ah, I wonder if I can see your cousin this time. I have been here a couple of times already, and as long as I can see him, I will be satisfied." The red-clothed woman was filled with anticipation, but there was a trace of nervousness in her expression. She was like a shy girl who was about to see her sweetheart. If someone who was familiar with the red-clothed girl saw her like this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This was because in the eyes of outsiders, the red-clothed girl had always been spoiled and unreasonable by nature. Yi Xian shook her head helplessly. These 3 were all her good friends, and they all had special backgrounds. The girl in red was called Di Hongyin, and she was the princess of the Red Moon Nation, a mid-ranked country in the South Ridra region. Her status was even higher than the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution. The pretty-looking girl was Lan Suetsue, a young lady from a rank 7 family in the Sky Serpent Nation, who also had a high status. The one with the highest status was the cold-looking girl, Luo Baishuang. She was a top disciple from the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and her cultivation was one small realm higher than theirs. Among the 3, she had met Lan Suetsue first, and the friendship between the 2 was very pure. As for Di Hongyin and Luo Baishuang, it was only because of Yi Chen that they started to get to know each other. But as time went on, after going through a couple of life and death situations together, this impure friendship started to become pure as well. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not spend so much time with them and bring them to the Yi family as guests. But of course, friendship aside, when the three were with Yi Xian, they still talked about Yi Chen a lot. My cousin always goes to the Sky Martial region, and every time he goes, it would be for a long time. Even I have only seen him a couple of times. Yi Xian was not at home all the time, so she rarely saw Yi Chen. The Sky Martial region is a holy place for all the martial geniuses. Normal martial geniuses would not even have the right to go there. But your cousin is even more powerful. He is the number 1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. He is the only young warrior in the master-level warrior ranking besides the top 5 young warriors. Di Hongyin could not help but think about it. If she knew that Yi Chen had already beaten Lu Xiaoyu, and Xia Hozuan had indirectly beaten Xiao Chuha, she would probably go crazy. Lan Suitsue blushed and said in a small voice, Yi Xian, can you take us to your cousin's yard for a look? No. Yi Xian rejected right away. In the Yi family, which one of them did not see Yi Chen as a legend? She was both respectful and scared of Yi Chen, so she would not dare to bring anyone into Yi Chen's yard. But I can take you to the Wind Pavilion. You can see my cousin's yard from there. Yi Xian said again. All right. Take us there now. Di Hongyin said eagerly. The Wind Pavilion was one of the tallest buildings in the Yi family. It could look over half of the entire Yi family. Yi Chen's yard was the biggest in the Yi family. It was covered in green trees, blocking most of the buildings and bedrooms. However, the lake and the open space next to it were not blocked at all. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were heard as Yi Xian and the other 3 arrived at the 9th floor of the pavilion. That is my cousin's yard. Yi Xian walked to the wide window and pointed at Yi Chen's yard. Strangely, the 4 suddenly quieted down, not even daring to breathe. In Chen Qi's field of vision, a blue-clothed young man was cultivating a unique sword technique at the side of the lake. With the point of his sword, an emerald-green ray of light shot out, and it fluttered and circled in the sky above the lake, before drawing out a myriad of strands of light that were extremely beautiful and swift. This young man looked even younger than them, just in his early 20s. But everyone who had seen his picture would know that this was Yi Chen. He was 26 years old this year, and the reason why he looked so young was because he had reached the astral reaching realm when he was 19 and reached the seas of soul's realm when he was 24. His appearance had been stagnant for many years, as if time could not do anything to him. Your cousin is at home. Di Hongyin covered her mouth while Lan Suitsue and Luo Baishuang's breathing increased. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded dumbly. To be honest, Yi Xian and Yi Chen did not have much contact with each other, since they were always out. It would be luck if they could run into each other in the Yi family, and it would only happen 2 or 3 times a year. Looking at Yi Chen from afar, Yi Xian did not know what she was feeling. Before Yi Chen's rise, her attitude towards Yi Chen was very cold. Although she was not as hostile towards him as Yi Tang and Yi Ming, she would not be too close to him either. Moreover, because of Ji Xueyan, her relationship with Yi Chen was very tense. Back then, she did not care because she was the number 1 martial genius of the Yi family, and she was not on the same path as Yi Chen. However, since then Yi Chen had started to rise. During the family gathering, Yi Chen shocked everyone, and won the first place. At the banquet of the head disciple, young Master Emerald, he showed his brilliance and defeated the stone man Sherpatian. Then in the Heaven Dream Ancient Place he shocked the whole world and became the number 1 martial genius of the 9 nations, beating down the head disciple, young Master Emerald, young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy and the other martial geniuses. All of a sudden, Yi Chen became the king, and no one dared to compete with him. If this was already shocking enough, then the next one would be a legend. In the Hidden Dragon rank competition that was held once every 3 years, Yi Chen had become a shining star. This star was even brighter than the sun, as he had beaten all the top martial geniuses that Yi Xian could not even imagine. He had stepped on their dead bodies and reached the top, becoming the number 1 martial genius of the South Ridra region. Just when everyone thought that Yi Chen would stop there, he had become one of the top young warriors in the South Ridra region, just like Li Xiaoyan, Jing Aoshuan and Chu Zhongtian. It was not over yet. In the new tea gathering, Yi Chen had finally won the first place, and had beaten the uninvited guest from the East region with his own power. Since then, Yi Chen had become known by everyone in the South Ridra region. He had become the leader of the martial geniuses, the legend of the whole South Ridra region. It was as if he would not give up until he scared people to death. What had happened before seemed to be just small fights for Yi Chen, and the stage was not big enough for him. He had come to the Sky Martial region as the #1 warrior of the young generation in the South Ridra region, starting a new journey and beginning a glorious life. In just a couple of years, he had become the #1 warrior just below the top 5 young warriors. He had become one of the most famous martial geniuses of the whole True Spirit continent. His fame could no longer be described by one region or one country, but by the whole continent, dozens of regions and countless countries. Right then, Yi Chen was no longer a legend but a myth. As a member of the Yi family, Yi Xian knew better than anyone else that everyone in the South Ridra region would want to get on Yi Chen's good side. Those rank 6 martial institutions were unbelievably powerful in the eyes of normal people, but a lot of people knew that as long as Yi Chen wanted to, he could destroy all of them in one night. Everyone in the South Ridra region was looking up at Yi Chen. He was not only the #1 warrior of the young generation, but also the king of the whole South Ridra region. Once the king was angry, everyone would tremble, including the top 4 countries, top 10 mid-sized countries, 36 small countries, and countless martial institutions. Because of Yi Chen, the Yi family and the Sky Cloud Martial School had a very high status in the whole South Ridra region. A lot of royal families hoped that their children could enter the Sky Cloud Martial School and become their disciples. Some of them even wanted their daughters to marry into the Yi family, even if it was a son of a concubine. If they could marry a direct descendant of the Yi family, it would be a blessing that they had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Once they had a good relationship with the Yi family, all of the powerful forces in the whole South Ridra region would give them some face. Although the Yi family did not want to get involved with so many powerful forces, there would always be 1 or 2 exceptions. For example, there was a princess from a mid-sized country who married into the Yi family, and the little princess of the Windy Nation was also engaged to a direct descendant of the Yi family. The appearance of Yi Chen had saved thousands of years of hard work for the Yi family. Even the older generation had to respect and fear Yi Chen at the same time. It was a change brought about by power. Even if they were related by blood, it would still be useless. Within the Yi family, only the leader of the family, Yi Tianhao, had the closest relationship with Yi Chen, so it would not be affected too much. Yi Xian, can you introduce me to your cousin? The cold and arrogant Luo Baishuang suddenly said. Yi Xian came back to her senses and shook her head. Don't even think about it. My cousin already has a girlfriend, and you all know her. It is Morong Qingcheng. Then, I can be his concubine. Di Hongyin was not willing to accept it. Right then, Yi Chen pointed out his finger, and his long sword returned to its scabbard. He turned his head and looked at the 9th floor of the Wind Pavilion. All of a sudden, all 4 of them stopped breathing. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.